Hello, good morning, team. Welcome back to Cloud Awesome YouTube channel. We are back after the short break, right? So today I have brought you one Jenkins series, right? This is the latest of 2025 in the month of June, which we are recording out, and we are coming up with the multiple episodes in order to cover all the Jenkins series from the scratch, right? If you don't know the concept of CI/CD pipeline, there is no use of understanding the Jenkins or practicing. If you don't have the base of cloud computing, AWS, right, or Azure or GCP, then you cannot proceed further with DevOps prospects, right? So as a DevOps tool, Jenkins, you need a base. So for that, you require Linux and uh, and cloud computing basic knowledge. Okay. Further, you no need to worry if you don't have any further knowledge about that. Don't worry. You can come to my channel and you can find the playlist over there. In the playlist, you're going to find two videos covering up in one shot Linux and cloud computing. You can look into it if you don't have the knowledge about it, right? If you are good to go, then we can proceed further now. Okay. In this episode, like Jenkins is fulfilling our concepts. That is no, basically a CI/CD concept, right? So Jenkins is used to fulfill our requirements in the term of software development lifecycle, where we are going to love as a automation, right? Jenkins plays a crucial role. There are multiple CI/CD tools available in the market that are basically popular tool is the Jenkins. Then you have GitHub Action, and then you have Circle CI. Then you have GitLab. Different available in the market, right? Which are trending based on the percentage. Well, highly recommended and popular, still used in the enterprises. One of is the Jenkins, right? So if you have the concept clear with the Jenkins, you can work on any other tool, right? If my statements get contradicted, don't worry about that. If you have hands-on on the Jenkins, you can cover up any of tool because concepts behind this is to achieve CI/CD. So what is CI/CD? So we are going to cover the first point as a term. What is CI/CD methods before Jenkins was adopted? Like the tool of Jenkins was adopted. So we'll go with the uh, like basic concepts what were used before. Now what we are using achieving with the Jenkins. Then I will be giving the briefing of how the Jenkins made popular as a CI/CD tool in the market. Then we will discuss about the Jenkins architecture, right, where you can see that why how we are going to handle, master, and the safe concept in order to make it scalable of your Jenkins CI/CD tool, right? Then we will see the Jenkins server web UI, and we will see that every aspect related to that, how you're going to configure Jenkins. Then later on, we will see the web UI as I mentioned. Then we will discuss about the operating system supported by Jenkins, like you can install Jenkins on Linux, Windows operating system, Mac operating system based on your use cases in your organization as well in the practice scenario. Okay. Then afterwards, we will cover in this as a main aspect focus on the Linux because most of the organization they are using Linux operating system in order to achieve this CI/CD concepts, right? Using Jenkins or another tools. Then afterwards, we will be covering about the discuss about the pipelines. When we are going to set up our first pipeline, we are giving you demonstrate between the UI of the Jenkins with reference to what the Freestyle project and declarative pipelines. Okay, what is the difference between that? One, you can use the GUI to set up your pipeline. The second, you're using code in order to define different stages uh, achieve your CI/CD stages, right? So what is basically CI/CD? CI refer to continuous integration. Continuous integration refers to integration of the code, whatever the code, latest code pushed by your developer team in merge into your repositories. Okay, and that need to be cloned and to be fetched to your desired location. That means deployment servers, or you can say application server as well. Okay? So in that case, you have multiple stages that we are going to cover in the series. Don't you need to worry that we are going to clone the repository, then we are going to build the repository, our code of the project, then we are going to scan using Sora, Cube, 3AV, and then we are going to install the dependency of the application, then we are going to deploy the application as non-Dockerized, then later on we are going to use Dockerize and Kubernetes in Grafana, every aspect related to your pre-request of Jenkins series, right? Then afterwards, as you mentioned that every application required role-based access. Okay, with the user management, you cannot sustain in the market. Even your application should have all role-based access. So Jenkins provide with the additional plugin, right, of role based access control. Okay, that we will check out multiple use cases. Then we will need the alert systems, right? So whenever your pipeline gets failed or success, in case of post build action, any kind of results, you should receive an email alert. You can be achieved with the results of email alert, Slack notification, and different Gmail notification, whatever you required as per organization, but the process will be the same. Instead of using email alerts, you can use different medium as well. Okay, then later off we will be using like GitHub interaction with your big repository and the private repository, and then we will do a small project in order to use different tools and how uh, you're going to mention on your Jenkins server as a server, and how you're going to interact different server like SonarCube server or your deployment application server, how you're going to define and how you're going to use Jenkins wall in order to save your sensitive information of your servers, right? Access tokens and different aspect in your Jenkins vault. Okay, so that I will give you complete demonstration about that. Then we will do one more project as to make sure that whenever you're working in the real-time environment, you usually depend on DR management. Okay, that is covering a disaster recovery. Okay, where I will be showing you the how you can back up your server and how you can restore. Okay, some of the use case we are going to handle, but there are multiple use cases where you can view it in the later stages. Okay, then we will discuss about Jenkins domain and reverse proxy with the Nginx web server. Then we'll give you overview of Jenkins shared library Jenkins as well. Okay. So now the part is that I have demonstrated you what we are going to cover in this series, right? And it will be one short video. Okay. I'll be covering everything. So if you have any doubt, anything else, and how do you like the video? What point has been missed? What do you believe that I have covered as per my commitments, and you are able to understand? Please comment, like, share, well, let me know that, so that in the upcoming videos I can make it better of myself, and we can learn both positively. We can share our knowledge. Okay, in terms of feedback, you can give it to me, and whatever knowledge I have, I'll be able to share to you. Okay, so let's start the session one. So now, as we discussed that CI/CD tool, we are the popularly known as Jenkins, right? So as I mentioned that what is Jenkins? Okay, Jenkins is open source Java based CI/CD tool because this is written in Java programming language, and it has been around from some time and is popularly used in organization, right? To get our CI/CD needs. Okay, so in the today's fast software development, what Jenkins and the CI/CD provides you that it provides the speed, as I mentioned, that it has an infinite symbol, right? It provides you reliable automation in order to handle critical deployments, right? Where we are going to add the automation for your SonarCube static code analysis of your code, right? Then in the modern software development cycle, the CI/CD uh, parts, right, will have the advantage, right? And it has code stones for the DevOps and Agile methodologies. Okay, what are the key essentials, right? What are the essentials of the Jenkins? As I mentioned, that this is a free and community supported. So every time you will have the new updates related to Jenkins is being received on the Jenkins server. Okay, so you need to update your Jenkins progressively as a patching management. Okay, where you have multiple plugins, you can integrate almost more than 1800 plugins are available for testing, deployment, notification, and everything. So what kind of pipelines you can write is Freestyle, Declarative. Okay, what are the cross platform is available. Okay, so working on the Linux, Windows, Mac OS. Okay, Kubernetes, you can deploy this Jenkins into different environment, different operating systems. Okay, so after this series you will be have the expertise of the Jenkins. So if you have the expertise of Jenkins, you can work on any CI/CD tool. Okay, so before heading towards this, let's cross check one more point, is that what was the methods was adapted before coming to the automation tool, that is Jenkins, right? So if you check our board right over here, you'll see this is the software development cycle. Okay, so your software, like if you're creating one software like awesome, right? I have one new order, a new project I have received from one organization stating that I'm going to build one application, that is basically, let's say, any healthcare sector application. So what will be the phases, different phases in order to build this application and deliver to the client. Okay, so my first motive is to make the quality application and to add all the features required by our client, right? And to make sure that before that I'm going to do that, I'm going to uh, get the requirements from the client. So what are the features required, what are the stages in order he required the delivery of our application. Okay, so that come in the requirement phase, as I mentioned that. Then we will design our application phase. So in this case we will be designing the software architecture, in the sense which programming language we are going to use is we are going to adapt in order to develop this application. Okay, what are the microservices we are going to use, what libraries we are going to use, how you're going to differentiate front end, back end. This everything will be covered on this part, right? So that comes with the development phase. Then afterwards design phase, right? Where we are going to manifest everything. Then we are going to work on this design phase in the development phase. Okay, then afterwards whatever we have developed, then we'll move that to the test phase. Okay, in the test phase we are going to cross check with whatever the required gathering we have collected from the client, or we have fulfilled that requirement, right? So we, the QA team, will test all the functionality as per our requirement gatherings, right? So whatever the required gathering was there, we will cross check that modules, the functionality whichever there, that is filling our client requirement. Okay, then we'll go for the deployment and delivery phases. So whenever we want to deliver our application or deploy our application to the environment, right, the organization environment, it can be dev environment, stage environment, and production environment. Basically are these three environment, but based on the organization you will have multiple environments, right? So that we will manifest that what will be the MVP1, MVP2, and what will be our deliver phases which we are going to deliver our application. Then whenever we are going to deploy and deliver, we require one maintenance team in order to monitor our application, to make sure that our application is up and running in 24 into 7, right? So this is simple software development life cycle, right? Which you have different phases in order to get that. Okay. So before coming to the DevOps like Jenkins automation tool, so what were the conventional issues we're facing before adoption of any CI/CD tool, right? So at the point of time, let's say for example, right, I'll give the demo over here. So let's say we were working for one phase, right? That let us say that I'm going to deliver this application like with the MVP one, right? So MVP consists of different modules. Okay, module in the sense I have a login module, then I have, let's say, uh, your admin login, right, admin portal, then you have a client portal. So these are the different three portals, right? As I mentioned that I have login portal, then I have, let's say, admin portal, right? Then I have simple client portal. Okay, so these are the portals which I have currently. Okay, so what I was saying that I have three portals which I have created. So before that, what used to happen that, so when I'm going to deploy this, when I'm going to develop these three modules, right? Then I was going for the next phases. Okay, so first we are going to go for first for the design pattern. Then I need to go for the development, then testing, then deployment. So in the deployment, if we face any bugs or any failure of the deployment, then we need to go for again for going with the same phase, starting from one to again to repeat for these steps. Okay, so that was the disaster at the time when it was, there is no CICD tool was adopted. Okay, so it was increasing our development time, and it was increasing the like fixation. Okay, it do you need to remember in the software one thing is that creation of any modules will take less time than fixing it. Okay, so for example, if I tell you that one example, like you are building any road, right? So the building you construction any road from the scratch, that will take lesser time than destroying removing that existing road and construct new road, right? you will validate my point, right? So if I want to reconstruct the road, then I need to remove the existing road which is damaged completely. Then I need to make sure that the site is clean and is ready for the new road, right? So there are the multiple stages have been added. Okay, so this goes with the same software as well. So what was the case is that uh, so if I say that I have received some bugs while the delivery stage of this application, right? So what we need to do, we need to go and cross check our requirement again, right? For our modules. Then I need to design, then I need to go for development phase, then testing for, then again deployment. This was a headache for the software development cycles. Okay. So then the adoption came for as a as right one CICD tool. Okay, so if you check over here, it you will be seeing that there is a DevOps concept as is a combination and collaboration between dev team and operations teams, right? You will stand by me, right? So you have seen this logo is showing that this is an infinite kind of symbol. Okay, where you're going to see it that there are the different stages involved in CICD. Okay, so what are the stages? There is a plan, code, build, test, right? Release, right? Then deploy into different environment, then operate and monitor. So in this case, what happened? So whenever we are going to push any new code, let's say, for example, we have defined that instead of waiting for creating of the client portal, then whenever that login portal is ready, so I will push that code to my one repository, right? That is GitHub repository. So what we are going to go with that version control system. Version control system is achieved by multiple tools. One of the tool is GitHub. You can call it as Git, and where you are going to store it, the your source code, then you can call it that GitHub repository. Okay. So for that use case, I'm going to push that code to GitHub. Okay. So that code I need to pull to one virtual machine manually without CI/CD. Then I need to install dependencies of this application. Let's say this application is built in Node.js, right? Built in Node.js. So I need to install Node.js on my machine, right? On my machine, then I need to install the dependency as well. My environment variables, right? Environment variables where I have sensitive API keys and different keys which I required for environment keys for my application, right? Then I need to up and running manually this application. So to overcome this everything, so CI/CD got adopted. Okay. So what happened? The low when I write the code for the GitHub, when I write the code for the login portal, so the code will be pushed to our GitHub repository. Okay, from the GitHub repository, what will happen? The code will be, as I mentioned, the plan stage is completed. Code also I have written for one module. Then what happened? I push that code to the GitHub. Okay, so these are the manual steps which I've shown you below. So this can be achieved with your CI/CD tool. So CI/CD tool which we are going to use as Jenkins. Okay. So if you have the knowledge of the Jenkins, you can work with any CI/CD tool. Okay, it can be Bamboo, it can be Azure Pipeline, it can be Code Pipeline from AWS, right? So you can work on any different CI/CD tool. Okay, so this part we will be doing automation to this. Whenever the code is pushed to our GitHub repository, as I mentioned below, so the pipeline will get triggered. The pipeline will get triggered, then it will build the pipeline npm, right? Because we are building the application with Node.js. Okay. In case of Java, you can go with the Maven, different build tools are available. Okay, then afterwards, instead of testing, as I mentioned above, right? So I mentioned that there has to be testing phase. Instead of doing this manual also, you can write the test cases in order to verify that your source codes could pass these test cases, right? In order to deploy into your environment. Let's say production environment, for example, now. Okay, because this is a sensitive environment in any organization. Okay, this is basically your business concepts. Okay, so if you see any application that is running on one URL, let's say uh, you have sbi.com, right? So that is production environment. Okay, so that same environment will have a dummy clones like stage environment with the dummy credential that is known as stage environment. Okay, even though we have one dev environment where we do this all testing and everything on the development side on the dev environment. Okay, so the code will be pushed and the testing will be passed where whatever the test cases has been written by the developer that need to be passed in order to proceed further for the next step. Okay, after that we will be releasing this into dev environment. Okay, in the dev environment we are going to deploy this our code for the module which I have written, right? Which one for the login portal, right? So that will be delivered to your EC2 instance or Kubernetes cluster based on your environments as set by your organization. Okay, so in our use case we are going to cover with EC2, then later on we will be covering for Kubernetes as well. Okay, so after this, then we, as you know very well, that we will be adding monitoring as well, like Grafana and Prometheus, in order to monitor your virtual machine and your Kubernetes cluster and your Jenkins server as well. Okay, so this all things goes with these steps. Okay, so in this case, you can add multiple stages as well. Sec concept is been added where we are going to use as uh, we are going to use SonarQube, right? SonarQube is latestly adopted by all the organizations, right? Where we are going to check the quality of the code, any vulnerabilities, bugs available, any hotspots available, right? Even Trivia is adopted and opacity adopted. We will be discussing this in the progress videos. Don't worry about that. We will be discussing about complete details about these applications. Okay. So this is how this completely goes with the Jenkins uh, life cycle. Okay, any CICD life cycle you can call it as Jenkins life cycle as well. Okay, so as you mentioned, the code will be with the git, everything as a cover. Now let's go to this point. Now as I mentioned before, that why in the Jenkins is been popular as CICD tool adopted by organization, right? So if I'm going to check out the developer nation community, you're going to see that whenever the organization that has 1K employees, so the famously used CICD tool in the organization still in 2024 and 24 5 is Jenkins. Okay, that is adopted around based on the service is around 70%, right? So now it can be over by Azure pipeline as well, AWS pipeline as well. But if you have the knowledge of one CICD tool, you can work on any one CICD tool. Okay, so you no need to worry that some of the stating that Jenkins is outdated. No, this is not the part. So most of the organizations still they are using Jenkins. Okay, if they are not, they have migrated from Jenkins to another tool as well. The concepts will be the same. Okay, the part is done. You can go and you can cross check this developernation.net website where you have a stats over here. What are the trending tools available? Okay, let's go. So as I mentioned that with the Jenkins, we can integrate multiple stages, plan stage, code, build, test, deploy, operate, and monitoring. How we are going to do that, I'm going to cover, as I mentioned that within this Jenkins topics. Okay. So now if you check one GIF over here, you're going to find that Jenkins server can handle multiple points, okay, where you can create CI/CD pipeline that is known as jobs as well, where you can handle with the user management as I mentioned over here, which I'm going to cover over here, right? As I mentioned, where is this Jenkins user management is over here, right? So that you can do it. Plugins are available. So basically, what are the plugins? Okay, so you don't get confused. Plugins are additional functionality given to the Jenkins, right? So let me give you a simple example. So you have a laptop with you, which I'm working, and maybe you have a system or the laptop, right? So laptops will have additional plugins. Okay, that means additional ports they have given to you in order to connect your devices. Like I want to connect one CPU. Sorry, I if I want to connect one mouse, then I can connect that with that plugin. I can plug within that port. Okay. If I want to play one video from my flash drive, from the pen drive. So how I'm going to connect that to my laptop using the plugin. The plugin is a port where I'm going to inject my flash drive. Then I can play any video available in the flash drive. I no need to copy the video on my machine. Okay. So I can play within that. So how that is been accessed, that is accessed with the plugin. That means it gives some functionality. Okay, so your laptop have the functionality in order to access your pen drives also, right? Pen drive, CD drive was outdated, right? Even you can add your mobile, right? You can plug in your mobile with the port which is given. Okay, so with this point is a plugin or the additional functionalities which you can add it to connect to your Jenkins server through plugins. Okay, then you come with the node and clouds. Okay, so in this part, if you check over here, see, let's say whenever I'm going to give it a simple example, right? So I have created one organization. Let's say I have set up Cloud Asim, right? Cloud Asim, right? Cloud Asim IT organization. Okay, IT organization, right? So first thing what I'm going to do it, I'm going to create one office over here, right? Where I'm going to take one office, then I'm going to have one office for my personal use as well, the cabin over here. Then I'm going to occupy this, right? So what happened? I'm going to first be my first employee in my organization. Then later on, what happened? I have started doing some advertisement to take some projects, right? So simply one client came and he said that, okay, Asim, do some project for me, small projects. So just complete this project. I'm going to give you XYZ amount. So I have taken this project, right? Being only one employee, right, of my organization. Then I've started working on this on this project. Then I faced that I may need to take 3 months in order to complete this project. Okay. So if I'm going to work dedicatedly for this project, I'm going to take 3 months. Okay. Now the point is coming off, if I'm going to work on my 3 months continuously on this project, then I don't have a time available, time management availability in order to crack new projects. Okay. So what I'm going to do it in case of I'm working alone, I'm going to hire uh, new junior or any reputed engineer under me where I'm going to distribute my load. Okay. Then this come for 1.5 month. The reason is that this has been distributed between two engineers now. One is myself and another is oneself. So what I have done, I have increased my resource, right, in order to handle this the projects. Okay, so if I'm going to work for 3 months, then I will be completing this project into 1.5 month. Then progressively I'm going to target new clients within my free time as well. So this goes with the same way Jenkins master and worker nodes. Okay, master and worker nodes, which we are going to discuss completely in the next tutorials, but I'm going to give a simple description over here. Master and slave, and it's known as worker nodes nowadays. Okay, so if somebody say you the master and slave architecture, or if they say you the master and worker master node and the worker node, it's referred to the same thing. Okay, so what will happen in case of I am handling Jenkins master has, let's say, 20 pipelines. Okay, 20 pipelines, right, for 20 projects. Okay, 20 projects, I have 20 pipelines. You got my point. 20 pipelines. So in case of the load is coming for my Jenkins server is high, I don't want to raise that. I'm going to get fatigue on the server. I no need the servers to be breakout. Okay, and I don't want them to be in the queue as well. Okay, because the maximum executor in the Jenkins is 2, right? So if the third pipeline is triggered, let's say one project code is pushed, the first comes first, pipelines get triggered. Okay, is getting triggered, mean that is getting built. The second project came, that is also getting triggered. The third project which is push the code, that will be in the queue. Okay, fourth one also will be queue if there is coming the same time. So this one will take time to develop deploy into your environment or CI or CD part, whatever is it. Okay, so for that use case, what we are going to read, I'm going to create one Jenkins slave or Jenkins worker node. Okay, with that worker node, I'm going to attach to my Jenkins master, and I'm going to define that this was first pipeline for the project one going to build on slave. Okay, second is also going to build on slave. Then afterward, I thought, okay, I need to add one more employee to the Jenkins, so I'm going to configure slave 2, right? Then I'm going to define this slave 2 slave 2 will handle this project pipelines. Okay, so this is how your work will be distributed in the Jenkins master slave architecture. Okay, you got my point. This is how we are going to do it in the master. This I'm going to give you completely briefing. Don't worry about this part. And the credentials. So the Jenkins file, when we are going to write it, we are not permitted, or it is one of the best practices to export your keys in the Jenkins file. Okay, so simply I'll give you one more example. If you're a very basic, okay, I have, let's say, diamond in my home. Okay, I have diamond with me and the value is like crores of rupees, millions of rupees. What I'm going to do it, I'm going to keep it in the open cupboard. No, I'm going to bring one like safe, okay, locker, safe locker. I'm going to keep that diamond into that locker. Okay, so whenever I'm going to take out this diamond, then I need to have authentication in order to access this locker, take out this diamond. Okay, so whenever I require, then I'll keep it and I'm going to lock it. This locker will have very high sensitive security. Okay, so it will have like a thumb impression, maybe eye, based on the locker you have selected. Now this is one kind, okay, where I'm going to store this credential into your Jenkins credentials. Okay, Jenkins have their one vault where I'm going to store that same our application, our application sensitive information. In IT, API keys, right? API keys, your SSH keys, right? API key, SSH key, okay. Then your server URL, tokens, GitHub tokens, right? Any kind of token, that all are not less than the diamond. Okay, precious metal. Okay, you cannot take any risk to expose them. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to save in the credentials and I'm going to name that credential with XYZ. Let's say GitHub token. Then I'm going to call that credentials from the Jenkins pipeline. You got my point. Then global configuration, that means I'm going to add servers. I have a SonarQube server hosted on one virtual machine. From there, I'm going to configure these global servers in the global configure. And the Jenkins data, you know very well that whenever I'm going to store the data, that in the later on, I'm going to back up the data as well. Okay, so if you check the cycle over here, whatever the plugin we are using in order to access this, the Jenkins have master and slave. The Jenkins can be deployed on Linux, Windows, and everywhere. Okay, so after Jenkins job is completed, right, agent get destroyed. Okay. So the point is that whenever you're going to authenticate like auto scaling in the Jenkins, this functionality also is available. So it will create your new slaves if the load is high, and it will destroy based on this. The load has been decreased. That means pipeline are not in the queue. Okay. So this authentication can be done with the AWS as well, right? AWS instance. EKS, Kubernetes plot, and the Docker containers. Okay, this part also we are going to cover in this part. Okay, so this all everything we have discussed over here, right? As I mentioned. So if I check over here, I have already explained you that already that what are the methods before method manual, what we were doing, right? Uh, to deploy your application into the different environment, right, before CICD was adopted. Okay, then afterwards I have given you description that why CICD tool Jenkins is popular based on the stats. Even I have shown you that what integration you can do with the Jenkins. Then I have just give you little bit briefing about the Jenkins architecture, right? Okay, we will move forward from the day one and we will discuss about what is the difference between CI and CD, right? And we will see the official website of Jenkins, right? We'll go through that, and they will then we will create one EC2 instance, or basically the virtual machine on which we are going to configure Jenkins, right? So let's go in this day two and we will configure everything, right? So let me go over here, right? I will show you the part is that if you check over here, you're going to find what is the difference between CI and CD, right? So let me take it over here. The part which you see above is CI, okay, and the down is CD, okay. The CI stand for continuous integration. Okay, continuous integration, right? Integration. What do you mean by continuous integration, right? So if you check over here, basically you will be having one dev team, which is a development team. They will be writing some different codes, right? So let's assume we have in our organization, we have two development teams which are located. One is in India and one is in US, right? So what will happen, this dev team will write for one feature, let's say login portal feature. Okay, so he's writing the code, right? Development team is writing the code. Indian team is writing the code. And they have written, let's say, 1K lines of the code. And they have pushed the code to GitHub repository. Okay. GitHub repository. Then afterward, the next day, right, the dev team of US started working on different portal, right? So different portal, different team will be working on. So now let's say the India team has worked for 1K. Okay, let's say for one day they have pushed the code into the GitHub repository. The next day, the same team they came and they joined the office. They have written more 100 lines. Okay, so now the lines has been pushed to the GitHub same branch. Okay, because these two teams will have different branch. So let's say this will have one branch known as feature login branch, as I mentioned, right? So it's working for login branch. Another team will have, let's say, for client portal, right? Branch. So two different branch. So this branch already pushed this 1K line and 100 line. So this 100 plus 1000 lines will be 1100 lines, right? So that code need to be merged into the same branch, right? Because this team is working separately only for the login portal. Okay, you got my point. So this code, whenever the code push, so that code will be reside in which branch? As I mentioned, it will be in feature login branch. Okay, so whenever code is pushed to your repository into the specific branch, that branch we are going to pull the code from Jenkins pipeline. Okay, from the Jenkins pipeline we are going to pull the code. Okay, so next time when the code is coming 100, that also will be pulled from the from GitHub repository. Okay? And the code will be integrated within this 100K. Okay, that means the 1K code has been already deployed like yesterday, right? Today they have added 100 line, so that means the deployment will be having of 1.1K, that is 1100 lines of the code, right? The code will be built. Let's say I'm using Node.js application. At the time I'll be using npm, right? Npm will be built. Then you have a developer has written some test cases, right? The test cases that will be passed, then the code will be integrated within our application, right? As I mentioned, that will be compiled and it will be integrated. That's what. So the part which I say that integration, that means we are merging the code of the latest code which is pushed by the developer. Okay, so this can be achieved with webhook. This configuration can be achieved by webhook, that means auto webhook. Whenever the new code pushed by the developer team, the new code will be merged to your application code. Okay, that's got one. The second, we will keep it as manually. So the code resides in GitHub, but I don't want to trigger the Jenkins pipeline always. At that point we are going for a manual step. That means if I'm going in the Jenkins portal, then I'm going to trigger this pipeline at that point. That will be having manual steps. Okay, this we will cover while creating CI/CD pipeline. Okay, you got my point. This point is clear up to now. This is known as CI, that is continuous integration. Okay, you got my point. So now let me say what is the pipeline. Okay, for example, what is pipeline? What is mean by Jenkins pipeline? Simply Jenkins pipeline in the sense is that it's a sequence of steps and stages. Okay, so now let's say I have different stages in my pipeline. Okay, for example, let me give you one more simple example is that, okay, okay, let me give the pipeline example. Okay, let's say we will take the uh, as the example as cooking, right? So let me take the steps of cooking. Okay, so let's say I have decided to cook like one recipe. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do it, before that I will have to know the knowledge of this recipe. That means this recipe contains these things, right? I need spices, I need chicken, right? I need the water volume, what we need to be done, right? How much volume I need to add, and the spices, what time I need to cook in order to have my meals ready. Okay, the curry to be ready. Okay, for that, what before that I should have the knowledge that is known as requirement gathering. Okay, so after that, when I'm going to cook this meal, like in a stove or in the pan, right? So before that, what I'm going to do it to make sure the recipe is awesome. What I'm going to do it while cooking of the stages, I will I will have different stages of that. Okay, so what will be the different stages to make sure my recipe will be 100% tasty, right? So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to wash my chicken or the mutton what I have. Okay, so washing is one stage, right? Washing is one stage. I'm going to wash it, clean it. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to add some onion, some spices and different thing. Okay, so different thing I'm going to add in this. Then afterwards I'm going to cook for 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes. Then I'm going to do it, I'm going to make sure that to check it is tender and it is soft now. Okay, after cooking, then afterwards, before I'm going to finish this meal cooking, I'm going to taste that, right? What I'm going to do it, I'm going to taste this recipe with the taste of salt, okay, and the spice and everything. Okay, so now everything is done. Then afterwards, I'll make sure that recipe is completely what I have aimed, right? Decided to do that has been cooked. Then I will turn off my gas stove. You got my point. Gas stove, and I will serve to my guest. Okay. So now the step what you have seeing that the cleaning of our recipes, that means our meat and the bowl and everything that goes for what step? It's a cleaning stage, right? So it has a one cleaning stage. Okay, cleaning stage. Then as I mentioned that I'm going to add source code. Source code is my onion, mutton and everything inside the bowl. Okay, source code as I mentioned. Okay, the same goes this all step to make sure our recipe awesome. I have added different stages in order to have the quality check of our recipe, right? Whatever I have aimed to cook here, and I will cross check that did I cook the same way, I mean that what I've desired I have achieved, right? So in the software also we'll have same things, we will add different stage. So what our source code in the cooking, that was mutton, chicken, spices, okay, water volume and everything, right? Salt, it was my source code. Here in our application, that the code is our source code. Okay, source is our source code. In this case, the first code will come as a git clone of our source code from GitHub repository, right? The same way over here. Afterwards, I will say that let's go for build step. As I mentioned that build. So here what I'm going to do it, I'm going to cook it, right? So that means I'm building my recipe target. Okay. Then afterwards I'm going to deploy. That means I'm going to deploy, right? So after cooking, I'm after washing and everything, I'm going to keep in the bowl and I start the stove and everything. Periodically, I'm going to paste this everything. So here also, I'm going to deploy this application to different servers. Okay. Later on, I'm going to cross check the deployment verification, right? Deployment verification if my deployment of the application is successful or not. So this all step which I'm going to add it over here, that is known as pipeline. Okay, so if you check over here, there is a one pipe. For example, pipe is consisted of different stages. Here in between, I have added one cleaning stage. Right here also, we will add one stage that is known as before build. Right, we will add a scan. Okay, here I'm going to scan to check out is any vulnerabilities and everything, right, in our code that need to be fixed. So scanning we are maintaining to make sure our code is clean, like we are make sure our recipe to be authenticated, that means the meat and the water spices should be clean, right? So here also the will go with the clean. Then we will have automatic testing. Then afterwards we'll have unit testing, as I mentioned, right? Unit testing over here also we are doing manual testing. right? I'm tasting the recipe. Is in spices high or salt is high, everything. So this is known as pipeline, where you have sequence of stages in your Jenkins pipeline. Okay, you got my point. Hope this is clear. So in this part, without deployment, this is known as CI part, that is continuous integration. Now the point is coming up. What do you mean by CD? Okay, so Jenkins is CI/CD server. CI we already discussed now. So now let us discuss about CD. CD stands for continuous delivery and continuous deployment. Okay, so what do you mean by that? So let me explain you the difference between delivery and the deployment. Okay, let me say I'm the Asim. I have a Asim company where I receive one project from one client. Okay, the client is sitting in USA, right? I am in India, right? So I'm working for this client, okay? So in order to complete this application and hand over to US, okay? So the US team said that US IT team, which they gave me the task, right? They told me that please build this application. So what I'm going to do it, I have built this application with whatever the requirement. Then I deliver this application to team of US. Okay, so what they will do it, they will take this code and they will deploy in their environment. I mean on their services. Okay, whichever they have, let's say physical servers or Kubernetes cluster, any account depend on them. So they are responsible to deploy into their environment. Okay, this US team will have their own IT team, which they will maintain in order to deploy this application. Whichever I have built, they will deploy into their environments. Okay, this is known as delivery. Okay, so one more example I will tell you. This will give you more insights to you. Let's say I have built one application. Okay, let's say I have built one gaming application. Then I have created that application and I have deployed into Play Store, right? Play Store or iOS, Apple Store, right? iStore. So what happened? I have created one a gaming application and I have delivered that application into Play Store and iStore, right? So what will happen? Did I deploy this on your mobile, right? I'll say you that okay, please install this application, this gaming application, which I have built it. Okay. So at the time, what you will do going to do it, then let's say Raj, I have given the task to the Raj, right? So Raj, what will go? He'll go into the Play Store. I'm going to give it the name, let's say Asim game, right? So he will be searching this Asim game in the Play Store. Then he will click on this to install. Okay, install. So at that point, what will happen? This Raj will install manually this gaming in his mobile or on his laptop, right? On his laptop, anything. So at the point, what I'm going to do, I'm going to be delivering my application to Play Store and Store, so iStore or remaining platform, so that the users who are the user are interested to download this going, they will download and they will install and they will start playing on. Okay, so this point is known as delivery, continuous delivery. Okay, you got my point. So now the point is coming off. What do you mean by deployment? Okay, deployment in the sense we will deploy the application into Kubernetes, into their in the environments. Okay, let's say the same case, they say that Asim, you build the application, right, for me, the user client, and he says I don't have the uh, I don't have any IT team within our organization. So what you do it, this is our servers, right? Within the servers you install this application. So what we will do it, we are going to take this application, right, and going to deploy direct uh, s- into their environment, right, into their servers. Okay, so this is known as continuous deployment. Within this we will be having Jenkins part. So Jenkins will do automate deployments. Okay, so now in this part, let's say what is the second step. Okay, so let's say for example how we are going to handle in IS2 for second example of continuous deployment. So sometime you may assume that you have uh, let's say you have Instagram, right? You have Instagram application on your mobile. Okay, so today what happened, I have used Instagram, then I have rested and I gone for sleep. In the morning when I come, I see the Instagram UI has changed, right? You will see new UI. You may have experienced this, right? So in the morning you will see that the new features has added, the UI of this application changed, new feature added. So at that time what will happen, this is auto pushed, the new code has been auto delivered, right? Auto pushed and delivered to the customer and deployed as well. Okay, so in the morning if you check over here, you will be finding that this is auto deployed. Okay, so behind this will be a configuration management system that works. Okay, configuration management system. Okay, so it can be Ansible, any kind of application that usually works on push and pull mechanisms. Okay, so you got my point. So when we are only delivering and saying the client to deploy by the system, that is known as continuous delivery. When we are going to deploy this to the clients or directly by us, complete step, that is known as continuous deployment. Okay, you got my point. So this everything we have described. Now what we will do it, we will go to browser and we will search Jenkins.io website, which is official website, right? Official website of Jenkins. Okay, so Jenkins.io. Okay, if you check over, this is the official website. If you check over here, you're going to find this is a leading open source automation server. So by self, it's saying that this is open source. Open source. Okay, so that means it's free. You can download. You can follow the documentation. It is support hundreds of plugin to support building, deployment, and automating any project. Okay, so whatever we have discussed up to now, that everything this Jenkins is validating us. Okay, so now the step, if you go for over here, documentation, it's giving you the user guide, how you can install Jenkins, how you can write pipeline, manage Jenkins, securing Jenkins, system administration, troubleshoot, every steps, right? So let's go for installation of Jenkins. So now if you go for installation of Jenkins, then it in the left side you're going to find that where you want to install your Jenkins. Okay, so it's giving the environment you can install as a Docker container. Okay, if I open over here, then I can install in the Kubernetes cluster. I can install on the Linux operating system. I can install on Mac OS, Windows, and any another uh, file other systems as well. Okay, it supports all the operating systems and the environments available. Okay, so if I'm going for the Docker, you will be finding that Docker prerequisite is given, so that you should have your virtual machine of this GB of drive is required to installation of Jenkins, Jenkins Docker image and Docker container, everything. Okay. So in our use case, we will try everything to create on Linux operating system. If you have Linux and so on, then you can work on any environment, right? So if I'm going to click on this Linux, so you're going to find that what kind of Linux flavor you are having, so that this guide will help you. So in our case, we are going with the Debian family, that will be Ubuntu, right? But in some organization, they go with the Fedora or Red Hat enterprises always. Okay, so there are not major, there is only package difference of apt and yum. Okay, so if I'm going to click on this Ubuntu, then I'll be redirected. So minimum requirement over here, right? It's given as pre-request to have 256 MB of RAM and 1 GB of hard drive, right? Hard drive space requires. Okay, recommendation if you're going for the small team, in order to access your Jenkins with the user management, then is recommended to have 4 GB of RAM, right? 50 GB of hard space. Okay, in our case, we can go with T2 medium. Okay, that will be more than enough. So if you check over here down, it is stating that this is LTS version. That means this the Jenkins version is of long-term support. Okay. So what I have cross-checked up to now, I have checked for Linux Ubuntu. Okay. Let me click Ubuntu. It's stating that this is a Ubuntu version, right? On Debian and Debian based distribution like Ubuntu, you can install through apt. Okay. Package for Ubuntu is being used apt. Okay. So if you check down over here, it's stating LTS version is chosen every 12 weeks. That means it will have stable of 3 months per week. Okay, so it's recommended in organization and the practice as well to go with LTS version of any application. It may be Ansible, Jenkins, Kubernetes, and everything. Okay, then two type of versions is available for every application. That is beta version and LTS version. That is stable version. Okay, so you have to go with stable version. Okay, remember this point. So in this case, we need to copy this and execute. So here you're going to find this is a weekly release, that is beta version. Okay. So this release, the new release is progressively weekly to deliver big bug fixes, feature to use, plugin deliver. You can install with this version. Okay. But for the use case, we're going to go with LTS. Okay. Then later on, there are the steps required. Okay. So now the one more point is that if you go over here, let me show you. See, what are the software requirement of Jenkins? So it's stating that in order to install your Jenkins, your virtual machine should have prerequisite as Java installation. Okay. So it should be having Java installation, then it should have web browser compatibility. Okay. You got my point. So in this case, what we need to do, we need to install Java. So here also, if you check over here, it's stating that we need to install Java. Okay. So in this case, Java version is OpenJDK 21. Currently, it's supported for 21. Before it was supporting OpenJDK 17 as well. Okay. That means Java 17. Now it's stating that the latest support is for JDK 21. Okay. So we will install Java, then we will install the next step was our Jenkins version, right? Later on, you'll be finding the commands in order to access your application, to enable your application, to start your Jenkins. Enable in the sense whenever your virtual machine will be rebooted or you have stopped your instance, right? EC2 instance, and restart your EC2 instance, right? After stopping, you are restarting your EC2 instance. At the time when you restart it, automatically Jenkins has to be with the reboot. It has to be enabled up and running. Okay. Further, this is the command. Then we will start and we will be using status. For here, we are going to go with system control. That means system CTL. Okay. System control. From this, we can make it up and running. So now the point is that we have gone through our what is the, like as mentioned, the official website of Jenkins, and I've given the default prerequisite as well. Now, team, if you have not subscribed, please do subscribe so that it provide motivation in order to create further videos in this series as well as related to cloud and DevOps, right? So let's proceed further and we'll go and we'll configure everything. Okay. Now what way I'm going to do it, I'm going to create one EC2 instance, right? The installation of this part. I have already showed you what support we required for the Jenkins, right? It is supported for Mac OS, Linux, Windows, and other operating system, right? In the Linux OS also multiple flavor, Debian, Red Hat, right? So this way, then we will be installing Jenkins on virtual machine, Ubuntu operating system. For the installation of this, we require one virtual machine or server, right? So in our case, we don't have any physical server in my home, right? So I don't have. What I'm going to do, I'm going to use cloud computing concept, right? And I'm going to request AWS to create one virtual machine for me. Okay. So I'm going to go for AWS account. Then if you don't have the AWS account, you can check my channel over there and you can create, set up your free AWS account. Okay. So if you check over here, you're going to find I'm in EC2 EC2 services. Okay. So just you need to search over here EC2. Then after clicking on this, you will be landing to this board of EC2 services. Okay. So EC2 stands for Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud. The C is double, that means CC, and E is Elastic Compute Cloud. Okay. So here it's saying that you can launch your virtual machine wherever you required. Okay. So in this case, I can launch in North Virginia, Ohio, Mumbai, anywhere I required. Okay. So let's switch to Mumbai region, right? And please you make sure before creating EC2 instance to have the synchronized version, right? So I'm going to create on Mumbai location. Okay. So if you check over here, it's stating that launch EC2 instance. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to launch EC2 instance now. Okay. So here I'm going to give it the name as Jenkins server. Okay. So in the Jenkins server, after giving the name tag, then it's saying that please select OS image. As I mentioned here, what I've told you that I'm going to go with which one, Debian support, right? So Debian Ubuntu support. Here I'm going to check the image of Ubuntu operating system, right? Ubuntu. Then the latest version, stable version is 24.04, and this is being supported by Jenkins as well. See, if you check here over here, it's stating that 24.04. Okay, so I'm matching the same version. Then afterwards, architecture I'm getting same. Then here I'm going to go for T2 medium. Okay, T2 medium. Don't worry about that, that if there is any charges applicable for this as well, so I will be sharing you the video. With that, you can request with AWS to waive off your charges. Okay, don't worry about the charges. You complete this all the series videos, then later on when your bill is generated, you request for AWS to waive off it. Okay, you can go to my channel over here and you're going to watch this video, waive off AWS bill. The steps has been given. By watching this video, you can request for waive off from AWS. Okay, so they will review everything and uh, they will make your bill as zero. Okay, you don't worry about the charges. So let's switch back to our agenda. Then I'm going to go over here. T2 medium will create one SSH key, and we are going to use the same SSH key in the progress of this series completely. Okay, so I'm going to click on this create pair. I'm going to add it as Jenkins pair key. You can give it any name. Okay, after that I'm going to check on the PEM key. Then I'm going to create a key pair. Okay, that will be downloaded on your virtual machine download folders. Okay, then afterwards everything I'm going to keep it default. This is for the learning purposes, but in real time we will select which VPC, which subnet this EC2 instance should be created. Okay, for use case I'm going to keep a SSH traffic. Right, I'm going to access this virtual machine after creation. Right, so at that time I'm going to use secure shell protocol. The SSH port number is 22. Okay, with that SSH 22 I'm going to access this virtual machine later on. I'll keep it default. Then later on, I will add port number 8080 also. Right here, I'm going to keep it as 12 GB. Okay. Then afterwards, I'm going to select everything. Then I'm going to have the summary review. Okay, fine. My prerequisite is to have Ubuntu operating system. Then T2 medium is sufficient. New security group is being created, right? Then afterwards I'm saying SSH port to be enabled in order to access, so that's fine. Volume is created. I'm going to click on this launch instance. Right, when you create this launch instance, you're going to find that one IP will be generated. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. Then I'm going to find this one uh, IP. Right, let me just show you that as well. So when you're going to find the status in up and running, right, then I can access this virtual machine. Before that, you're able to find there is a one IP address is generated, but this is dynamic. When I'm going to restart this, because this series is going to be around multiple hours, right? So for that best practice, what I'm going to do it, I'm going to add one elastic IP. Okay, the reason is that when I'm going to restart this server always, then I'm going to get multiple IPs in order to access. So this is not the best practice. So you required a lot of authentication rework repeatedly. For that, what we will do it, we will go and we will request AWS to have one elastic IP. Okay, so let's go for elastic IP over here. Right, so elastic IP, there will be charges, but don't worry, I have shown you the video. Right, with that you can waive off it. Don't worry about that. So here in my account, I don't have any elastic IP. So I'm going to click on this allocate a elastic IP. So that will be static IP. It will not change in case of your EC2 instance up and running or stop stage or in the like pause state. Okay. So I'm going to click on this allocate. So now one elastic IP has been issued from AWS to my account, but I have not associated this elastic IP with any EC2 instance. So now let's go and associate this also. So let me check on this. Then here is going to give it as allocate, sorry, in this one is going to see associate elastic IP address. Okay, I'm going to click over here. Then it's saying that where you're going to associate this elastic IP. So I'm saying that I want to associate with instance, right? So I don't want network interface. So here it's saying that whatever EC2 instance is available in my account, that will be displayed. Currently I have only one, right? So I'm going to check out here. Then it's showing that which private IP you're going to assign this uh, elastic IP. So I'm going to cross check. It's giving me the existing one. then I'm going to click on this associate, right? So what happened, we have added this to one EC2 instance. How we are going to check it out? If you go over here, you're going to find this instance ID now had been added. Okay, this EC2 instance, which if I'm going to click over this will be redirecting again to the Jenkins EC2 instance. See, this is Jenkins EC2 instance. Now if you check over here, you will to find new elastic IP has been, right, applied already. See, 3.6, 3 and 249. So if you check over here, what is my elastic IP? 3 and 249, right? This page I have not refreshed. I have not refreshed. Like if I refresh, this IP address will also be changed. Okay, so let me refresh. Now you're going to find this will be disappeared. See, it has disappeared and it got new elastic IP. Okay, that means whenever I'm going to stop this EC2 instance, okay, and start it or reboot any kind of thing except termination, this elastic IP will be attached to this EC2 instance unless I'm going to disassociate with this instance manually. Okay, so now our agent of creating elastic IP and access in Jenkins server is fine. So now what we are going to do it, we are going to access this virtual machine, right? We have created, but we need to access this virtual machine. For that, you have one tool, that is MobiXtrum. You can follow any tutorial and install MobiXtrum on your virtual machine, on your laptop, okay, on your system. So this is a dashboard, right, of MobiXtrum. I'm going to click on this session. Then I'm going to go for which port to in order to access virtual machine. It is always SSH, that is port number 22. Okay, see, the port number 22 is default. So let me go back over here. Then I'm going to copy this elastic IP which I have associated. Then I'm going to go and paste it over here. I need to give host. Then I'm going to give the username. The username by default it will be Ubuntu for Ubuntu OS. Okay. Then afterwards is asking that use give me the private key. So I'm going to check over here. Then I'm going to give the path, right, the path of this key which we have downloaded. Okay, just open click. So now after this, let me go to bookmark settings and I will give the name as Jenkins server. Okay, that's done. Custom tab, let's give it some color as well. So let's give it as orange color, then click OK. So now what will happen, this our local machine will use my SSH keys in order to go and hit our AWS virtual machine, and the connection should be done authenticated using port 22. Okay, if my key are not valid SSH key, then it will throw error that the connection is failed. Okay, you got my point. So now it's stating that our SSH keys are fine. So now what I'm going to do it now, Ubuntu, I have one 172.3.1.6.1 through 1 IP. So in this case system, I'm going to use and rename this as, so you can use it at host name CTL set host name. This is a command. With after that I need to give it as the name of which I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it as Jenkins server. If I hit enter over here, it's saying that authentication is failed. Don't worry, I missed out to sorry second, I missed out to convert, give the root user access, right? So let me switch to sudo su. Then I'm going to execute this command. Okay, so in order to change that, I can go with adding sudo, or being the root user I can switch it. Okay, if you check it now over here, that the command is executed without any error. So now I'm going to reboot this, I'm going to refresh this shell, right, bin bash, and if you check over here, now you're going to find that this has been changed. Okay, you got my point. Okay, let me clear the screen now. So now when I've cleared the screen, so what we will do it now, we'll follow the documentation, official documentation of Jenkins. Okay, so here I'm going to go with Debian. So the pre-request is that we need to install Java. Okay, for in order to install the Java, first step is that sudo apt update. Okay, the best practice is that whenever you're going to create EC2 instance, first you need to update this EC2 instance. Okay, apt update hyphen y. Okay, so it will update our EC2 instance, right? Okay, the package is been updated. So the next step after this, I'm going to copy this, right? And I'm going to install this, execute this command inside our virtual machine, right? Paste and hit enter. So what will happen? It will fetch all the dependencies. The prompt is giving, do you want to continue? I am giving y, yes. Okay, it will fetch the dependency of the Java and it will install on our virtual machine. So if we check our progress, it's stating 6%. It should be completed almost 100%, right? So we'll wait for this. Meanwhile, we will check the command also will copy in order to validate that what is the version of Java which is installed, right? So it should print us the version of 21.03. Okay, it should be 21. The another can be anything like. Okay, so it's stating that the kernel has been updated, everything is updated, that's fine. Then let me paste it over here, the command, in order to check the Java version. So it's saying that Java version is 21.07. That means the prerequisite of Jenkins installation is now completed. Now we can go ahead and we can install Jenkins now. Okay, so what command we are going to go with? We are going to go with LTS version. So here is a command, just you need to come and click on this copy to clipboard, then go over here and paste it over here and hit enter. Okay, so it will install everything related to Jenkins. I'm giving y for stating that okay, I'm going proceed further for the installation of Jenkins. Okay, now if you check over here, it's stating that Jenkins has been installed, right? So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to go and review this. So what we have done up to now, before that we have fetched the key of the Jenkins. Then I have updated, then we have fetched the Debian package of the Jenkins. Then we have updated and we have installed Jenkins, right? So now if I'm going to check the status of Jenkins, right? Systemctl, I'll show you the command as well. Okay. So if you go down over here, it's giving me 4 commands, right? Systemctl enable Jenkins, systemctl start Jenkins, and systemctl status Jenkins, right? So for that, what I'm going to do it simply, I'm going to copy this command in order to verify that what's the status of our Jenkins, right? So I'll be pasting over here and hit enter. So it's stating that if you check over here, Jenkins.service, this is Jenkins is CI server, that's fine. And where it is loaded, it is in user on this the directory refers to folder USR library system d system Jenkins.service. This service is running in this path. Okay, and what is the status of the Jenkins is active and running. Okay, then after we're saying that the 45 tasks are there, memory is consuming this one, CPU is consuming this one, this everything is going all the way, right? So this is fine. Let me go with the control C to exit this. Okay, now the point we have status, we have created Jenkins which is up and running, right? So let me just click so that it should be zoom now. Okay, now if I want to make sure that this to be rebooted always, at the point of reboot the Jenkins should be up and running. Okay, I no need to go and manually execute start command. So I'm going to execute this command now, so it will make auto enable. Okay, so it's saying synchronized state of Jenkins service is auto synchronized. Okay, that's fine. Now this point is done. The point is that I need to go and enable the security group now. Okay, so let me go over here, let me click on this security group. In the security group I'm going over here, right? So I'm going to click on this inbound rule, then I'm going to add rule over here, and I'm going to say 8080 port. Okay, so just click on this 00, and I'm going to add it over here Jenkins, and I'm going to save it. Okay, so now I have added Jenkins 8080 ports. Meanwhile, what you can do it, you can go in the security group Then from the security group, you can add the port as well. Okay. So let's me go to now browser, right? And now the point is that I need to access the Jenkins UI, right? So for that use case, I need to go and copy the edit over here. I need to copy the IP address. Okay. So I have copied the IP address. Then I'm going in the browser. I'm going to click over here and paste it, and I'm going to give it 8080 port. So it's stating that Jenkins is being accessed because we have opened the ports, right? So it's stating that in order to access this secret key to access your Jenkins, you need to go on to your install version of the Jenkins where you have installed on your virtual machine and go to this path. In this path, you will be having one key. That key, please give it over here in order to authenticate, right? So with this URL, anyone you can access it, but the key is only with me, right? Because this version this virtual machine EC2 access is I have the access of that. Okay. Then if you're accessing the URL from the browser also, then also you cannot able to log in into this Jenkins. Okay. Because the key is with me, right? In your case, when you're going to set up your Jenkins server and you're going to install Jenkins, you will be having the key with you. Okay. So with that use case, just I'm going to copy this path and I'm going back to machine. I'm going to use cat and paste it over here and hit enter. Cat command is used to display uh, the file data. Okay. So if you hit over here, it's giving me one password. I'm going to copy this, going back again. I'm going to paste it over here. Click on continue. Okay. Then it's fine. Now is giving you the prompt that uh, plugins, what are the plugins are available that we need to install. It supports multiple plugins. Some are, most of them being installed by the default. Remaining additional plugin we need to install manually. Okay. So I'm saying that install plugin Jenkins community find more useful. So whatever the recommended is there, please install. Okay. So I'm clicking on this Jenkins install. So it will install the plugins and everything. Okay. So this is UI of your Jenkins server. Meanwhile, where is a path in which all your workspace and Jenkins will be stored. Okay, so the path is var library lib Jenkins, right? So if you go over here, if you ll hyphen a, right, to view in alphabetic order. So if you hit enter, you will be finding whatever the default directories required, that cache, Groovy, Java, right, will be available, like creating of jobs, plugins, right? Secrets, updates, user content, and users. Okay. If I'm going to create any user on this Jenkins, that will be added over there. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add username. Let's say I'm going to add is admin. The password also I will be adding, right? Let's say default. You can add it based on your requirement, but you need to copy in your document. Okay. So here I'm going to give it add the email address. I'm going to give it over here. So this username and password you required in order to later on access the Jenkins server. Okay. So click on this continue and save it. Okay. So now just I'm going to save this. So it's giving one URL. With this you can access Jenkins. So we know very well with this IP and this port number I can access. So save and finish. Okay. So start using Jenkins. Okay. This is a UI of Jenkins. Okay. You're going to find the Jenkins UI dashboards and everything you're going to find. Now here, as I mentioned that when I'm going to create one pipeline, one workspace will be created. Okay. Let's go to our topics, right? Titles, right? So what we have completed up to now, we have completed discussion of this, and I have installed this as well. Okay. So the dashboard is over here, UI dashboard of the Jenkins job overview. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you overview of the Jenkins dashboard. Okay. So if you check over in the left side of this, right, So if you check in the left side, you're going to find there is one new item. Okay, new item and create job refers to creation of pipeline. Okay, you don't need to be confused. Some they call as item, some they call as create job. Okay, here you're going to find as set up an agent. That means we are going with the uh, master and slave concept of Jenkins. Okay, like worker node and master node. Okay, so that if we require, we can add it from there. Then here is a build history. When if you are going to trigger any pipelines, whatever the build happen on the Jenkins server, that will be display you complete history of your Jenkins server. Okay, this is manage Jenkins where you need to do configuration. So basically manage Jenkins is a settings where you're going to add multiple like server configurations where you have credentials, you have tools configuration and everything. Okay, my view, and you have the status over here. By default, Jenkins can execute. That means there is a two persons executor. Is that means there will be two executors will be available in order to execute two pipelines. That means like progressively within a time, I can execute only two pipelines. Okay, okay, I can edit this with the settings which I will be showing you. Don't worry about that. So let me go to the manage Jenkins and I'll give you the briefing as well. So if I'm going to click on this manage Jenkins, this is the setting of Jenkins. This is the main part of Jenkins where you are going to add all the aspects, right? So what the aspects over here, let me give the overview. As I discussed that with this one, we can add the users, plugins, nodes, credential, global configuration, Jenkins data, jobs. Jobs are already displayed here, right? Excluding this, everything this is comes in settings. Okay, you got my point. So let me go over here and I'll show you. The system is global configuration, right? So if you check the our dash whiteboard, you're going to find global configuration. Okay, tools, you know, as I mentioned that we need to add multiple tools. Let's say I need to configure like SonarCube scanner, Node.js, okay, maybe Java version or different kind of, right, where we can configure on the tools. Okay, this is system for the server where you can need to add multiple servers. Okay, global server, that means I need to add SonarCube server, I can add it. If I need to add SMTP credentials in order to have post build action, right, that also I can add in the system. So if I want any additional plugins which are not available, that I can go in the plugin, I can add it. Okay, so if I'm going to click on this plugin, so if I'm going to check on install plugin, so you're going to find this and plugin. This all plugins has been installed when I clicked that install suggested plugins. Right? You remember while configuring Jenkins, there was on the UI board. It was one suggestions. Okay, with this one. Now I'm saying that no, I required additional plugins. Then I can go with here Sonar Cube. Right? So it's printing the Sonar Cube server. Okay, so that I can install. If this is displaying over here, that means this plugin is not installed. If it's not displaying over here, that means it is already installed. Okay, you got my point. So this all are there over here. Okay, so if the plugins is required for the update, it will be displayed over here. Okay, this I will be show you. Don't worry when we are going to create the multiple pipelines. Okay, so let's go back to Jenkins plugin. So if you click on this system, right, so you're going to find this system. As I mentioned, what is a home directory? I said the home directory for Jenkins is varlib Jenkins. See, I have validated you, right? Just where I'm here, varlib Jenkins. So this is the path where your all workspace of Jenkins will be stored. Okay, that's fine. System message I don't require. If I want, see here, I can create the executors, right? I have displayed you in the initial step that by default there will be two executors. I can keep one as well. Okay, but recommended to have two executors. So more than two pipelines is triggered, the third one will be in the queue. Okay, labels is fine, SMT is fine. See, Jenkins URL is fine. The same URL is over here. So if you go down over here, you're going to find like what are they required system timestamp. I can set any timestamp for this, right? Administrator, default URL, GitHub server, right? See, email, if I want to go with extended email notification, Then I need to add the credential of SMTP server, right? The port number and everything configuration, we can do it. So if I'm going to add SonarQube, SMTP server, or another related of any server I'm going to integrate, then I'm going to go for system configurations. Okay. Now, if I'm going to go for tools, in the tools you're going to find steps. Okay, so if I want to configure maven, I need to go for this maven tool. If I want to configure jdk installation, that is basically java installation, then I can go with this version. If I want to install Git version, then I can go with this version. So here is a Maven installation as well. Additional, we will install SonarQube scanner, right? I may need to go for another as well, right? But all we will progressively, I'll show you display. Okay, this is only the overview I have given. Okay, so this is fine. Now, if I'm going for now, this is fine. So what is pending from us is the new item. Okay. So if I'm going to click on this new item, one will be generated. Okay. That means it is directing towards the creation of pipeline. Okay. So whatever the name I'm going to give it, I'm going to give it as uh, pipeline one. Okay, remember that don't give any space between this, because in the linux if you give the space, it will be rated as two commands. Okay, so make sure not to give any space. Instead of space, you can give a dash, hyphen, anything over this. Okay, then it's giving me multiple steps. Okay, so if you check on the dashboard, right? Okay, as I mentioned that we have different type of pipelines, right? One is freestyle pipeline, the second is declarative pipelines. Okay, these two you can find it. I can go with freestyle project, and then I can go with pipeline. What is the two difference between is that this is only for the beginner friendly, where you don't have much information that how to write the code and how to write all the stages in the code. At that time, you can go with this freestyle projects. Okay, in the freestyle project, you will have UI. In this, you will having maximum CLI type content. Okay, so if you don't know what is UI, UX, CLI, then you need to go again to my Linux masterclass. Then you can cross check everything. You will have hands-on on knowledge. Okay. So now in the point is that I'm saying that freestyle project. Okay. So here there is a different as well. We can go with multi-branch in organization, but this will be later on. Okay. So let me go with the freestyle. I'll say freestyle. Okay, so one pipeline is initiated setting. Okay. So here if you find over here journal, second is source code management, trigger, environment, build step, post build action. In post build action, I need to give the credentials of what SMTP server, email notifications. So here I'm going to give it a test pipeline one. Okay. Here there is an option that you can go with discard orbit. That means if I have multiple builds, let's say I have created 10 builds of the same pipeline, so I don't need to keep the last 10th one, right? I need only latest 3 builds. So at the time you can give check over here, and you can say that I need to keep maximum 2 builds. Okay, or days based on your requirement. Let's say I want to keep only 7 days. Okay, and 2 I can give it 1, or I can pass these 2 criteria as well. Okay, it's saying the GitHub project, so I'm going to give it no, it's not project, just we are going to clone the code. Okay, then it's saying that this project is parameterized. This also I'm going to cover it. Okay, so now I'm not going to go with this parameterized build. Okay, then execute, and it's saying that do you have any source code management. So it's saying that where is your source code. So I'm saying that git, because in the plugin I have only installed git. If I'm going to go with a big bucket, then I need to install big bucket plugins. Okay, this is how the plugin works. Okay, then you'll be finding big bucket as well over here. Then I need to pass URL, right, that I need to give it. Okay, so I'm not going to go for this now. Okay, so here if you check over here trigger, it's saying that how you're going to trigger this pipeline. Let me to start this pipeline. If you want to trigger remotely, there is a provision. If I want to trigger this after 2 pipelines, I mean another pipeline. Let's say I have pipeline 1 and pipeline 2. Let's say pipeline 1 is front end code, pipeline 2 is back end code. I say that whenever the front end code is deployed, the backend pipeline also should triggered. Okay, so that means when pipeline first is done, okay, the pipeline 2 also should execute. With that use case, I can give it the command build after project 2. Here I need to give the project specification, but currently I don't have the project. I have not created any projects, right? Pipeline, so I will skip this part. So here also I can give it periodically. So here I can give the cron job. With the cron job, I can run this pipeline periodically. Okay, let's say that whatever the code the developer are pushing to the repository, let's say the volume is high, I'll say that okay, don't trigger always. So end of the day, let's trigger everything. Okay, so the time I can add is day in the midnight. Today, every day midnight, this pipeline should be triggered. Okay, this is GitHub webhook triggered post uh, polling. Okay, here this is auto webhooks will be integrated with this one. Whenever the new code is pushed on the GitHub repository, right? Whenever the new code is pushed on the GitHub repository, that will be continuous integrator or continuous deployed. Okay, based on our pipeline settings. Okay, you got my point. So whenever the code is pushed, that will be sent to Jenkins server by the URL payloads. Okay, so this I will be sure you. Don't worry when we also going to set up this. Okay, so that's fine. Poll SCM. Okay, this also there is a schedule. Then afterward environment. So what I'm going to set as the environment, the workspace which is going to create in this one with the job one, right? That need to every time to be deleted and need to be created one more time. Okay, so that means that need to be scrap whatever the available code that has to be deleted. New code should be pulled and to be stored and go for the another steps so that it will avoid any conflicts. Okay, secret timestamp need to be added, that's fine. I can go with ant as well if I require. Build step, here I need to give the multiple build step. Okay, so as I mentioned that, okay, so let me show you that. As I mentioned that whenever we are going to push the code, we are going to build that code, right? So what are the stages? The stages are, as I mentioned that this is going to go for the build stage, then test stage, quality check, right? It is going with the multiple stages. Okay, simple. The plan is done, code is merged, code is fetched by Jenkins, then it's go for the build. Then after build, it's go for the deployment if he write the stage of deployment. Okay? So let me go over here. Then I'm going to add step. So in the freestyle step, I need to define what kind of shell you're using. So I'm going to say that I'm going to go for the bin bash. So I'm going to select as shell. Okay. Shell means I need to write Linux commands. Okay. So just I'm going to write it as ls. Okay. That's it, ls, or let's say echo, and I'm going to give it hello world. Welcome to Jenkins master class. Okay, so I have written echo command, right? After this echo command, I'm going to apply now. Okay, so in the down, you're going to say that you need to add multiple steps. You can add one more step. Now, after this, if I want to add the gradile or any build stage, then I can add the build step as well. Okay, post dual action, I can say that okay, archive this artifacts. So whatever I have written the code now, right, in the pipeline, that need to be created and pushed as an artifact, right? So that is an artifact, that means it's a blueprint of your application. Okay, so it said email notification. I say that okay, please send the email notification. Here I need to configure SMTP server. This we will cover later on. Okay, just I'm showing you. So we can have multiple uh, push build action. Okay, so even we can delete the workspace after creation, after executing this command. Okay, so for this now I'm going to just save it, apply and save it. Now the pipeline is created, right? So pipeline is created, but I have not triggered this pipeline, I have not executed this pipeline. So at the point of this, next, if you see in the left side, it will give the status of your pipeline, right? The pipeline stage. Then later on, it will give you the stage changes, whatever changes I have done. The workspace, so one workspace will be created as I showed you, right? So if you check over here again, I'll be showing you the workspace is not been created. See, there is no W11 because I have not triggered this pipeline. Build is to build, configure is to edit, this is to delete. Okay, build, edit, delete. Okay, rename if I want to rename this pipeline. Okay, so let me just build this now and see the output. So what prompt it said that the build has been scheduled, right? So let me refresh now. So you're able to find that this build is got successful. When you see this is in the green and it's checked, then that means the pipeline is successful. If it shows in the red, that means the pipeline is failed. Okay. So if you check in the para link, is stating that the build is done before 12 seconds. Stable. This is stable because this is executed. And what is the latest successful build is 12 second ago, and the completed build is 12 second ago. Okay. So another point is that you're going to find that I have build with the build number of 1 has been completed. It was only one echo command. Okay, for the general purpose knowledge. Okay, now as I mentioned that this workspace has been created, right? That's why it's saying that 1 is created. Now if I'm going over here and if I LL again, hit enter, you're able to find that workspace is created, right? So that means whatever build I have done that has been stored inside this workspace. So let us go inside this workspace and let us see what is this. If ls over here, you're going to find the name of the pipeline which we have given. What name we have given? We have given pipeline 1. Okay, so that you can find it over here. So let that one directory is created. Within the directory all the data will be stored. Okay, so if I have 10 pipeline of the Jenkins, the 10 pipelines directory or the folders, you can call it folder or directory, will be visible over here. So let me go into the pipeline, right, into the pipeline, and let us check out what I have. So stating that I don't have anything. Reason is that I used only echo command. Okay. So what we will do it now, I'm going to go for edit. So how I'm going to go for this edit pipeline? As I mentioned, this configure is for edit. So I'm going to click on configure. Then afterwards, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say that mkdir. Okay. And let's create one pipeline one. Let's say we'll create directory of cloud awesome. Okay, this all shells is running, right, where I can execute all Linux. Okay, afterwards I'm going to say that let's create one file as well. So nano, and I'm going to say that index.txt. So what happened, I have added multiple steps now. Okay, so create one directory as well as one index.txt file. So now I am going to apply this because I have added something, right? So I need to apply, I need to save it now. Okay, so let us build now this. Okay, so now see it's stating that the build is failed. Okay, so now if I'm going to let me refresh this, stating this build is failed. Okay, so I'm saying that I don't know, I don't have idea why this build has been failed, and it's showing that is in the red color, and it's saying that the build is failed at 9.7 seconds ago, right, second ago. So what, how I'm going to check it now? So in this point I need to click on this, I'm going to click on this. Then afterwards is stating that the console is open. Then I need to go for console output. Okay, in the console output it will print you everything what it caused this build to be failed. Okay, so it's saying that nano editor was open but it could not uh, any text inside this. Okay, did that whatever is happening over here, right? So it's stating that running has been, I mean, the pipeline has been triggered. It has taken one workspace. That means the whatever the pipeline is working on pipeline one directory. Then it's saying that echo command has done successfully. It has created mkdir cloud asim as well. Okay, one directory is created, but while creation of this .txt tx file, this pipeline failed. Okay, so that means this two has been executed, right? So this second has to be validated now. So let me go and ls over here. So I will to find that one directory has been created. So now the point is that why this nano.txt is not been executed, is not been created. That means it has failed. Okay, it's printing you below as well. Say so the standard input is not a terminate. Execute shell build mark is failure. Okay, you got my point. So now if I check over here, it's stating that one directory is created. If I want to go inside the directory, I can go inside the directory. If I ls over here, you're going to see there is nothing in the directory because I have created the directory, but I have not created any file, anything inside this then inside this directory. Okay. So now let's go and we will stabilize this pipeline now. Okay. So let me go to the pipeline over here. Okay. Now this pipeline 2 is failed, right? So I'm going to go for configure edit again. And then I'm going to do it. I'm going to go for touch command is used to create empty files. Okay, you're going to create empty files. And one more thing, if the commands are supported by Jenkins shell, right? Shell, Jenkins shell, Linux shell, then it will turn into blue color. Okay, so before that it was not blue. If you check over here, see nano. Okay, so that point, touch command will do this part now. Okay, so mkdir, let's say I'm going to create one more uh, folder to, let us create one more folder. Okay, that is fine, and I'm going to apply and save it. Okay, so you're going to find first is pass, second is failed. Okay, so let me now build this pipeline. Okay, so second build is done and it's saying that the build 3 is successful. Okay, build 3 is successful, stating that build 3 is successful, right? So here it's stating the 7.7 seconds ago this build was successful, right? So if I'm going to check over here in the 3 click, then I'm going to go for console output, then you're able to find that this has executed 3 commands. First, echo hello world, that's fine. Then afterwards it has created one folder 2, that is one directory. Then it has created touch index.txt, and where in the pipeline 1 directory, right? So now I'm going to go over here, then I'm going to ls over here, then I'm going to find that I have cloud asin in the pipeline 1. Then now I have created with the pipeline 3 is a folder 2, and I have created index.txt also, right? One file. So you're going to find that I have created 3 using pipeline. This is a simple basic pipeline I have showed you. Okay, pipeline, this is I have executed a few commands to tell you that with the Jenkins how we can execute commands on our EC2 instance, and that will be saved in Jenkins workspace. Okay, that's fine with you. And now the point is that I'm going to go for the dashboard. The dashboard will have the data. Now it will print us whatever the pipeline you have. Currently I have one pipeline, that is with the pipeline 1, and then the pipeline status is showing that the successful is 1. It is 1 minute 25 seconds. Okay, and the failure was not applicable. It has not given that we can check edit and do this part as well. Okay, now being here I can edit, but what will happen, it will fail again because this folders and the file already existing on our directory, so I cannot create same, right? So this part I'm not going to trigger. So up to now what we have done is that we have checked out, right, completely operation system that OS supported by Jenkins. We have created one EC2 instance and we have installed Ubuntu Linux operating system on Ubuntu OS system, right? Jenkins server. Then afterwards, I have displayed you complete Jenkins UI dashboard, right, and job overview, how this dashboard look like, and even I will give you CI part as well, right, from the EC2 instance. Then I have given you complete Jenkins Freestyle project. Now whatever we have set up Freestyle. In the next class, we will do one small project for that as well. Okay. And today we are going to cover maximum about Jenkins declarative pipeline, right? Today. So let's go to the Jenkins, our Jenkins server, which we have configured on Ubuntu operating system. If you have missed out our previous video, please go and check out another series, right? Where we have already been covered this topic. So now if you check our dashboard, we have one pipeline, which we have right. And we have, I have shown you that how we can write one freestyle project in the previous video, right? So in this class, therefore, we are going to cover declarative pipeline, right? So for that, to create declarative pipeline, what we required to click on this new item, right? So before like configuring this one, let's get detail about what is a declarative pipeline, right? So let me just add the name first, right? Uh, then I will give it as uh, let me give declarative, right? As you mentioned that I have already said that you should not give any space within this. Okay. And then the second option, if you check over here, it's a pipeline. So here you can write with this use of code. Okay. So you can write the pipeline. You can differentiate different stages, and different environment you can specify using as a code. Okay. So let me check out this pipeline. Then I'm going to click on this. Okay. Right. So now if you check over here, there is a one dashboard has been opened where I need to give specific details in order to proceed, right? This is declarative pipeline, right? Pipeline demo. Okay. So you got my point. So just I'm going to give it. Then later on, we will check out this later on. Then if you check over here, this also will cover later on. Now, if you check over here in this pipeline, while getting to setting of this pipeline, it is giving some blank page, right? One prompt over here, we can write anything in the form of code, right? And if you check over here, it's giving us the pipeline. Define your pipeline using move it directly or pull it from the source code. There is a two option is given us. That means you can write the code over here, or else if you have any repository, GitHub repository, where you have a Jenkins pipeline code in the form of Jenkins file, you have written everything pipeline details right over there. You can directly fetch from GitHub as well. Okay. So how you're going to differentiate these 2 points with this one? The first option is always pipeline script. The second one is pipeline script for source code management. Okay. The source code management, I can go with the Git. If I want to add further source code management like version control system, then big bucket or XYZ, then I can need to add the plugins. Okay. So you got my point of the plugin as well. Okay. So if you need to add additional things into the Jenkins integration, then you need to add that plugin within Jenkins. Okay. So now in our use case, I have only Git. So in this Git, and I need to specify the URL and the path, credential, everything. Okay. This is a use case which we will be handling later on. Now the point is that let's say pipeline script. The reason I'm saying that if you don't know how to write the pipeline script, there is no use of fetching from GitHub repository, right? So the point, let's say that I need to write pipeline script. Okay. So if I'm seeing over here, then it's giving you the one option over here that can be clicked. Okay, you got my point. So now the point is here, if you check over here, you have different sample given by Jenkins server as well. Okay, so you can check it out if you want to go with the hello world. All right, here is a simple echo command is being used over here as we used in the previous freestyle project in the Jenkins, right? Got your point. So moving towards uh, towards writing of this script, let's discuss about what is the syntax being used, what the programming language is being used in this scripting language. Okay, here Jenkins supports the Groovy language, right? But the point is that if I'll give the differentials as well. Okay, so if you click on this scripted pipeline, you're able to find that it's starting with Node. Okay, if your pipeline is starting with the Node, then you should understand that it is written in which language, in the form of Groovy. Okay. Now there is one more option that is coming at declarative pipeline. Okay. So the point is that what is different between declarative pipeline and specific Groovy based Groovy based scripts. Okay. And the declarative pipeline is a Jenkins written domain specific language. So what they have done, they have used behind Groovy language but to make it as a reference to YAML, right? Where the human language easily you can write it with the key value. Here also same concept has been added to more just to provide more flexibility, right? In order to use this scripted pipeline, which is more like Groovy heavy. Okay, you got my point. If you want to break down this domain specific language, okay, so language base is Groovy, right? The scripting language for the Java platform is used Groovy. Then upon that, the Jenkins provided a specified pipeline DSL defined for specific language, right? Domain specific language on top of Groovy to describe CI/CD workflows in declarative way, where we are declaring some stages. Like for example, if you check over here, you're going to find that I'm declaring that stage is there. One stage is there, right? In the stage, I have one stage one. In the stage one, I'm going to define that the stage one is hello, right? You got my point. Then I'm going to write the stage consists of which step, right? I need to specify what kind of steps I require. So in the steps, I'm going to write it as echo hello world. You got my point. So this is the way how the Groovy declarative pipelines you can write it. Okay. So now the point is that let me delete this everything and I will show you the first point over here, right? So for that use case, what we're going to do is that we are going to write our own pipeline using the syntax. So now previous I have shown you the demo, what is you can take from here, right? So now we will write our own one, right? So you remember that whenever you're going to write, just you need to open here and I will show you one point. If I'm going to open the bracket and hit enter, automatically it will close one flower bracket. Okay. So this point is clear to you, right? So whenever you're the pipeline starts with pipeline. Okay, if you see the pipeline, you should understand that it is a declarative pipeline. Okay, so I'm going to open this flower bracket and I'm going to close this flower bracket by hitting the enter. Okay, so after this, I need to specify that which agent I want to execute this pipeline. Okay, agent refer for master and slave nodes. Okay, that means if you have the master, if you currently we have set up in our series only the master, right? So I have taken one EC2 instance. I have installed Jenkins on Ubuntu operating system, right? Then I'm going to use it. Now, if I have any worker nodes, that means I have a slave one, slave two, there I can define their name. Okay, what a name Jenkins slave name I have added into Jenkins, right? Jenkins settings. That name I'm going to specify over here. If I want to run this specific pipeline on that worker node. If I'm not writing that any name I'm not defining any worker node in this case, Jenkins will take any node which is available which is available on the Jenkins server and which is free. There it can execute your pipeline. Okay, so in our current scenario there is no nodes are available within us. Okay, so let me just give it as agent any. That means it will be executed where it will be executed on our Jenkins server on which our Jenkins is installed. That is the current environment. Okay. So now the first point I need to define the stages. Okay. So if you check over here, you're going to find that I have written stages. Okay. Stages. That means I can define different stage one, two, three, four, right? So you got my mind. So it is coming with S. Then I'm going to hit enter. Then I'm going to write it as stage. I'm going to define which stage I'm going to write it. So I'm going to go with the in brackets, right? In brackets, I need to define the stage name. Okay, so just I'm going to go with automation, right? Here I'm going to give like example stage one, right? Stage one. Okay, so after stage one, I'm going to open one more bracket, right? With the space, I'm going to hit enter. That means it will close the flower bracket by itself, right? So automatically it has closed. Then here I need to give it the commands which I'm going to execute in this pipeline, right? So here I need to give specific steps. Okay, so steps in the sense I can write like mkdir as been shown in the previous freestyle pipeline, right? Where I've shown you that I can execute multiple steps as well, right? So here also that goes with the same sake. I'm only opening the flower bracket, then I'm going to hit enter. In this block, I need to define what command I'm going to use. So here you need to write shell script commands. Okay. So simply echo. Then afterwards, I'm saying that welcome to Jenkins series by Asim Asim Devops, right? So simply, I have written one command like with the using each command. Okay. So if you check over here, I have only one state which will execute now. So if you check over here, you can cross check the syntax with this as well. So how many flower brackets are open in this syntax in this code, like in the script? One, two, three, four. And how many are closing? One, two, three, four. This should be equal. That means your syntax. There is no error in your syntax. Okay, in your code. If I want to intentionally delete this and hit somewhere outside of this block, then it will show this throw error with a cross mark stating that one flower bracket is missing. Please close this. Okay. So you need to review everything. Okay, I have missed out. How I missed out. So I'm opening this stage. This is closing one. Okay, this is with this. Okay, if I'm going to open this, I'm going to close this. I missed those to close this one, right? So these are two aligned. These two supposed to be aligned. Okay, so I missed out this, so I'm going to add this one. So if you find over here is stating that pipeline, so I missed out again. There should be pipeline. Okay, pipeline agent any stages, stage, steps, echo, right? Then afterwards I'm going to apply and save it. Okay, so now I'm going to execute this pipeline. So let's say that what is the result of our pipeline. So it's stating that the pipeline is success. That means it in the green color, right? So let me click this. Then I'm going for the console output. So if I'm going to go for the console output, it's saying that, okay, one workspace has been created with this name, right? On your Jenkins server. Okay, then within that you have mentioned one stage, right? First stage you have mentioned, in the first stage you have used echo command in order to print this. Okay, so then afterwards end of this pipeline, whatever the pipeline result is, that is being been printed. Okay, you got my point. This is clear to you now. Now what you may say that Asim, okay, that's fine, you're writing only simple one step. Can we write multiple steps as well? Okay, you can write it as per your requirement, right? So let's go and let's play within this. Okay, so now the point is that I need to write one more stage. So in the stage syntax, right, in this block only you should write different stage. You should not cross this stage block. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. Okay, then I'm going to hit enter. Below this, like, it should be aligned. Here I'm going to paste it. I can stage now. Okay, no worries about this. Now the point is that I'm going to copy this same stage I have mentioned above, right? I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. Then you should remember that you cannot write duplicate stage names. Okay, it should have the unique one always. So stage name I'm going to define with the stage 2. You can give any name of the stage which is related to your steps. Okay, so if I have over here cloning the repository from the GitHub, then I'm going to write is git clone, right? If I'm executing like build, deploy, I can give it anything. Okay, now here I'm going to switch and I'm going to use some shell scripting now. Okay, so the point is that how I'm going to write it. Okay, let's say when I'm going to execute any shell script in my pipeline, then what I need to do, I need to start with sh. Okay, now let's say I don't know anything related to that, how I'm going to write it. So simply what I'm going to do it, then the Jenkins has given one additional tool. With this tool we can use and we can write pipeline syntax. That is coming over here, the pipeline syntax over here. If you click on this pipeline syntax generator is being been displayed over here. Now here, if you check here, right, sample steps, you need to find that there are the multiple steps available over here, right? Like if I'm going with the Windows batch, if your Jenkins is installed on the Windows server, at that time you can go with this. Or if you want to change the directory, right, if we are going to execute any shell script, right, so I'm going to use shell script. Okay, so in this case I'm going to check on this shell script. Then I'm going to say that mkdir, then let's say give the name as directory in rsim n, right? Then I'm going to hit on generate pipeline. So what happened, it has created one command, right? With this command I can add into my pipeline. Okay, so simply instead of giving this, I'm going to give it with the S, then I'm going to cover in the destination, right? With a single code, just I'm going to, as I mentioned, that I'm going to cover this mkdir cloud awesome 10, right? So now I'm going to save and I'm going to apply and say I'm going to trigger now this. Okay, so now we will check it out the results of our pipeline. Okay, so if you check over here, it's stating that this is done. Okay, so if you check in the console output, you're going to find that this is executed by Cloud Awesome, right? The name I have given over here, and the stages is given Jenkins running on which workspace it's in pipeline to declarative. Okay, you can cross check this one on your server as well. Okay, and what is the first stage consist of? In the stages, first stage is stage one, which is just as printing hello to Jenkins series. Then in the second stage, is saying that you have created one directory with the name of Cloud Awesome with using shells command. Okay, so now in the later stage, in the final result, it has given as finished success. Okay, so the point is that this pipeline is success. Now what I need to do is that I need to go and cross check this pipeline. Okay, so just I'm going to go over with the workspace copy, then switch to terminal, then I'm going to use cd command in order to move to this workspace. Okay, if I ll over here, you're going to find that then I have pipeline to declarative, right, folder has been created. So let me go inside this pipeline to declarative. Okay, so if the pipeline is success, then I should find one folder with the name of what, Cloud Awesome. So this is visible to us, that means our pipeline got success. Okay, you got my point. So one more point we need to review over here. You're going to find this, there is two stages that has been done, but I'm not able to have the view on this with the stage view. So to have the better view, what we can do it, we can go with let me open, we need to install one plugin. Okay, so whenever you need to have the better view, or you need to have some additional feature from the default one, then you need to go with the plugins. So I'll be going to the manage Jenkins. Okay, then I'm going to go for plugin over here, then I'm going to search for stage view. Okay, this this plugin will have very beautiful view and it will give you the results as well. Okay, that's fine. So now if I want to just go right and let me configure and let us check it out our plugins, sorry, what will be the result of that. Okay, so what I'm going to do it in the stage 3, I'm going to copy this, I'm going to hit enter, then I'm going to paste over here. Now if I check over here stage 3, I need to give it, right, it should have different stage names. Then I'm saying that please create one more as a new directory with the name of folder of Linux 10. Okay, apply, save, and let me trigger this pipeline now. Okay, so it's saying okay, that's fine. Mm, let me refresh this, let me go again, and let me see what has failed. So see, it's stating that the pipeline is failed now. Okay, so you're able to find that pipeline is failed. Okay, so before there was no view of this kind of things, right? So for that, let us go to the console, and let me go to the console output, and let me see, cannot create RSIM file exist, cloud RSIM file. Okay, I'll show you the error what happened. Okay, see, the first stage has been passed. Second stage, it tried to create this directory one more time, but the directory was already existed, right? That's the reason our pipeline got failed. So what we can do it, just we will edit over here. Okay, then I will add over here, and I believe this pipeline. Let me cross check one more time. Okay, because of this stage one, all the stages have been fail. Okay, so remember that whenever the stage 1 stage 2 is failed, so your pipeline completely will be failed. Okay, there'll be no further process of stage 3 stage 4. Okay, so in this case I can go with Linux stage Linux 1, right? Let us add over here, save, and let me trigger now this pipeline. So you're able to find now over here, let's see, you're going to find that stage has been completed and it is printing us even the second took to complete this stage is different. Okay, first stage was completed, second stage is completed, third stage is also completed. If I want to check the logs, you're going to find that mkdir one directory is created, one folder is created, right? And if you check over this log, then you will be finding that one cloud 11 directory is created. Okay, so now let's go and we will verify this as well. Okay, so if I'm going to hit enter, you're going to find this uh, like 3 folders have been created. Okay, so this task of what, just to show you sample of our Jenkins pipeline, has been completed. Now you are going to wondering that, Asim, this is only the thing which we are going to do it in the organization. No, this is only the sample. In the real-time organization, you're going to write multiple stages. We're going to cover like kind of I'll give that overview as well. So it's going to be of stages of like build stage, test stage, quality check test, deploy stage, and different stages. Okay, there's different stages as I mentioned now, right? And that can be executed in your corporate, right? In your organization, different stages will be executed, right? It consists of multiple stages. You can have almost 8 to 10 stages. Then you'll have post build action, and different stages will be available. Okay, so this point is clear to you guys. Then now the next point is that I have given you sample of declarative pipeline. The in-depth project we will do it in the next episode. Don't worry about that. Now we'll go for the Jenkins slave master and slave concepts. Okay. So for this point, we are going to watch it in the next episode. Okay. The topic which I'm going to cover now is that setup of Jenkins master and slave setup. Okay. This remaining parts we already covered, but today I'm going to show you how you can enhance your Jenkins, adding multiple worker nodes into the Jenkins server. Okay, so for that we'll go and we will review first. Okay, the difference architecture over here. See, if you check over here, you're going to find that we already configured Jenkins, right? So if you're watching from this day, right? So what you can do is that you can go to my channel. You can find Jenkins Zero to Hero series. In that I have episode 3. In that episode, I have already mentioned that how to install Jenkins on Ubuntu EC2, and I have given demonstration of simple pipelines. Okay, you can install the Jenkins, then you can come to this if you have not installed Jenkins on your virtual machine, right? Okay, that's fine. Now the point is that let's build on this as well. See, I have one Jenkins worker node, right? That been working, that been hosted on AWS EC2 instance, and I have one pipeline also, couple of pipeline before, but now currently I have one pipeline which I have Jenkins master, right? Master installed on this AWS Ubuntu operating system, right? So now the point is that if I'm going to go for Jenkins, manage Jenkins, right? As I've discussed in the episode 1 and episode 2, right? So there is a provision of nodes. So if you check over here, it's clearly saying that add, remove, control, monitor the various nodes that the Jenkins run job on. Okay, so if I want to run some job or specific nodes, right, to give it more powerful for our Jenkins architecture, right? So let's say I'll give one example over here. I have one project, right? One project, that is one project has multiple pipelines, right, for the different environment. Let's say dev environment, prod environment, right, stage environment, prod environment, UAT environment, n numbers of this depend on the organization, right? Currently we'll go with the 4 environment. So I have, right, one project, I have 4 pipelines for minimum, let's say. So let's say our organization has minimum of 10 project, so that means I will be having 40 pipelines. Okay, let's assume that within that I have 25 pipelines running parallelly, so that means at least 10 pipelines, right, got triggered. So that my only Jenkins master will handle the load of this Jenkins of this all pipeline to execute different stages? No, it's not possible. In case of failure of this Jenkins with the load, heavy load and execution of the pipeline, uh, it will give a disaster to the organization. That means all our pipelines will be stopped working, right? There will be no automation execution in this process. So to give the more power to the Jenkins master node, what the provision came of that, you can add different nodes, right? Different nodes to your Jenkins master. That means if I'm a manager, I need more power, right? I need more employees in order to execute different projects. So the Jenkins have this project in order to execute new. So what will happen? We will add more, we will hire new Jenkins workers, and we will give that power to this Jenkins master so that he will decide, okay, this employee will this worker will do this specific pipelines, this will do this specific pipeline, this worker will execute this pipeline. Okay, for example. Okay, so you can add n numbers of worker nodes, and you can differentiate as well, that you can differentiate with this. If you have QA pipeline, you should execute this worker. If you have dev pipelines, then you can execute this pipeline. Okay, you can define that if you have prod production, then this worker node can be executed. Okay, this is also one provision. Okay, so now the point is that when I'm going to create one worker node on the Linux, how I'm going to add that how I'm going to connect that with my master node. Okay, before, this architecture was known as Jenkins master slave. Now they have gone as master and worker nodes. Okay, no issue for that. So here if you check, I have master node, this is a master node. Okay, this is a master node. Now I need to add a agent slave nodes. Okay, so the authentication method which we are going to use is that SSH. Okay, you got the point. So how we are going to do it? Simple prospect. So I have one Jenkins master. So I'm going to create one slave, that is worker node, master slave. Okay, worker node. On that, I'm going to create some specific keys, that is SSH key. I'm going to generate on the master, right? Master node. Then the two keys will be generated. One will be the private key. Okay, one will be public key. Okay, you got my point. This private key, okay, the private key which will be connected to master worker. Okay, master Jenkins, and the public key I'll be sharing with my worker node, which I'm going to connect with the master. Okay, so whenever the request come between these two keys, and the two keys are validate, then the connections take place. Okay, so you can give it simple example, the handshakes does. Okay, you know very well there is a handshake between when you're going with HTTP, HTTPS, right? HTTPS protocol. You know very well that when I'm going to go with SSL certification, right? I have covered this topic n numbers of on our channel, okay, in different projects. So what will happen? There will be one handshake between your client browser and our server. Okay. Here also goes with the same thing. In order to make authentication between this with the SSH, what will happen? There will be handshake between these two. Okay, you can take it as an example. So what will happen? This public key will try to hit on this private key. Then our Jenkins master will validate. Okay, this belongs to me. Then it say the authentication is passed. Then you can have the connection successful. Okay. So now how this flow will go on. Okay. Before that, already I have created one document also. Right. This document simple. What are the steps required in order to configure your worker Jenkins worker node, and how you're going to connect with your master node, and then how you can trigger the pipeline on this worker node. Okay, these are all the steps. Don't worry about that. I have created one more uh, repository. In this repository you'll be finding this guide as well, and I have sample Jenkins file sample as well. Okay, so now the point is that let's go for the lab version. Okay, so now this point is clear from your side, right? So let me add two more points over here, right? So the prerequisite of this is, whenever I'm going to connect this master node with the slave node, right? As I mentioned that here I require Java, because Jenkins is built on what? Java programming language. So if you remember that in the episode, right, in the episode of 3, I have already given the demonstrate of everything that I have installed the Java, then I have installed Jenkins. But in this case, if I'm going for the Jenkins architecture, where I'm going to connect Jenkins master with the worker node, you no need to install Jenkins on this. Okay, you just need to install only Java, because Java is a prerequisite of Jenkins. Okay, so that part we will cover. Before that, we don't have any EC2 instance that I can convert into Jenkins slave. Okay, Jenkins worker node. So let's go to our EC2 instance. Right from here, we will go for the lab now. So if you check over here, I have a master. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to quickly launch one EC2 instance. Okay, so let me give it as a name of Jenkins wor- worker worker one. Let's give it that. Then which operating system I'm going to go with? I'm going to go with Ubuntu, right? Then here it's fine. I'm going to go with 24 point LTS version, which is supported by Jenkins as well. I have given the demonstrate of this topic as well, right? So here, if I'm going to go with, I'll go with the free tier because I don't require heavy pipelines to trigger now. Just I'm giving a demo of this, right? So it will work for me T2 micro. Then in the key, if you are using existing key, you can use it. If I want to create it, I can create it by clicking over here. Let's give it Jenkins worker, right? Jenkins worker key. Okay, that's fine. The PEM I required. Okay, RSA I'm going to go with this. Click create key pair. Okay, that's fine. And then network and everything I'll be keeping this point. Okay, so we are going to set up now network, right? I can go with the default VPC, but we will cover this aspect also. I've seen most of the video channels don't cover this point. See, there are the some prerequisites. When I'm going to connect this master Jenkins, right, with the slave, or you can call it as worker node, there is a prerequisite that this should be available. This two should be created in single VPC. Okay, it should be in the single VPC, and it should have in one account. Okay, you cannot create in this one in the account A of AWS, account A and account B. Okay, so if you want to do it this one, then you need to go with the different like VPC gateway, or you can go with the with different prospect, right? And endpoints you need to connect. There is second scenario that, let's say this one is in the VPC A, right? Above I have given of account, right? And this is in the VPC B. Okay. Then the point, even you will feel you will find the hassle in order to connect. In that point, you need to do the VPC peering. Okay, you need to connect this to VPC, then only later on you can connect this master and worker nodes. Okay, in our practice we'll make sure that these two worker, this master and slaves, whatever we are setting up, that is in one VPC only. Okay, so in the organization you may have different VPCs, so for that you need to fulfill the requirements, okay, of this. So let's go back over here. So currently, if you know very well that the master also was created in the default VPC, and that was zone also. As I mentioned that it was in Asia Pacific AP South 1. Okay. So now this point is done. Now I'll keep SSH open. Then let's me give 10 more GB for this. Okay. Then I have review everything. Ubuntu I've selected, T2 micro or 10 GB. Okay. I'll be launching now one new EC2 instance. Okay. Now one EC2 instance is has been created, right? Now that has been assigned with one unique ID. That unique ID will be adding everything, right? Like volume will be attached to this unique ID of the instance, the security group, and even the billing will be attached to this point of view. Okay. So now if I'm going to check this box, I'm going to get one public IP. Okay. So I'm going to access this, right? With giving SSH, I'm going to give it over here. This specific, you know very well that Ubuntu, if you're going to configure Ubuntu EC2 instance, then the username is Ubuntu. Then I need to give it private key. I have just created one more. So I'm going to check out with this. Then let us go and rename over here stating that Jenkins worker node. Okay. So let me go with the color tab as well. So I can go with any tab. Let me go with blue one. right? And let me click hit OK. So now my key will be authenticated. See, my key has been authenticated. So it's successful. Then I'm going to log in into our Jenkins worker node. Okay, Jenkins worker node. So let me zoom for you so that you have clear vision. Now the first thing, whenever you take any EC2 instance, you need to update the packages. So for that, I'm going to give it a sudo apt update, and I'm going to give it a flag of y so that it should not ask me the prompt yes or no, right? Okay. So let's get the update over here. Then we'll switch back to master. So this is my master worker node, right? So now our system has been updated, right? So let's switch back over here to our worker node, our master node. So in the master node, what we will do it, we will create the key now, right? So how you can going to create this key? So you can find the guide from this. You can follow all the steps, right? So you can do it now. Up to now, as I mentioned, that I have created one EC2 instance in the same VPC. I have enabled port 22. Then I have access that using, and I have installed Java or not. No, I haven't installed that. So what we will do the next step, let's go and install Java. So the URL also I have given over here. With this URL you can go to the official page. Okay, if you go over here, you're going to find that the Jenkins in the Debian, right? If I'm going to go down, it's giving me the command in order to copy and execute to install Java. Okay, what version? Java 21. So what we will do, we'll go in the worker node and we will install Java inside this, because this is a prerequisite, right? Hyphen y. We check over here stating that Java 21.07 version has been installed. So our prerequisite of installation of Java only on the worker node is completed. Now what we will do it, now we will go switch to master node, and in the master node what we will do, we will create one SSH key. Okay, by using SSH key hyphen dash keygen. Okay, so this is a command, we can just pass it over here and hit enter. So what will happen? It is asking the form that what name you are going to keep it. I will keep everything as default. Add phrase, I know required any password, though I will keep it like the same. Okay, I will hit enter. Then if you check over here, stating that one key has been created. Where it has been created, it giving the path over here. One key is private, one key is public. It is in home ubuntu.ssh folder. Okay. So the point is that how you are going to differentiate this key to remember that which key is private and public. If you check the key name is coming dot pub, that means it's a public key. If there is no pub or dot private is given, then it's known as private key. Okay, this private key is very secure. You cannot share with anyone, so you don't share any key. If you want to connect anything, you have to manage with public key. Okay, so let's go inside the directory which is showing that dot ssh, because let me print you where I'm currently. So I'm currently in home ubuntu, so directly I will go into dot ssh directory. Okay, so if I ll over here, I'm able to find there is two new keys has been created. One is private, one is public. Okay, so the private key I'll be keeping over here. Now let's connect the public key, and let me use the command of id and dot public. So if I want to view this key, it's stating that let me just unzoom this. The reason that when I'm going to copy, I need to copy in one line. Okay, so it's printing me public key. Okay, so I'm going to copy this public key. Okay, sorry, let me just copy only to this point. Okay, then I'll be going over here. By default, in all your EC2 instance, you can cross check that one directory will be there. That is dot mean that is hidden directory, that is hidden folder. SSH will be available. If I ll over here, you're going to find there is a one file that is known as authorized keys. In this authorized keys, right, I need to add this key or private key. As I mentioned that I'm going to copy into Jenkins worker node, right? Where in the authorized keys. Okay. So let me switch back over here. I can use any editor. I'll go with Nano editor. You can go with VI, Vim, based on your requirement. Okay. So Nano, then I'll be going down. Then I'm going to paste this over here. Okay. So if I'm going to unzoom here, you're going to find that the key which I have just copied from my master, right? I have pasted in my worker node. I'm going to use Control X, Y, and I'm going to exit. Okay. So let us cross check and we will view we using the command of key that I'm able to successfully add it. Yes, I'm going to find the this is 202 SSH start, right? So if I'm cross check, it is SSH 202. That's fine. So one pre-request, right? One step what we have assigned, like what's supposed to do, that has been completed. Okay. So the part of connecting this is done. But now the point is that we need to go in panel in the setting and we need to do all the steps. Okay. So let me go to the worker nodes. This is my worker node. Okay. This is my worker node. So let me close this as well. So I need to go into the manage Jenkins, right? Then afterwards you're going to find nodes over here. If you check over here, it's already stating that add, remove, control, monitor the various nodes, right? I'm going to click on this. It's stating that there is only one node is available, that is built in node. That means it is what it is, a master Jenkins master node, because we have configured Jenkins, right? So that means by default it is known as Jenkins built-in node. So if you find here, I don't have any worker nodes added to that. To make more powerful my Jenkins servers, right? So Jenkins server, Jenkins architecture, I will add worker nodes to them now. So I'm going to click on this node and I'm going to give it as Jenkins worker node. You can give it anything. Then afterwards giving the prompt that it's a permanent agent or it's on like temporary. So I'm going to click on permanent agent, click on this create. Then it will give you a lot of prompts that you need to configure now. Okay. Description, I will add it as mm, let's copy and paste it because this is only for reference. It's fine. Now it's asking me how many number of executors you want for this. Okay. So that means if I'm going to run two executor, that means I can execute multiple pipeline in this node as well. So that what is the numbers you want to keep parallel pipeline to be triggered and executed on this worker node. So I'll give it as one. Later on I will switch to two and I will show you that as well. Okay. Now the path is that you need to give it the root remote root directory, right? From where you're going to create the workspace in your worker node. Okay. So if you remember that in the previous session, I have already given you the path on which, right? Sudo var lib Jenkins workspace. Okay. Oh, sorry. I missed out to give it CD. So let me give it as CD command. So what I did it. Okay, no problem. Let me switch to sudo su and I will give it a same over here. Okay. So let me switch because the Ubuntu does not have the permission. No problem, brother. Then I will hit enter. So now if you check over here, one workspace is already created by Jenkins. Okay. Because in this master node, I have installed Jenkins, right? So by default, it's creating the workspace in the Jenkins. Okay. Let me show you that as well. If I'm going back and LL over here, you need to find what workspace is created inside the Jenkins folder. Okay. Now if I want to copy this and I want to go in the same path over here, it will throw you the error. Okay. So let me switch to sudo su and then I'm going to go this path over here and hit enter. The reason is that there is no Jenkins directory available here. The reason simple as that I mentioned that I have not installed Jenkins on the worker node. Only what I have installed Java. So this is only the prerequisite of this master slave concepts. Okay. So for that use case, I need to define that. Okay, that's fine. Whatever you say, that's fine. But you need to give one directory path. Okay. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to go over here. So I will say, okay, create workspace in this directory because I don't have Jenkins path. If you want, you can create a Jenkins in Jenkins directly. Inside the Jenkins directory, you can create a workspace. But for the general purpose, I will giving the path, right, home Ubuntu. You can even you can give the path as per your requirement, like opt. You can give it slash opt, right. Here also you can create Jenkins directory and you can give this path. Okay, based on your organization or the requirement, you can specify one path, right, that you're going to follow it. Okay, so another point is that I am going to create workspace over here. So this I need to define in Jenkins. So that I'm going to copy here remote directory Ubuntu. Okay, then afterwards label. See, you remember that the label is very important. Whatever the label you're going to give it, the same you're going to call from your pipeline in order to execute on this worker. Okay, so that means Jenkins master manager, Jenkins manager is going to give specific task to this employee. That means I'm going to call that employee, right? Let's say Asim is going to give the task to Raj, so I'm going to call Raj, right? Come Raj and take the task. So if I'm not going to call Raj, then everyone will come, right? So if I say the please come, who will come? There is no definition, that there is no direct interaction. So for that, I need to give one label over here. Here I'm going to go with, okay, use this method as note this as much as possible, because we want all our works to be executed in which in the worker nodes. Okay. Now here the launch method. So what kind of launch method? As I mentioned that we are going with SSH protocol. Okay. So SSH protocol, I need to give the IP address of my worker node. So where is my worker node? Here I have the IP of this. Then I'm going to go for here. I'm going to paste it. Okay. So now the point is that how this Jenkins master will uh, connect with your worker nodes without any authentication, right? So whatever the step we have done as right Ubuntu user, right? Ubuntu user. But then the Jenkins, that Jenkins does not have the permission to go and access your SSH keys. Okay, it is not permitted by Jenkins user. Whenever you are going to create any Jenkins, like you are going to install Jenkins on your EC2 instance, remember that Jenkins user will be created by default. Okay, and that user will does not have any permission in order to go and check .ssh directory. Okay, so let me show you as well that cd home Ubuntu. Okay, if I ll hyphen a, so if you're going to check it, it's only the permission is for Ubuntu, right? So now what we will do it, instead of doing this, we will go and we will add the keys over there, right? So for that, I need to add the keys. And how you're going to add the keys in the Jenkins? So if you check over here, stating that there is no credential, right? For that use case, what I'm going to do it, I'm going to go for add, click on the Jenkins, then in the user password, then I'm going to go fit SSH username with private key. Okay, ID I'm going to give it as worker node. Okay, one, and description Ubuntu I'm going to give it as, you know very well that I have logged into what, I have logged into my EC2 instance of worker node with the username of Ubuntu. So same I'm going to give it over here. Now if you check over here, it's stating that you do going to give the private key in order to uh, provide that to your worker nodes. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to click on this. Then it's saying that it required private key. I'm going to click on this add. Now it's saying that please enter your secret below. So what I required private key. So where I'm currently into my SSH. So this is my private key. I can use the command again one more time to just declare this. So I'm going to copy from this and from this point. Okay, from starting to this, please make sure to copy exactly. Then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to paste it. Okay, phrases I'm not going to give it anything, just add. Okay, so credential has been added. Now if I'm going to check on this credential, it's saying that Ubuntu worker node. Okay, that has been added. So later on this asking that which strategies you are going to uh, play on this in order to verify your keys. Okay, so I'm saying that non-verify strategies you can go with a different as per your organization requirements. Okay, so this is done, advanced is done, everything is done, right? Keep this agent online as maximum. I'm saying that use this worker node as much you want to use it, right? So we are handling to your manager. Okay, so manager is what Jenkins master. So as I save now, then Jenkins worker Jenkins will try to connect with this our worker node. Okay, so let me go over here and let me go to the worker node. you're able to find that Jenkins worker node is active now. Okay, so it's stating that the free space is 6.6 GB. Okay, 0 byte and free space is available, and it has this like, if I'm going to go over here, right, and I'm going to go for monitoring data, right, and everything as I mentioned, right. So now if I'm going to go for the configure, able to know that label, I have given this label, right. So that point is that connection of as the prerequisite, right, connection of these two aspect for the EC2 instance, that is done, right, by adding Jenkins public key, master public key into the worker node. And even I have taken the key and I have added into the Jenkins server, Jenkins dashboard in the form of Jenkins nodes, right. There I have given all the details of this worker node, and I have given the key of private key. Okay, so the Jenkins will try to connect to this, and the Jenkins try to connect to worker nodes, and the two keys are valid because this is a private key and this is the public key. The two authentication gone success, then afterwards it's saying that the connection is successful, right. So that's fine. So this fine for me. If I'm going to refresh, okay, no need of this. Okay, that's fine. Now the point is that let's go and create one pipeline in order to execute this into our worker node. Okay, this is our existing pipeline. So after adding also, you're going to find in the left side, node name is given here, Jenkins worker node. Okay, so the name is Jenkins worker node. Okay, and what label I'm giving, I've given Jenkins worker node. Okay, so you're going to display over here the executors are only one. Okay, you remember that I have given only one executor while configuring. Okay, so where it is, I have given one executor. If I'm going to add this as true now, just to see what are the changes will be there. And, okay, let me refresh now. See, you've seen over here it's stating that 0 by 2. That means I have added one more executor. If your CPU of your virtual machine is high and you have like high RAM, CPU, and configuration is very strong, then you can add multiple executor as well. Okay, so this point is done. Now let's switch back to our pipeline. In the pipeline, if you go in the configure, you're able to find that this pipeline was triggered with this name, and I've already showed you as well, right. Before that, in the master only, I was having one worker node. Okay, one workspace was created from Jenkins. What I'm going to do it, instead of agent any, I'm going to call from what, I'm going to call my worker node to execute this pipeline. Okay, so what is the code? That code is already available in my key over here. Label, I need to give it in the two quotes, right, quotation. Then I need to give the agent name. Okay, simple. I'm going to go over here, label, then, and the name, what is the name of my worker node. Let me go to the configure, then I'll go over here, then I'll be copying this label from here, and I'm going to paste it over here, right. In your case, you need to verify while giving the name. Okay, label, spelling also like, right, label. Okay, after that I'm going to say everything. Now the point you need to check out that if my directory also exists in this case, right, in my master node, and this directory also exists because I have triggered this pipeline before, right, in our last session. So this pipeline should fail, but the point, it will not fail because the reason, this is all stages been executed on where, in our slave. Okay, that means our worker node, Jenkins worker node. So I'm going to apply this, and I'm going to save it. Let us test this flow now. Okay, so it has printed that it is successful. So let me go inside and let me go to console output. See, it was shown that this pipeline has been running on where, Jenkins worker node. You got my point? On the Jenkins worker node, and where the path is given, it is saying that home Ubuntu, because while configuration I have given this path. Okay, inside this path, Jenkins created one workspace. Inside this workspace, the pipeline, whatever name I've given, with name directory is created. Within directory, this then afterwards is have executed first state. The stage was only to echo this command, right. Then afterward I say create one directory, create another directory, and print hello. Now this I have given you what, I haven't given you the overview from the Jenkins prospect, right? The UI prospect. Now you may say that Asim, can you please validate through CLI? Okay, that's fine. Let's switch to our Jenkins worker node and where I am now, LL. Okay, so let me list this. I'm going to find that one worker space is created. Okay, workspace is created. Okay, it is done by what? By Jenkins, and time also is noted over here, right? CD, let me go to the workspace and LL over here, then you're able to find that the pipeline is successfully created one directory. Okay, the directory, what does it contains now? Let me go inside using cd command. Then if I LL over here, I will to find that one directory with the Cloud Awesome 20 and Linux 30 is created. So let me check over here in the console output. It is also done mkdir and mkdir 20. Okay, this one is successfully done, right? So let's go and review this our prerequisite. As I mentioned that what we have done, we have added Jenkins master to our Linux worker node. Okay, so now the assignment from my end is that please create two more agents, right? Two EC2 instance, install Java on this additional two workspace, two worker nodes. Okay, two worker nodes, install Java, then afterwards create SSH keys. Sorry, SSH keys already created, but what you can do it, then take this public key of the master and add into these two additional workers. Okay, and that means EC2 instance. The same flow you just the flow which I have demonstrated you, the same flow you follow up, you add in the view. Okay, after that go to the Jenkins dashboard, then you follow again and you add two more worker nodes. Okay, then afterwards use the same pipeline which I have just displayed you, right? And you can even get from our Jenkins our this repository. From here you can take the code. Okay, whatever name you're going to give it, different names, and try to execute. Okay, let give node 2, node 3. Okay, and test this complete flow, right? This will be your interview question as well. So get on the hands on this master and slave architecture, and don't forget to share, subscribe with your friend. We will be closing this session now. Jenkins user management, basically it's a role based access control, right? Where I will give the demonstration, right? If you have the knowledge of the development, then you will second my claims what I'm going to say, right? Any application, any software, right, which is built, if does not have any role based access permission within that application, that cannot going to be stand in the market, right? Every application should have access control. So role based access authentication strategy will provide us the access control, so that in our application users can have different permission, differ from different employees, right? As I mentioned, so that we can control their access, we can revoke them, and we can add more permissions in order to execute different type of responsibility and their jobs, right? So the Jenkins also do have this role based access strategy, right, in the form of plugins. Okay, by default Jenkins does not provide any role based access authentication. We can achieve this through the plugins that I will show you the demonstration, right? So where we are going to benefits with the Jenkins user management, right? When you are working in the organization, the Jenkins server is being used by different teams, right? Let's say for example you are the development team, right? One of your development team, they are using your Jenkins in order to test their uh, pipelines in the development environment, that is dev environment, right? Even you have tester, basically it's a QA team, they have their own setups of the Jenkins pipeline, right? They are going to test their pipelines in different environment, let's say UAT environment or stage environment, for example, right? So in this case, you will be having admin, you will be having Jenkins administrator, you'll be having the manager, you having the developers, you'll be having the DevOps team. You're going to have tester team. Different teams will be available in your organization, in your projects, right? So how do you manage the access to the Jenkins? So if I'm going to give the full access to the employees for all these teams, then there will be mess. You cannot have the audit, and you cannot give the specific roles or specific permissions of this pipeline to these employees. Okay, employees and the different team. In that case, you are going to compromise with the security, right? And you cannot go for the auditing in order to check what is caused by which team or which team member. Okay, in this time, in this scenario, right, the role based authentication comes into the play. Okay, so let's jump to the lab. Before heading towards the lab, let's go to our channel, then we will confirm this part as well. So you have given the supports, thank you for the supports. So at least I have subscriber of my viewer is 25%. Please do subscribe so that my subscription gets increase in terms of the subscription. Currently I have only 25% of my viewers have subscribed this channels. In order to get the latest update from our channel, please do subscribe. Okay, so let's jump now to the lab. Okay, and we will see everything over there. So this is the one which we have pre-configured, right, in the lab of third, fourth, and fifth, right? So if you don't know how to set up Jenkins, you can watch my episode of the Jenkins series, third one. There you can set up with this following the tutorial over there. Okay. So now the point is that let's go and we will try to see what is the difference before plugin and after the plugins. Okay. So we are into the manage Jenkins. In the manage Jenkins, you are going to find user one in the security. One is user, second one is security, right? So in this user, you're going to see that I have I have not created any user currently. Okay, so I do have only one user with the name of Cloud Asim, and who is he? He is a admin. Okay, so admin does have the highest level permission in any application, right? So here also in the Jenkins, admin has a super admin, or you can say their highest level permissions. Okay. So when I'm going to go for the manage Jenkins, then I'm going to create some users. Okay. Let's say example, this is a admin as I mentioned. I'm going to create one user. Okay. So let's say I'm going to create this Asim. Okay. Before that, what we will do it, we will create one global, right? Global user. Okay, that means we will review this as well. Okay, which we have missed it. Okay, see, before heading towards the lab, let's review this part as well. So this can be achieved with two types. Okay, one is global. That means what I can do it that in the terms of this, right? So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to create one employee role, right? So employee role, right? I have an organization. In the organization, I have a Jenkins. In the Jenkins server, I have highest level permission to admin. Usually, this is a hierarchy in any application. Okay. So after this, I'm going to create one more role with the name of employee. Okay. So employee will have all the view access of my Jenkins pipeline, right? Jenkins pipeline or Jenkins setup and everything. Okay. So usually I will create employee with the read view access only. Okay. So whenever I'm going to add the user, okay, let's say I'm creating one user, Asim, for example. Okay, for example, Asim, and I'm going to add this to employee group, employee role. I'm going to assign to this. So what he can do it, he can read and view the pipelines. Okay, whatever the pipelines we have created. You got my point. The second one, we're going to specify this based on our pipelines. Okay, this we will check in the next use case. So let's fix this use case, then we will fix the second use case. Okay. So let me go back over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one employee. Okay. So before that, what I'm going to do it, I'm going to create Asim. Let's say I'm going to create Raj. Okay. Raj is global, right? Global. Just I'm giving a reference in order to know that the username. Okay. I'll be giving global permissions. Okay. Then I'm going to give it user Raj, permission Raj, and let me give it as Raj. Okay, then I'm going to give it raj at gmail.com. This is a dummy email. Then let me create this. Okay, this one I think I need to give it more, right? So simply I'm going to give it 1, 2, 3, right? I'm going to create the user, right? So now you got it. The point is that what I've done, I have created the user and the password. Okay, so what I will cross check that whatever user I've created, I'm able to log in this user into the Jenkins or not, right, using these credentials. So let me go inside this, let me open one incognito mode. You know very well that using incognito mode, then I can use I can log in with a different user. Okay, so let me copy this IP address of my Jenkins hosted, and I'll be going inside here. I'm going to paste it, then I'm going to hit it. So when I'm saying okay, it's unsecure, no problem, I know very well, right? So here it's asking me the username and the password, Raj, and what I was given over there. Let me cross check one more time. It was global. Okay, Glo- global. Okay, then Raj 1, 2, 3. Then let me log in into it. Right? So the credentials are working fine, right? The user which I have created, I am able to see this, all this kind of like whatever I have been hosted on my Jenkins server, I am able to see, right? So if I'm going to go over here in the pipeline one, and I have multiple stages right over here, so this is not the best practice that to expose all your pipeline to your employees, right? So what we will do it now that we will revoke the access of this user, right? In order to give him only the view permission of this, right? So let me switch back over to the Jenkins over here, right? If I'm going for, let me go to the manage Jenkins, right? So let me go to the users, right? Users I have already created. Now the problem is that Jenkins Raj global user, right, whichever user I've created, he has the full access of Jenkins. So how do I restrict now as per my requirement, right? As I mentioned that in I have as I have as I have manifested in the video, right, in the initial setup, that I'm going to give it a only read and view permission. This for this, what you need to do, you need to have one plugin with the name of role based auth strategy. Okay. Before that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go for Jenkins, right? In the Jenkins, right, in the manage Jenkins, I will show you that why we require to install that plugin and what will be effect after the plugins, right? So if I'm going to the security, right? So in the security part, then you say that security realm, this is Jenkins own user database. Then the authorization, if you click here, I don't find any plugin with the name of role based access. Okay. So for that use case, what I need to get, I need to go for manage Jenkins. I will open again into the new tab, right? Then I will go for the plugin. In the plugin, I will be searched in the available plugins. Okay, I need to check on this. Then I'll be searching the new plugin, which is role based accent. So it's showing that this is a role based access plugin, right? This plugin, and it will enhance your security with a tag, and it's saying the authentication and user management can be achieved with this role based authorization strategy. It enables user authorization to user role based strategies, right? So Jenkins will get one advantage that it can apply role based access strategies, and this is provided by, as it is open source application, it is provided by our contributors, developers who are writing these plugins and providing to the Jenkins. Okay, so it is recently released with the update version. Okay, so there is a big shout out to them. Okay, to maintaining the Jenkins plugins. Thank you very much. We highly appreciate your efforts. Okay, so now what I'm going to do it, I'm going to check on this, right, and I'm going to install these plugins. So it's stating that the role-based authorization strategy is plugin is getting success and everything. It's saying that you can start using this install plugin in the right way. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to restart and let recheck that is this option is coming up or not in the authorization. It's stating that yes, that means now I'm going to receive role-based access strategy. That means adding this plugins and given one more feature enabled in the Jenkins, right? So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to apply this on, right? Apply this on my Jenkins server. Currently, what happened, as I mentioned that I have created one user with the name of Raj, right? Raj Global. With this, he can view everything now, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm globally on the Jenkins server, whoever the user is there on that, I'm going to send role-based strategy. Okay. With this role-based strategy, I'm going to go on below everything. Okay, everything. Then apply and save, right? So apply and save. As I'm going to apply role-based access to my Jenkins server, right? So what will happen now? So what I'm going to switch back to my user Raj, and I'm going to refresh. As I'm going to relog in into Jenkins, I'm able to find this now stating with the state as Raj Global is missing the overall and read permission. The reason is that our Jenkins server, basically software, is applied with the role based permissions, right? Role based feature is enabled. Okay, so now what will happen? I have now I'm going to go and uh, give some permissions to Raj in order to access the read and write permissions. Okay, so simply what I'm going to do now, I'm going to switch back to my Jenkins admin access. As I mentioned that what I'm going to do it, I'm going to do with the administrator, right? So I'm the admin currently of this. So I'll go back to Jenkins, manage Jenkins, right? In the manage Jenkins, you're able to find there is a one new has been added. Okay, this was feature was not enabled when I've checked out in the security, right? With the plugin enabled in the security, then I'm seeing that handle permission by creating roles and assigning to them as a users and the group. Okay, so now you're able to find that admin have all the permissions. Okay, and it's stating that admin permission cannot be deleted or edited. Okay, that's fine. So role, let's add it as let's say employee. I'm going to create this. Okay, and when where I'm going to create, I'm creating in the global roles. Okay, so global rules, I'm going to add one rule. I'm saying please add this rule. Okay. So now the add rule is there, and what permissions I'm going to give it to this add rule. So simply what I'm going to do, this Raj is a new intern which is joined as a Devops intern to under our team. So I say that it's not a big practice to give me the build right permissions, right? It's not possible him to build our pipelines. So simply what I'm going to do, I'm going to give weird read, view read. Okay. Then afterwards, I'm saying job read. Okay. Job read. Then I'm not giving any credentials, agents also I'm not giving. And then I'm going to give it as read permissions. Okay. I'm not giving admin permissions to them. Okay. That's fine. I've added one role. This is a global role. Okay. Then global roles come with the employee name. Then I'm going to apply and save it. Okay. Nice. So now you're going to find that I have created one role that is name of employee. Okay. And the employee role has what is the permissions? He has only read permissions. So I need to assign this role to that user, right? So let me give the review over here. Right. Simply let's understand this part. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one new role, custom role with the checks of this role I have created, right? This role I need to assign to one user, right? In order to apply that. Okay, so for that use case I need to switch back over here, right, into the assign roles I have opened in this. Then it's saying that okay, this is admin, I'm not going to change it. Okay, after that let me add the user. What was the username? Raj dash what was his name? Let me just go back over again. And global, I think, let me just check it out. Raj global, right? Let me copy this user ID. Okay, let me cross check. Okay, And now it's saying that you have added one Raj user which is on my Jenkins server. Okay, already I have added in the users, right? So in the users I have already added, because this Raj was added in the Jenkins user, then I'm able to add it over here. If if does not exist in the Jenkins user management, you cannot add it over here. Okay, so I have added over here. Now it's stating that this role should be added into admin roles or the employee roles. Okay, so how many roles do I have currently? Okay, so if check here, I have two roles. I have admin roles, then I have employee role. Okay, so I'm saying that please add into employee role. Okay, you got my point. This two is done. So after that, I'm saying apply and save it. You got my point. So if I'm going to over here, so what happened? I have created one employee role. This is admin was a default role. Then in the employee role, I'm going to add Raj. And employee role has what permission? Read permissions only. So now I'm switching back to Raj, and I'm going to refresh this. So I'm able to see that I have read write permissions now. I'm able to view views. Let me see that. See, I'm able to find this, that I have pipeline view permissions. I don't find here build pipeline. Okay, let me go over here. You able to find, is there any option over here to build it? No, I don't have, right? So that means I can give my any intern or any, let's say any manager, right? Any manager, your manager also, anyone. If you have anyone, if the use case is coming with this one, you can handle with this role based strategy. Okay, this is the only simple I will explain to you. The second the use case, this is very important, right? This is the one which is missed by many of your YouTubers, right? They have missed these parts. Okay, see, as I mentioned, that second part is very important. As I mentioned, that Jenkins will be global. As I mentioned, that you will be having Jenkins server, then you have Jenkins worker nodes connected to the Jenkins server to give the scaling of your Jenkins. Okay, CI/CD pipeline. You will be having master and slave architecture to make it more powerful for your Jenkins users, right? Then you have, let's say you have 10 projects in your organization, and I'm the admin, for example, of this Jenkins server. Okay, and under me, that means in the Jenkins server, and we have a different teams in the organization. As I mentioned, that we have a dev team, we have a tester team, we have a DevOps team. Okay, DevOps team. Then you may have any security compliance team, and then you have management team. Okay, let's say Scrum management or anyone else. Okay, so at the point of time for this list, we'll take the three example of this. So I'm saying that developer DevOps team can see all the pipelines irrespective of any project, because he's the one who's going to maintain and set up the pipelines and build and test everything. I'm saying that development developer will have only permission to dev pipelines. Okay, you got my point. Dev pipeline. Tester will have only permission to testing pipelines. You got my point. Okay, so this can be handled with that, with this second use case. Okay, this is very important in order to make it, as I mentioned, in order to make it, in order to manage the level of authorization. Okay, only the authorized and critical performance actions, right? From critical action, we need to provide create different role, and different roles will have different specific path in order to view that and trigger that pipelines. Okay, so for that use case, what I'm going to go in, I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to create few more roles. Okay, for that use case, you need to come over here in the item roles over here. Okay, so up to here you are seeing with the global roles. Now what you're going to see in the use case, we are going to handle with what, with the item roles. Okay, so what I'm going to do it, I'm going to create this role as a dev. Okay, and dev role. Okay, I'm going to create it as developer, right? I'm going to create new role as a developer. Here I need to give the pattern in order to check it. Or let's say as example, I'm going to say that if my pipeline is starting with the dev name, right? Dev dot, let's say bingo application, right? Dev dot hotstar pipeline, which we have on our channel. Okay, you can see this DevSecOps projects. Okay, let's say I have this pipeline. That means dev team will have only access to this starting with the dev. Okay, if the pipeline name is starting with the dev, it can be any application, right? It can be any application starting with the dev name. Then this development will have access to that. Okay, they can build, they can test, they can do anything. Okay, irrespective of this, they will not be having any access. Okay, how do we going to achieve with this? So simply to achieve this, then you need to pass some string over here. The string is the def dot and string, you need to pass it. That means you need to give a wildcard over here stating that after dev it can be anything, right? As I mentioned, let me view this. Dev dot or dev underscore bing dev underscore hotstar, any kind of thing, whichever is starting with dev dot and the star means wildcard. Back after dev, it can be anything that all pipelines will have, the developer can have the permission to view it. Okay, you got my point. Then afterwards, I'm going to say that template is fine. Then role to add it. Then I'm going to click on this add role. Okay. So as I click on this developer role name pattern dev, then I'm going to say that what kind of permissions does he need to have it. Okay. So I'm saying that he should have the job creations, okay, deletion, anything, right? Just he cannot run this pipeline. Okay, so let's give, for a use case, let's give all the permission. Later on we will revoke this, no problem, right? Okay, this all I'm going to give it. Okay, so then afterwards I'm going to add one more role stating as tester. Okay, so here I'm going to give it as test. Okay, I'm saying that if the same concept goes with this, whichever the pipeline is coming with the test, right? Pipeline is starting with the test, he can view only this part. Okay, you got my point. So test dot wildcard star refers as in the software as wildcard. Okay, so here also none. I'm going to click on this add, so it will be visible over here. The game goes with the same thing. Okay, I'm going to give the permissions of this to the tester. Okay, so what I've done, I have created two roles with this specific permissions. Okay, so apply and save it. As I have added two roles over here, you're going to find two roles over here. I need to add the users as well in this, right? So let me refresh over here. You're going to find this new items will be refreshed. As I'm going to refresh over here, you're going to find few options over there. Okay, so who are there? Let me review. Okay, see, you're going to find two new roles has been added over here, right? Two roles has been added. Now, how many user do I have currently in the Jenkins? I have Raj. So I will not disturb this one. So simply I'll go again to the manage Jenkins and I will create new two users. Okay. So let me go with the new users, right? And I will click on this user. Then I will say that Asim dev. Okay, just to remember this, this is the Asim from the dev team. Okay, and I will give the password Asim. Let me give it Asim at gmail.com and create user. Okay, I have created Asim dev. Got it? Then I'm going to create one more user with the name of Akaram. Okay, Akaram tester. Let's say Akaram is a tester, right? Then afterwards, I'm going to add it over here. Then I'm going to give it the name. Okay, so let me know that team how you're going to uh, going to let me know that how you're feeling with this test cases being handling. Okay, so this I feel that need to be addressed, so I'm adding this as well. Okay, so this how many I have added? I have added sim tester and dev tester. Okay, so let me go to one more. Let me open one more incognito mode, right? And then I'm going to paste this URL of my Jenkins server over there. Okay, so over here, let me go over here. No, it will add me Raj is opening over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do it, let me go and open here in the incognito mode. Okay, in the different browser. So let me paste it over here. So what happened now is asking me user and password. So what is the username? Let me go, let me close this. Okay, so you're going to find this that asim dev, right? So let's handle this first. So where am I? I'm going to open new private. Let me go paste it over here. So now what I'm going to do it, I'm going to give it just a second. What was the name of this? Was Asim Dev, right? It over here, right? Then I'm going to give the password and I'm going to give go inside my Jenkins server. Okay, now it's saying that the access is denied. The reason is that, see, as I mentioned, that I have created the user, but I haven't added the user into specific. I have not added specific role to that user, right? So now what I'm going to do it, I'm going to take this user, ask him dev, and I'm going to add first here the user. Okay, so user is added. Now is saying okay, no problem. So asim dev. Okay, so dev asim dev should be in the developer team. Okay, so this is done. So later on the same will go with the tester. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to add Akram tester. Just a second. Akram tester, right? New user. Akram tester. Click OK. And I'm going to add where into the tester. Okay. Tester role I'm going to assign to Akram because Akram I'm defined that Akram is a belongs to testing group. Okay. So this is done too. I have added the permissions and I'm going to apply and I'm going to save it now in order to apply the uh, changes what I have added, right? Roles and permission. So if you check over here, Akram has been added to tester group, Asim has been added to development team group. Now, if I'm going to go and refresh over here, the Asim, right? And I'm able to find there is everything is blank now. Okay, that's the reason. Let me see it over here. Let me go to missing overall. Okay, no problem. So what is missing now? As I mentioned, let me go over here. See, let's point out. I have created the users. I created the roles. I have assigned specific permissions to them, right? So let's cross check the permissions what I have added over here, right? Go to manage Jenkins and let me go to manage roles, right? In the roles I have created tested roles with all the credentials and everything, right? So that's fine. Now what I'm going to do it, I'm going to create the pipelines with these names. Okay, so click on the new items, then I'm going to save it as dev, right? Dev pipeline. Okay, just to give it as, and let's say dev uh hotstar. Okay, this is for the hotstar application, which is the environment. This is a development environment. Okay, Hotstar is application which we have already covered this uh, in our channel. Okay, so if you come over here, you're going to find this project. I'm referring to this project now. Okay, so you're going to find pipeline. Okay, simply okay, that's fine. I'm going to give it as dev environment, right? After the dev environment, I'm going to take the sample of, let's say, hello world, right? I'm going to apply save, right? I'm going to build it now. Okay, yes, that's fine. Build it now. I think I have just not used, not, no problem. Let me see. So you're able to find that the dev pipeline is done, right? Okay. So now dev pipeline is done. I have login with the dev credentials, and let me refresh now in order to review this. Am I able to have this? If you check over here, you're able to find that there is a one error, right? Asim dev is missing with the overall read write permission, right? That means there is some issue with our permissions which we are not fixed it perfectly, right? So let's go switch back again to the Jenkins. So this is the I have, right? Now it's stating that okay, that's fine. Employee is there. I have given all the permissions. Just I don't have the permission. Global role permissions have not been given, right? So what I'm going to do, let me create one with the same name as items roles. Okay? So I will create one new role. Okay, to apply the changes, right? So what I'm going to say it, apply item roles. One role is been created. For that role, I'm going to give it only read access. Okay, this is only the error which has been recorded just now, right? So if I'm going to check over here, it's saying that Asim Devs is missing the overall read write permission, right? To fix this one, I have created one more global role with the name of item role, right? For this, to give it centralized global of the Jenkins, the global in the sense Jenkins overall server role permissions. Okay, and I'm going to give it only read permission as required over there in the error. Okay, so let troubleshoot with this one, apply and save it. Okay, now this role I have added, right? So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to go for roles, assign roles. Now if I check over here, let me refresh this. Let me say it. Okay, so this new role which I have created, that has been given over here. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to add these two users as well in this group. Okay, in this global role, and I'm going to assign this read permission in the item roles. Okay, so here if I'm going to switch over here, this is Asim dev. I have one user. Let me add. I'm going to give it Akram tester. Okay, I remember the name, that's why I'm adding. So that is giving as correct. If I'm say that I have one more user, just I'm just faking it. Okay, def test. So it will give it as a hash over here. That means this user does not exist in this Jenkins user directory. Okay, because we have not created that. Okay, you got my point. Now I have added two users over here, right? One is Asim Dev and Akraf Tester. Okay. For this, where I'm going to add it in the role of what? Let me refresh this, manage roles. Okay, of tester. Okay, item roles, sorry. So I'm going to add into item roles over here. Then we have, as the prerequisite of this user management, we have completed. We have added the item roles. That means I'm giving Akram to testing pipelines and Asim to develop pipeline. Then to give them read permission, I'm adding these two users into one new role, that is centralized global role, as what, as item roles which I've created, right? And I'm going to apply and save it. Okay, you got my point. And if I'm going for the dashboard, if I'm going to refresh over here, then I have one dev hotstar pipeline, and I have remaining two pipelines as well. So this pipeline should be visible to Asim, because Asim is associated with dev team, right? So let me switch back over here, Asim dev, and let me refresh this part. So able to find that Asim, the whatever the pipeline is starting with dev, and later on whatever it is doesn't matter, that should be available to Asim. Okay, and not only should be visible to Asim. Asim can, as a dev team, can create, build, edit, delete pipeline. He should have all the access to this part. Okay, and this can be minus through, these permissions can be managed through again with the user management. How? I can go over here, I can minimize any role over here. Let's say I say that I should not give him the build, right? Build permission. Okay. So just I'm going to revoke over here, apply and save it. Okay. So as I'm going to refresh now my dashboard, right, of this Devasim, you're able to find that build option has been revoked. So let me reinstate again the build option. Okay, because I'm applying only for development team. Okay, so that means Asim associated with only the developer team. That's why this revokes is applicable to him. Okay, so if I'm going to go and apply the same thing, and if I'm going to refresh it, I'm able to find is the build option has been visible now. Okay, if I build that, I can build it as well, so it will coming up with the 2 number. Okay, so that's successful. Now the test case, what I have test case it, that with the dev team, right? So now one more to validate that this dev team, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one more build. Okay, one more pipeline. So let me take from here, this also will cover. You can create taking template from your existing pipeline. Okay, so just I'm going to copy this and I'm going to save here with the name of test. Okay, so test. Okay, so what happened, test team can go into this let me just save it. And this is as I've used the template, so it's copying everything within the build. Okay, so let me build now. This pipeline gets successful, right? This is successful. Let me go to the dashboard. Now you're able to find that I have with the two starting dev and state test, right? So now this should not be visible to Asim because it's associated with the development name, right? So let me go over here and let me go to the dashboard and should refresh. So if you refresh over here, it still is not visible to Asim. But the test case in the second part, test case, as I mentioned over here, right? As I mentioned over here, stating that this pipeline should be visible to whom? To Akram. Okay, test pipeline should be visible to Akram. Right? We have created this user. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to open one more private window, right? And I'm going to paste the URL of my Jenkins server. Just a second. Here, paste it, hit enter. Then after continue site, then I'm going to give it Asim tester password which I have set. Then I'm going to log in into it. So as I'm logging to the dashboard, I should able to see test. See, you got it my point. So it's mean that I can see test, I can see anything, right, related to test. So it's not visible this dev pipelines. Okay, so now the another use case, let's fix this one. As I mentioned that we are creating one Devops team. Devops team will have all the access of all the pipelines, right? So for that we'll go quickly and we will create this role as well and we will fix this issue. So going to create one role as a DevOps. So I'm going to create DevOps as global role because I want to see everything, right? Add over here and I want to give him except administrator. I'm going to give it all the roles to this DevOps team. Okay. DevOps role I'm currently creating. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to give it all the access except administration access. Okay. Let me see it over here. Then I'm going to apply and save it. Okay, this is done. So what I need to do it, I need to create the user now, right? So let me go to the manage Jenkins and I will create one more user with the name of, let's with the name itself I'm going to take it and I'm going to take it Ajay, right? Ajay and DevOps. Okay, so he's a DevOps guy. Okay, so Ajay 2 3, Ajay 1 2 3, and if I'm going to see it, Ajay, and I'm going to add it Ajay at gmail.com, right? And create user. You got my point. So Ajay DevOps, right? So Ajay DevOps. So I'm going to exit from this. Okay, log out. and I'm going to re-log in with the Ajay because he's a DevOps team guy, right? I'm going to log in into it. So it's saying that Ajay does not have any read-write permission. That's fine because he has not been added into into the global roles. Okay. So let me go to over here. Then I'm going to add where Ajay. I'm going to add over here Ajay DevOps, right? Okay. Then afterwards, where I'm going to add it, I'm going to add it into DevOps roles. I'm going to apply to this Ajay DevOps user. Okay. Email apply and save. Okay. So as I'm going to now refresh over here, I should be able to see all the pipelines available on my Jenkins pipeline. I don't have any administration access. Remaining that I can have every single thing what I required. Okay. So that if you see over here, I don't have any setting options, right? So I'll show you that also is missing from mine. So I don't have manage Jenkins. Okay. Manage Jenkins option is missing from our DevOps team. Okay. Except that you can have any access that also can be given if I want to give it from these roles. Okay. So if I'm going to go over here, I can give it administration access. That means he can have the tools as well. So with this using strategy, you can create any n numbers of role. You can create any numbers of user. You can assign multiple teams. Even if you want to add any one specific role like prod dot anything, you can give the production access to that. So depend on this, you can handle any kind of roles. Okay. If is we are going to move further in order to set up email alerts right from a Jenkins pipeline. So why we required in this email alerts in the sense is that whenever our pipeline is works on automations, right? So as a DevOps engineer, we are going to achieve the automation in our projects. So in case of our build is successful, failure, aborted or cancel, we should receive an alert mentioning the status of our pipeline. Okay. So that we should take the prompt action in order to minimize our downtime of our application or our environment, right? So this will provide you immediate fixation. So DevOps always contribute for the immediate fixation of the environments. Okay. To make sure all our pipelines work progressively with the upgradation and always maintained healthy. Okay. So in this case, to have the alerts within the team of DevOps, developers, senior developers, right, or your team lead, whoever should receive this email as a recipient, they should be added as a recipient, and we should be using email alerts as a post build action in our pipelines. Okay. So and why we are doing this post build action now in the sense is that next session we are going to do one project that is Jenkins GitHub and Maven project, basically a Java based application. For that we are going to integrate this whatever we have configured above, right? We are going to use Jenkins and we are going to configure multiple things within this project. For that we are going to add post build action as well. So that I have promoted this topic before our project. Okay. So that we should go hands-on on the email alerts. Okay. So in this case, what we require, the prerequisite is that we should have our Jenkins installation, right, on our virtual machine. So that I already have completed in the day 3. That you can go and you can cross check on our channel. We have already covered this topic, Jenkins installation on Ubuntu EC2, right? And the playlist name is Jenkins 02 Hero Master Series, right? And we already have even we have one repository dedicated to this series, okay, where we have already have created the document which I'm going to cover in this session. Okay, so practical and theoretically, the steps, the procedure will be given to you. Okay, that's fine. So we have Jenkins already configured and it's up and running. So let's go to the blackboard and we will discuss what are the further steps we require in order to set up these things, right? As I say, as I mentioned that I required one Gmail account. So I do have a Gmail account over here. So what I need to do it, I need to go into the settings, right? Where I need to go to to manage Jenkins, right? Manage your Google account. Then afterwards, we will be redirected to this security aspect, right? So I'm going to click on this security aspect. So here what you need to do is that if you're setting for the first time, in that case, what you need to do, you need to apply two multi-factor authentication, right? So it will prompt you to set up that. So here you're going to search for app password. Okay, so there'll be drop down over here in the security app password. You need to click on this. If you're failing to come to this point, that means you have not enabled multi-factor authentication or your email address. So what you need to do, you need to add your mobile number to authenticate as a multi-factor, or this is a prerequisite of Gmail. So here what we are going to do it, we are going to give it as one name just to remember for series. Okay, so I'm going to click on this create. As I'm going to create this token, I'm going to copy because it will not be visible the next time. So I'm going to go for my document, then I'm going to paste then in my working file. Okay, so that's fine. The prerequisite of creating the token for Gmail account is completed. So you're able to find that that is disappeared. Okay, if you miss, then you need to delete this and create one more time. Okay, no need to worry. So the prerequisite of Gmail account is done. So now what we will do it, we will go back over here, right? And we will go to manage Jenkins in order to check that does our plugin of email extension is available or not, right? So in the plugins, I will go into the plugins. Then in the available plugins, before that, let's cross check that it is installed or no, because in most of the situation it is pre-installed. Okay, so you're able to find that one email extension plugin is already installed on our Jenkins server. Okay, so we don't need to install not. If any case you don't find this plugin available in your install plugin, then you need to come over here and search the same plugin, and you can install and restart your Jenkins server. Okay, so that's fine. So now we will go over here again to our the pipeline. Let's say I'm going to create a new pipeline over here, right? I have one existing pipeline. So what I need to do it, I need to add uh, pipelines, the steps of post build action. Okay, so let me review as well this we have done in the last session. So I have one simple pipeline only with the stage of echo word, right? So the point is that I have installed, as I mentioned, that we have installed plugin, right? So in order to add the step of post build action over here, I need to configure the plugin which is by default installed. Just I have shown you, right? Email extension, right? So for that use case, I need to go into the manage Jenkins. Then in the systems, I will go over here, right? So in the manage Jenkins, if you go down, you're able to find email notification, right? This I need to enable. Then I need to enable this extended email, right? So let's go and configure this first. So it's asking you that what kind of SMTP server we are going to use it, right? For that use case, if you check over here, you're able to find that I need to do the configurations, right? So for that, I need to say that I'm going to use SMTP server as gmail.com. Okay, smtp.gmail.com. You got my point. So I'm going to give it over here, and let me just minimize for you, gmail.com. Then afterwards it's asking you that do you need to give the credential of this server. Then I'm going to click on this, and here I'm going to use SMTP authentication because I'm going to convert my Gmail into SMTP authentication, right? So in this authentication, I need to give the email address of my SMTP server. So basically I have used my personal email. In case of yours, you have to give it your own email address on which you have created the token. Okay, so in the password I need to pass what I need to give the token which I have created just now. Okay, so this one I need to give it copy. It will be 16 characters. Then paste it over here. Okay, then in the next stage we need to give it SMTP, right? Here I need to give it the port as mentioned, that's fine. Then I'm going to give it as a port 587 because it's work on, as I mentioned, that it will be work on which in 587. Okay, these two I'll be opening on my security group as well. So already I have opened. You what you need to do, you need to go in your security group and cross check this port is open or not, right? If it's not open, please open this port in your Jenkins server. Okay, so I'll be checking on use TLS reply email. I'm going to give it as my email address, right? Same email address. So whenever somebody users reply to us, then we should receive the email. Okay. So what is saying that you cross check before you're doing anything. Please cross check that your email configuration credential which you have given that is successful or not. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give it over here and I'm going to paste this in order to cross check our functionality of our credentials, right? So I'm going to go and I'm going to test this configuration. So it's saying that email was sent successfully. That means my credentials are working fine and my setup of 587 port number also is working fine because I have enabled this port number 587 on my Jenkins server. Okay, apply, that's fine. Then afterwards I need to move back over here. I need to provide some additional information. Okay, that is coming with the extended email address. Here I need to give it at smtp dot as we are given or below gmail.com. Okay, then afterwards I need to give it as 465. These are smtp server ports and smtp ports. Okay, so this I need to give it over here. Then in the advanced, just a second, I need to pass the credentials. Okay, so what I need to do it now, let me show you that. See in the below settings, what we have done, we have given directly our user and password. Okay, that was accepted in which email notification. When we are using for extended email notification, which I have shown you the plugin, right? With that plugin, this configuration works on. Here you cannot expose your credential, user and the password directly. So what are the best practice is that we need to go and add in the Jenkins credentials. Basically Jenkins credential is a vault, okay, where you are going to store your credentials. So in this case I have not added any credentials, so just I'm going to click on this add. So one prompt will be given, it's saying that please add your username with password. So in this case I'm going to add it, my email address. In the password I need to give it the token which I have generated. Okay, so I'm going to copy this again, then I'm going to paste this as well. Okay, then afterwards in the EID, it's asking me, I'm going to go with smtp.gmail. Okay. In the description, I can go with same way. So what I'm going to do it in case of hard code exposing my credential into a extended email setup, I'm adding into Jenkins Vault. Basically, it's a Jenkins credentials vault. Okay. So what I've done, I have saved over here and clicking on this add. So what happened? I have added the credentials, right? But I need to check over here. So when I'm going to click on this, is going me the username and the password with the encrypted way, and it's giving the token ID which I have given while configuring. Okay, so I'm going to check on this. Done. Then I need to give it email user suffix, right? For this, I need to go it over here. I need to add, as I mentioned, that I need to pass at the rate gmail.com. Okay, where I was here at the rate gmail.com. Okay, gmail.com. And remaining, I will keep it everything. Uh, Default project, default build number, build status. That's fine for me. I will be giving save. That's fine. the prerequisite of email to integrate in our pipeline is completed. Now what we will do it, we will take this pipeline now which we have over here, and we will add post build action. Okay, so you try to understand simple concept is that you will be having two, just a second, you will be having two in the pipelines. Okay, first are the build steps, right? First are the build step, second is a post build action. So whenever you're going to add the two steps, you're going to add the stages of our pipeline, different stages of our pipeline. Then in the later stage, later on, we are going to add the post build action. Okay, so if I switch back over to my pipeline over here, you're able to find the stage, just start from here with the stages, and its end over here. This is fiber bracket for my pipeline. So after this, I'm going to hit enter. Then afterwards, I'm going to give it as post, right? So for that, I have already written the code over here, right? Which you're going to see it now. So see, if you check over here, you're going to find that I'm going to add one step with the call as post build action with the post, and I'm saying that I need this email on always. Always state that whenever my pipeline is failed, pipeline is successful, pipeline is aborted, pipeline is cancelled, right? CICD pipeline. So I should receive mail in case of these four cases. Okay. So after that, I have passed one script in order to provide all the steps. Here I'm getting the status, the current build result, whatever the build result of my pipeline will be there, that will be fetched. Okay. So let me just copy this, and I'll be going to my pipeline over here, and I'll be pasting over here, right? So this one you'll be finding in my repository. Don't worry about that. Okay. See, what are the steps we are just passing out, right? So let me just apply in order to save, right? So this is done. So what I'm saying that def, I'm passing the def in order to get the user ID. So in case of the pipeline is triggered from this Jenkins admin as a Jenkins admin or any Jenkins user, then username will be print if I'm using Jenkins UI. Okay. In case it is triggered from our any code committed on our GitHub repository, then you will be printed as only GitHub user. Okay. In the body, I'm sending the subject. I'm in the subject. I'm fetching what build status. What is my build status? Whatever the pipeline result will be the build status. Okay. And the env job name. So job name, what is my job name? Job is name is over here, dev hotstar application dot pipeline. That two to be my subject of my email. Okay, so that instead of opening my email, I can get that this is email is related to this project, this status and this build number. Okay, this build number, this project and the status. Okay, three I'm fetching on my subject itself. Then I'm saying that okay, this is for Jenkins CI CD status. Okay, let me just remove this. Then afterwards, I'm saying that please add env job name, env build, env status, and env user. Okay. Then afterward, we need to have the URL of this. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to create the URL of this build with the build number. Okay. So what uniqueness you are going to get in this Jenkins, you know very well. If you missed out that, I will be specifying to you all the pipelines which you are triggering that will be having unique build number. Okay, let's say my build number is pipeline is 10, then the next number will be 11. There'll be no duplicate numbers. Okay, in that case you can track down the which build number got failure on what in the console output. You can check it out everything. Okay, that example I'm going to give you either way, don't worry. And here in the later on state, if I want to add anything, I can add any attachment if I have. Okay, so in when I'm going to do the project, at the point of time I will be attaching that. Okay, and here to whom you're going to send it, I can send to one user, I can send to complete team. Let's say you have a team of DevOps engineer, developer, and your team lead, everything to be notified. In this case, I am going to add multiple recipients over here. Okay, and if somebody received and replied to you, and that should be received to my email address. Okay, these three email address you need to change it while you're setting this SMTP server and using in your projects. Okay, what are the type we are using? We are using a text HTML format. Okay, so I'm going to apply and I'm going to save it. Okay, so now if you check over here, what is the build number? The build number is 2. The next number will be 3. After that 4. You will never go below, or you can never have the duplicate numbers. Okay, so these are the Unix number. Let me build now this pipeline, and we will cross check that what is the result of our pipeline. So it's printing, you see one new stage has been added with the name of declarative post action. Okay, what we have configured. Now if I'm going to go for build 3, right, build 3 and console output, so you're going to see that as per our pipeline, it is printed hello world. Then afterward, it's saying that error accessing file to Hotstar pipeline. Workspace Hotstar pipeline does not exist. Sending email. That's fine, because in the attachment I have added one 3v file that doesn't exist. No worry, that's not error, but it could not find that that not been attached to our email address. Okay, don't worry. In the script I'm adding stages node, and the end result is successful. Okay, so this is a known error we will fix when we are going to do one project over that. Okay, so now it's stating that pipeline is success and the build 3 number is success and the project name is Devops, and it was triggered by me, right? So what is my name over here? While configuring, I keep it as Cloud Awesome. So you should receive the email now. See, you're able to see that one email is came with the name of Dev Hoster pipeline, and the pipeline number is 3. So what you got? You got two things. Okay, first I got the pipeline status. The pipeline status is success. Then I got which pipeline, which project pipeline. That is, the name is Dev Hotstar, and what is the build number? Build number is 3. Okay, then afterward this HTML whichever I passed, that got available. Okay, so if I'm going to click on this, I'm going to redirect it to my Jenkins URL. Okay, so if the user management being handled by the Jenkins, right, then this URL will work. Let's say I have created multiple user on my Jenkins server, so your teammates who receive the email, they can click this one and they will be redirected to Jenkins server, and they can give their credential in order to log in and review your pipeline. Okay, you got my point. And this topic also we have covered is that how you're going to set up your user management. Okay, so we have not missed any single thing up to now from the Jenkins perspective. Okay, so now this stage is successfully done. Okay, so what we are going to do is that we are going to use this into next time we are going to use into the project. Okay, so now what we will do it, we will go for the test case of second test case. As I mentioned that this will be working on any case. If it is successful, if it is failure. Successful, we already tested now. In case of failure, you should receive the email alerts as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do it, I'm going to go into configure, and so what I'm going to do it now, I'm going to add one more stage below this in order to create, right, create over here, right, one directory. Okay, so let me add over here stage 2, and let me add 100 mkdir. Okay, then I'm going to create one more stage over here just to make this pipeline as fail, right? So I'm going to give it 3. Then I'm going to create with a directory name of 100. So I'm giving the two stages with the same command. So when the directory is created, the next directory will not create duplicate the directory, right? So you can execute only one time. If the directory exists with the same name, you cannot create another directory. Okay. In case of this, this pipeline will be failed. So I'm going to apply. I'm going to save it. Then I'm going to trigger this pipeline now, right? So let's check it out, our pipeline. So you're able to find that stage 2 is passed, stage 3 is filled. The reason I have given you before as well, stating that, okay, let me go to pipeline, then I'm going to click on this and go to the console output. So I'm going to check over here stating that one directory has been created with the cloud awesome 100. In the third stage, I have given the same stage, right? For the creation of cloud awesome 100. So what are the error? It's saying that cannot create directory cloud assume 100. The reason is that file exists. That means already this directory is there, so it cannot create the duplication of this directory. Okay, but later on one email has been sent with the status of failure. So let's go and verify this email as well. So able to find that I received the email stating the failed subject email with a failure, right? And we have the project name pipeline, and we got the number build number 5. It's printing me the failure. Okay, so it's got you the everything, right? So it's stating that it has been started with the admin as well, so it will print this thing. Okay, so you're going to find the two difference, that one pipeline is success, one pipeline is failure. So we have handled these two use cases. So in the next session we are going to use the all whatever we have learned about, and we'll try to do one small project. That project consists of GitHub integration and remaining integration, like doing one Maven project. Okay, basically it's a Java based application where we are going to integrate Jenkins and Tomcat web server in order to deploy our application into Tomcat server, right? So here in this Java build application, for in order to build this application we are going to use Maven as a build tool. Okay, and we are going to integrate Maven and Java integration in Jenkins system. We are going to pull the code from the GitHub repository, right? The Jenkins will pull the code from the GitHub repository. Then afterward we will use the command to package our application using Maven. Then afterward we are going to deploy and into Tomcat server. Basically we are using Tomcat as a Docker container where we are going to deploy, right? Here as I mentioned that I'm going to deploy as a Docker container. Okay, so what are the simple flow? If you check over down, you're going to find that these are the developer will push the code into GitHub. Then we are going to set up one CI/CD pipeline using Jenkins. So basics of Jenkins are not made clear, right? Jenkins is a CI/CD tool. Over to the over to our project. Then let's overview over this, and we will start setting up. Okay, so the point is that where is our source code of this application? So that is reside in our GitHub repository. So this is a GitHub repository that is Asimakram 19 with the name of Java Maven application. So let us check the overview of this. You're going to find that this there is a one script directory where I have written the script related to deployment of Docker Jenkins, where we are going to use this shell script in order to configure these tools. Okay, then later on the dependencies of this application, source, main and web. This is related to our application where I have index.java file where I have some text over here. This will be deployed after configuring our application. Okay, so later on we have a Maven, right, and pom.xml file. Pom.xml file is a basic where you mention the dependency of this application. Okay, and I have a Docker file in order to create the Docker image. Then I have a Jenkins file which you're going to receive as a updated when this project will be live. Okay, so moving towards again over here, right, we are going to see what the differences of this, right? So the basically developer has written the code, the Java code, and he defines the dependency in pom.xml file which I have shown you, right? So this is a pom.xml file. Okay, then later on using Maven I will build Maven. I will read this pom.xml file and I will download our application Using Maven will read POM XML file and download necessary libraries, and it will compile the code and package into .war file. Okay, so you're going to receive one .war file as your compiled code and package application. Okay, so then later on, we will be deploying this war file into Tomcat server. You got my point. So in the use case, real use case, what we are going to use in the project, we will use Maven to build .war file from our Java code. And we will be using Jenkins in order to create the CI/CD pipeline, and we will set up the Docker as a tool, and we are going to integrate the credentials of Docker Hub, and we will create a Docker image container and push the image into Docker Hub. Okay, these are the stages. So we are going to integrate Docker as well into our Jenkins server. Okay, and we are going to deploy Tomcat as a Docker container. Okay, so these all the steps which we are going to use. Later on, we are going to add the build step post build action in order to receive the email alerts in case of our pipeline get success, failure, or aborted. Okay, so these are the theoretical way, so you can go with this. I'm going to give you this document as well, simple document. Okay, so the flow which I'm going to use it, I'm going to build, test, and deploy our application into Tomcat web server. Okay, so before heading towards that, we required one EC2 instance in order to configure this everything. Okay, so for that use case, we will be switched back to AWS, and we will request AWS to create one EC2 instance. Okay, so I'm going to click on this launch instance. If you don't have AWS account, you can create free setup AWS account with using your card, debit card or credit card, and you can get 1 year free subscriptions. Okay, so here I'm going to give it as a Maven project. Okay, then I'm going to go with Ubuntu operating system image. Then here I'm going to go with T2 large, right? And the key pair, I'm going to create new key pair with the same name as, let's say, Maven project. Okay, then I'm going to click on this create pair. Then I'm going to review over here Ubuntu T2 large volume 8 GB. Instead of 8 GB, I'm going to give it 10 GB over here. Launch instance, right? So we are requesting to launch one EC2 instance, and we are going to access this now. So this is the one, and I'm going to copy the public IP, and I'm going to go into mobile extreme, that is a SSH client for the Windows. If you are using Mac, you can just copy the path of your EC2 instance and paste it inside your terminal in order to access this virtual machine. Okay, I need to give it a key over here. The key will be stored on my downloaded folder. I'm going to click on this over here. So it will state that authentication, it will authenticate my keys and the pipeline IP and the username which I'm passing through this mobile extreme client app. Okay, so it has validated and it given me the access now. So first I'm going to switch into sudo ap2, right? I'm going to switch into root user. Then the pre-request of our application for our project, we need to install Jenkins on our application, right? On our EC2 instance. So for that, I'm going to take a help of, as I mentioned that, I'm going to take the help of scripts. Okay. So for that, I'm going to open one Jenkins script. So I'm going to copy the code over here, and I'm going to back here, and I'm going to create one shell script. Okay. So I'm going to give it the name of jenkins.sh. Then I'm going to paste it over here and control X, Y to go outside. Then I'm going to add executable permission in order to execute this file. Okay, Jenkins. If I LL over here, you have to find now Jenkins in green color. That means it can be executed now. So I'll be using sh command in order to execute this Jenkins. Okay. So in the previous videos, like in the episode 3, I've demonstrated you how to install Jenkins using official website of Jenkins, right? So to minimize the time, I'm using now another way of installing the Jenkins using shell script. If you're active on my channel, you will be finding that in the projects I'm using shell script. Shell script is basically where you need to specify multiple command sequence in order to execute that commands using as a code, right? So I'm going to specify the steps. So whenever you're going to execute the shell script, so sequence of the code will be executed. Okay. And then the next I need to create one more shell script. Okay. So that either you can clone this as well, or you can copy and create in your local machine, that is your EC2 instance. Okay. So here I'm going to create the package, install docker.io, the latest version of Docker is a containerization tool, right? Then afterwards I'm going to add Ubuntu and Jenkins user. Ubuntu user by default, when I'm going to configure, I have configured this EC2 instance Ubuntu operating system. Ubuntu user by default is created. When I'm installing now Jenkins user will be created. These two users I'm going to add into Docker group. Okay. So Docker group by default, when I'm going to install docker.io, so it will install Docker, it will create Docker group. Okay. So I'm adding these two to have the permission of Docker, complete permission to Ubuntu user and Jenkins user. After that, I'm going to refresh the Docker group in order to apply these changes which I have done above. Okay. Then afterward, I'm giving socket docker.socket permission to execute it. Then I'm going to restart this. Okay. So this I'm going to create one more shell script over here. Nano docker.sh, hit enter. Then I'm going to paste it the shell script, control X, Y and exit. So now I'm going to give it executor permissions X, and I'm going to give it for Docker. Hit enter. Now I'm going to execute this Docker, right? Docker shell script. So as I given this over here steps, this all commands will be executed in the sequence way. Okay. That's fine. Now this one is completed. I'm going to check it the Docker version. So it's printing me Docker version is successful. So do I have any Docker images? So I don't have, because just now I have created installed Docker. So I have not created any Docker images, neither any Docker container. Okay. So there is nothing. So now if I want to validate, because I have installed Jenkins as well, right? So let us check Jenkins status using systemctl refer for control. Okay. Stating that the Jenkins is active and running. Okay. So let me go over here in the launch instance. Here I'm going to go for security group, and then I'm going to enable the security group of this EC2 instance. Okay. So here I need to check what are the ports enabled. So I remember that I have opened only SSH port. So I'm going to go for Eden-Bourne rule. Here I'm going to add rules over here of 8080. This is for Jenkins. Then later on I'm going to add for 9000 for Tomcat, because Tomcat by default runs on 8080. So I cannot run two different servers on one port number. Okay. So I will be changing this port number of Tomcat. Okay. Don't worry about this. I will give you that as well. Okay. Tomcat server. This is for Jenkins. Then later on I'm going to integrate, as I say that I'm going to use 587, and then afterwards I'm going to go with for what was our SMTPS. Okay, 465. This is for emails. Okay, both are for emails, and this I'm going to open for everyone. Okay, and I'm going to save it. So inbound rules, I have added some rules which I have enabled for this EC2 instance. Now I'm going to copy this, then I'm going to go for EC2 instance, and I'm going to copy and I'm going to access 8080. So this request will hit my virtual machine EC2 instance, and it's saying that in order to proceed you need to give this password. So I'm going to copy this, go into my EC2 instance again, Control C, and I'm going to use cat command in order to view. Okay, cat command is used to view the file. Okay, so I'm giving the path of this file. So I'm going to receive one token, basically it's a password. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, then I'm going to continue. Now you're able to find that is Jenkins is suggesting by default to install that like commonly used plugins. So I will install plugins as I explained in the series. Plugins are additional in order to connect multiple tools with a Jenkins. Okay, so all will be connected to plugins like and email extension. This we are going to use in this project as well. So the plugin has been installed. Now it's asking me to configure this one, right? So I'll be using to configure this, right? You can just note down whatever you're giving, user and password, right? So admin, okay, save and continue. So we are into the UI of our Jenkins server, right? So let's start using Jenkins server. Now this part we already discussed completely about the Jenkins UI and everything in the previous sessions. Okay. So if you have missed out, please go and watch our Jenkins series. We have discussed every aspect related to that. Okay. So as per our project workflow, what we have done is that we have configured the Jenkins. We have installed the Docker, right? Docker tool on our virtual machine, right? So the GitHub repository already we have our code reside over here. So what we need to create one CICD pipeline in order to build our application using Maven, right? So for that we need to configure Maven in our Jenkins. Okay. So let me go to the Jenkins server, and in the Jenkins server I need to go into the manage Jenkins. Then in the tools I need to go over here. I need to find Maven over here, right? So you're able to find the Maven is here, right? So I need to install this tool. So I'm going to use this Maven as Maven 3. Okay, just I'm giving a random name. You can give it any name, but in the Jenkins pipeline you need to you call this Maven with using the same name of this. Okay, what we have given. So this Maven 3, and let me update the file as well. So it's also Maven 3. That's fine. So I'm installing using Apache. So it's provided by Apache. Okay, so it's also open source tool. Maven tool is used to build the Java projects. Okay, so your version I'm going to keep it the same, apply and save. Okay, so this is related to configuring the tool. Now what we require is that we need to install some plugin additionally. Okay, so I need to go into the plugin, then I need to go in available plugin, then I need to install Docker plugins. As I mentioned that from the pipeline I need to trigger the Docker file, and I need to create the Docker image. Then later on I'm going to create Docker container out of our Docker file. Okay, and I'm going to push that image of the creation to my Docker Hub account as well. So for that use case I need to install multiple plugins. You need to find that is getting installed. Okay, so meanwhile what we will do it, we will go over here into the manage Jenkins. Then you're going to find one credential option over here. Okay, and the credentials you need to add some credentials over here. Okay, so let me go to the credentials. First I'm going to add username and password. So I'm going to give it a username Asim Akram. This is my username of what is for the Docker Hub. Okay, so I'm going to give it Docker Hub password. So I'm going to give it the password for my Docker account, right? Password is done. Then the ID, I'm going to give it as Docker because I'm going to call this credential using this ID. So this ID is very important. You should remember this. Okay. Docker. I'm going to create this key password. Okay. So one is saved. The second I'm going to use for second option, right? Which I'm going to use for SMTP. Later on, we will show that part. Don't worry about this. So one credential for Docker up, that is sufficient for now. And later on, we will see it. Okay. So this is fine. Credential is fine. So we have given a description as Java, right? And we will go back over here in the down. Then we will take the sample of the project, right? As we mentioned, and we will set up everything. If you check over here, stating see, steps are there, Maven is there, everything is there, right? So for our use case, what we'll do it, we'll go over here and I'll go with scripted pipeline, or we'll take it hello world pipeline sample. Okay. So these are the first stage what we require, right? So we will use pipeline syntax as well to take it. So the first step what we require, we need to clean the workspace. So for that, I'm going to go with delete workspace when the build is done. So I'm going to click on this. It's printing me clean WS. So this is the code. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to paste it over here, right? And what is my first stage? So let's give the name of the stage. I'll say that clean workspace. Okay. So clean workspace. Okay. So one stage we already defined. The second stage, what should be there? We need to clone the code now, right? So for that use case, what we need to do it, after this bracket, you can hit enter. Okay. And paste this stage. So this stage will be there, git clone. Okay. Or we can give it, let's say git clone, we can give it any name. So I'm giving git clone. Now what I need to do it, how I'm going to use it. So we can use pipeline syntax. You go for simple step over here, then you search for git, then it's asking me to give the repository of URL. In my case, I will give it my repository URL. If you have separate URL of your repository, when you have clone and push to your repository, then you should give your own URL, repository URL. Okay. I will give it over here. That's fine. If I click out over here, it's stating that it's public, don't require any credentials. Okay. So what is my branch name? My branch's name is main. So I need to give it main over here. Then I no need to give it credential because this is public repository. So I'm going to click on this. It's giving me the code of git clone stage. Okay. So I'm going to go over here. Then I'm going to delete this and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay. So this is how we are going to define two stages. Okay. So two stages has been done. The second stage, whenever I'm going to clone this code, I need to create the var file, right? As I mentioned in the workflow, what we are doing, we are going to create one var file using Maven. So Maven already there, right? So for that use case, what I need to do it, I need to define one more stage. Okay. So let me copy this, hit enter, and I'm going to paste the stage one. Here I'm going to say that I'm going to build var file using Maven. Okay. Maven, Maven var, var file build, right? Build file. So the command is simple. You can use over here sh. So if you're executing any shell command, so you need to give it sh. Okay. So here I need to give it over here. Then the command to package, I need to use mv1 clean package. Okay. So this is a command. With this, I'm going to package my Java application in the form of .wire file. Okay. So how you're going to use sh? This also is there. If I'm going to go for here, right? C shell script. So here I need to give the command, as I mentioned, that mvn clean package, hit enter. So it's giving me the code over here, right? Same code I have given here as well, right? So I will overwrite, okay, just not to give it confused. So see, it's overwrite. So what happened, I have given the stage. Now the point is that I have using Maven over here, but did I install Maven on my virtual machine? No. But what I have done, I have configured as a tool in the Jenkins, right? If you remember, I have configured as a tool in the Jenkins. So let me view as well for you. Manage Jenkins and the tool, right? Instead of installing on my virtual machine, what I've done, I'm configured Maven as a tool, okay, in the tool session. So for that use case, what I need to do it, I need to define this above, okay. In the above stages, I need to define one more as a tools. In the tools, I will be defining the names over here. So simply you need to do it tool, you need to open bracket, flower bracket, and hit enter. So one flower bracket will be closed, okay. So here I need to give it the tool name Maven, and what are the name I have given, the name I have given as Maven 3, okay. I can cross check over here as well. So if I'm going to hit enter, you're going to find this is name of Maven 3. So let's copy from this, go over here, and I'm going to paste it over here. So I'm defining that the name of Maven tool, the tool name is what, Maven, okay, and the name I have given Maven 3. So I have defined, and the version by default I've keep it at 3.9.9, okay. So that's common for me, okay. Then the result, then we will add remaining stages as well, okay, like Docker images and everything, and I will apply and I will save it. And now what we will do it, we need to install one more plugin. By mistake, I missed out. You go to the manage Jenkins, then you go for plugins, then you go for available plugins, then stage view plugin, pipeline stage view plugin. This plugin you need to install, okay. Before it was installing as a default, but now you need to install as an optional, okay. So you're able to find this, everything is done. Now what I'm going to do it, I'm going to restart to apply this all changes, right, of the plugins. So it will install my Jenkins server. You're able to find Jenkins has been restarted and it's asking me the credentials. I will pass my credentials. I'm saying keep me signed in. I'm inside the Jenkins server now. So the pipeline is over here. So what I'm going to do it now, let me go to the configure and see whatever steps I've written, right, is valid, okay, it's fine. J1134, okay. Let me go over here and let me build now to see the results of my pipeline, okay. So it started declaring the tools, okay. The tool which I have declared is Maven, okay. So this is done successfully. It's clearing the workspace as well. So Maven we have declared, right, and we have used Jenkins. We have written one small stages CICD pipeline with the different stages. See, you're able to find that all the stages of 4 has been successfully done. So var file also has been created, okay. So if I'm going to refresh this, you're able to find the status 1 is successful. So if I'm going to click on this and see the output, so if you check over here, the console output is stating that one workspace is created when I created this pipeline. So this is on my Jenkins server, right? So then afterward, it's saying that Maven 3 has been configured successfully. It had deleted the workspace. Then afterwards, it had started from the pom.xml file. It had installed the dependencies of this application, right? Then it had done everything. Then afterwards, let's check over here. It's supposed to create .var file, okay. Let me go down, okay. So you're able to find that Maven cloud awesome.app file has been created, right, where in the path of which, in the path of this, okay. So let me go and copy this path and let's validate over here, cd, paste it, and remove the last step because it's .var, it's not a directory, okay. So let me go over here, hit enter. If you LL over here, you're going to find that one file has been created in the name of Maven Cloud Awesome .app file. That is what we have built our application using Maven. Okay, so this war file I need to copy into Tomcat server. So for that use case installing of Tomcat, we are using Docker in our use case. Okay, so simply as a Docker container, I am going to copy this var file from my workspace to that point. Okay, so what I'm going to do it, I'm going over here to my Jenkins pipeline. I'm going to go for configure, and in the configure I need to add multiple stages as well. So I'm going to hit over here, then I'm going to go for copy and paste it over here. Okay, the next step we will write it as create a Docker file. Okay, so for that use case what I need to do it, I need to add Docker build. Okay, the stage name I will say that Docker image and push to Docker Docker Hub. Sorry. So Docker Hub credentials already I have given in my Jenkins credentials, right? Jenkins. So now what I need to do it, I need to pass multiple of here, right? So for that I need to give it the steps, and we will use this as a pipeline syntax. And the pipeline syntax, what we need to do it, we need to add the script to push into Docker. Let us check over here. Do I have shell script, right? Because for the shell script, what I need to do it, I need to add multiple stages, right? First, I need to write Docker build Docker build hyphen T. Then let's give the name of Java Maven app, right? Java Maven app. Okay, and I'm going to give it directory as dot, so that the code, whatever code and Docker file exists in the current workspace. So this is one command. Then afterwards I need to give it one more command. The command, it will say that I need to add the tag, because I need to push this into Docker hub, right? So for that I need to rename this Docker image. Okay, so let me copy this, paste it with the name of my account. You need to give it your account. Okay, account name Asim Akram, I know the name of my account. Then I will be giving the app name. Okay, and the tag you can give it anything. So for currently I'll give it everything as latest. Okay, simply what I'm going to give it, I'm going to, after creation of this Docker image, I'm going to tag with this one with my account name, a repository Docker hub record repository name, and the name of the file. Okay, Docker image, the Docker image is Java Maven. The same I am proceeding over here, right? So then afterwards I need one more step, need to add it over here. Then the stage is Docker push. When I'm tagged over here, then I'm going to push this image. So what is the image over here? Image will be Asim Akram latest, right? So this tag I have given, so this image I'm going to push it. So these three commands I need to execute in the stage of what? Docker build and Docker build and push to Docker. So when I'm executing over here, it's stating that these three are compiled. Okay, so I'm going to copy this three, copy, and paste it over here. Okay, sorry, this need to be space. Just a second, I'm going to push over here. Docker image. Okay, that's fine. Push this one. Now one more missing, that because I need to pass the credentials, right? So in order to pass the credentials, what we need to is that we need to add few stages over here. One more step. The step I need to add over here is that I need to pass over a script. Okay. In the script, I'm going to give it over here and hit enter. Then I need to specify the credentials which I'm going to use it in order to push this to Docker Hub. Okay. So I'm going to give it as Docker, then registry, then I need to give it credentials. Okay. So the credential, let us go with this. So you will be finding over here step I can go with Docker registry setup, Docker registry endpoint. Okay. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this, right? I'm copying with Docker credentials. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay. Then afterwards, I need to specify the tool as well, right? So here, what if I pass the credentials, right? Instead of credentials, I'll be coming over here. Then I'm going to give it one comma, right? After that, I'm going to specify the tool name, right? So the tool name, what I have configured over here as Docker. Okay. So Docker is a tool name. Then I'm going to close this one more flower bracket over here, right? I need to remove over this. Then afterwards in the down, I will be adding one more flower bracket over here. Okay. So let me just give it the space. Docker over here, right? And let's go to over here, right? So what happened? We added the stages like create. We have defined the Docker credential using Docker tool. Then I've added three more stages like creating the Docker image and tagging the image and pushing the Docker image to our GitHub repository, right? So these three stages have happened. So what I'm going to do, apply and save it. Okay. So one is missing. Let me just go over here one more time and check it what is missing. Okay. So you're able to find that expected one more time. So let me just go over here. Let me see 1 2 3 4 1 2 3. Okay, that's fine. So I need to give it one more flower packet over here. Okay, so let me cross check. That's fine. So apply and save it. So if you check it over here, I have added different stages over here. The stages contains of creation of Docker image and pushing that Docker image to our GitHub repository. Sorry, Docker Hub repository, right? And we are using a tag just with the name of our account and tagging with the latest right tag over there. Okay, and then later on after building the Docker image, we are going to push that we're going to push the Docker image to our GitHub repository. So we'll go and we will review our flow diagram over here. If we check it over here, as I mentioned that we are going to create the Docker image, right? And we are going to we are going to create a Docker image and we are going to push to Docker Hub. For that, the prerequisite, we have to write one Docker file, right? If you check our diagram over here, is mentioned that one CID registries come with a Docker file. Okay. So in order to push our here we need to write one Docker file. So that also we will show you how to write from the scratch. Okay. So the flow contains that Docker file, right? As I mentioned. So from the CICD, we will take the Docker file. The Docker file, we will pass some multiple stages, right? With the stages, we are going to create Docker container. Okay. Later on. So we'll go over here and we will try to create one Docker file. Okay. So if you check over here, that you need to know how to write a one Docker file, right? So what are the steps required in order to write one Docker file? This we are going to cover up. Okay, don't worry about that. So if you come to my account over here, I have a complete playlist of Docker zero to hero, where you can check it over there and you can have a hands-on on the knowledge how the Docker in the real time works, and you can get experience of this, how to write your Docker file from the scratch. Let's start writing our Docker file over here, right? So the first keyword which we are need to pass it from the from, right, from start where which base image you are going to take for your application. As we are going with Java based application, and we need to deploy our war file into the web server, that is Tomcat web servers. For that use case, we require Tomcat base image. Okay, so Tomcat required base image. Tomcat is built is required Java dependency, right? So that's the use case. I'm going to write Java GRE version as well. So it's consisted of GRE, and for the use case I can get right GRE 8 version, right? So we will test this one. If I face any issue, then we will update the latest version in the next steps. Okay, so after that I'm going to expose is a new keyword. With it expose, we are going to define that on which port number our application will be working on. As I mentioned that it will be exposed on 8080, but in our case our 808 port is already consumed. Okay, so next keyword is copy, where I'm going to copy my artifacts, that in the sense war file, right, to my directory. Okay, so let's go into the Linux and we will see the path as well. So I will give the overview where currently in our EC2 instance, from EC2 instance, from where I'm going to copy in the Docker container. Okay, so if you check over here, you're able to find I'm inside where workspace Java Maven project, and the target is a directory folder. Within that target folder, I have Maven Cloud Async app.war. Okay, you can second with me with these claims. Okay, right. So in this case, what I need to do it, I need to pass the path of this up to the workspace already is content, right? Java Maven project. To this already the pipeline knows this path. So just what I need to do it, I need to specify targets and my var file. Okay, so it's going to be slash target mavencloudasim.com. So let me review as well. So let's go one more back of this directory. Okay, cd double dot in order to go one previous directory. Okay, so these are the Linux command which you will have hands-on this. Okay, so after that, if I'm going to cat this I'm going to use the path, right, target and maven cloud async dot app dot var. Okay, that's fine. So from here, I'm going to copy this path and I'm going to paste this path exactly where my var file is there inside the Docker container. Okay, so I'm going to copy this file inside the Docker container. So I'm going to specify this copy command and I'm going to mention in my Docker file. Okay, so target slash maven cloud async app dot var. Then later on, where I'm going to copy in the user, let me just give it usr forward slash, then afterwards a local, then forward slash Tomcat, then I'm going to give it as okay, web apps. So in the web apps, I'm going to copy. This is a directory where you need to copy your app.war in order to run on your Tomcat server. Okay, so that you're going to access after deploying your application over there. Okay, so this is done. Do you have any issues? Then you can do one more time over here. Just we am copying my var build, that is artifacts, right, of my application into Tomcat path, which is defined as user local Tomcat web apps. Right there, I'm going to copy inside the container. Which container we are creating? We are creating Tomcat container and we are exploiting our application in 8080 port, right? Now I'm going to copy my Docker file and I'm going to paste into my GitHub repository, right? So in my GitHub repository already contain my Docker file. I will give the overview to you, right? And I want to update that Docker file as well. Okay. So just I'm going to delete this and I'm going to uh, write my new Docker file over here, right? So let me just commit this and paste it and commit the changes over this, right? So in the later stage, if you check over here in the last, I have one given as committed. So here, in case of giving any file, I'm giving passing wildcard stating that whichever file is ending with .var, just that copy that need to be copied into the path of Docker container Tomcat. Okay, Tomcat. So simply, you can use wildcard or you can give any name. Okay, so that's fine. And so I will commit the changes. Then I will say commit changes over here. Update Docker file, the changes are done. Okay, so the prerequisite of our creating the Docker, writing the Docker file is completed. Now the steps also we have already written, like tagging the Docker image and pushing the Docker image to our Docker Hub registry. Okay, so that's fine. So what we will do it now, just take this one more stage and we will pass one more stage in order to deploy our application into Docker container. Okay, so just I'm going to copy the stage over here. Then let me go to here below this flower bucket. I'm going to paste one more stage over here. Here I'm going to write multiple steps, right? That contains to deploy our application as a Docker container. Here I'm going to port map my Docker container with the existing 8080 to 9000. This I will show you now. Just I'm going to define Docker container of application as a stage name. Then I need to pass one command over here sh in the single quotes. I'm going to define that Docker, and the command is docker run, then hyphen d detach mode, and on the port mapping I'm doing with the EC2 instance 9000 port number, and the container on which our application is running is on Tomcat. By default number is 8080 port number. This port already have enabled, so the name I'm giving for the container is let's give it as Java Maven app. From above we will copy, and then later on we will give it as Java Maven app container. Okay, so let's copy this Java Maven app, paste it over here. Then afterwards I need to give the image tag as well, that from which image I'm going to use, right? So simply I'm giving underscore container name, that the container to be Java Maven app container. Okay, then afterwards with the I'm saying that okay, the image which I'm using, the image name is Asimakram 19 Java Maven app latest, which is exist in my repository, that is Docker of repository, right? So I have pushed this image already into my Docker up registry. So I'm going to paste the same Docker image name over here. That's fine. Then I'm going to close this command with single quote. Okay, it will turn into green now, stating that this is a shell command now. Okay, so this stage has been added now. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I have completed before this stage I'm creating. Now I'm going to deploy in this stage. Okay, so after that what I need to do, just it should to be okay. I'm going to apply and save it. Okay. So now what we will do it, we will build this pipeline and we'll check out is there any error in this pipeline. If it is occurred, then we will troubleshoot and we'll try to fix that. Okay. Without, we'll try to fix that in order to make our application up and running. Okay. We'll wait for a few seconds. So the stages has been passed, git clone is passed, maven var build is going on. So it will create .wire file of our application. It has failed in Docker image, push to Docker up. So what we will do it now, we will just we will review everything that why this stage has been failed. So two stages has been failed. First stage of creation of Docker image from the Docker file. Okay. So let's click on this two, then go to the console output and we will review this what caused this pipeline to be failure. Okay, so if you check in this one, it started to creating one docker file, right? Docker file with the name, and in this stage it's saying that pulling from library Tomcat 8.0, it's fail. It's saying that is there is no supported format. So what we need to do it, we need to update the Tomcat version. Okay. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to update the version from Tomcat 8 to 9. The reason is that Tomcat 8 has been depreciated. Okay. Don't worry, you will going to receive in my GitHub repository the latest later version of Docker file. Okay. So I'm updating that. You don't need to worry about that. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'll go to my GitHub repository. Then I will update my Docker file. I'll click on this edit. Then I will update the first from. In the from, I'm going to update with the Tomcat version of 9. Okay. So then I'm going to commit the changes and I'm going to save it. Okay. Okay. So what happened? The changes Docker file has been updated. Now we will rebuild this pipeline one more time. The build number will be 3. Okay, and we will do that in order the Docker file will create our pipeline is successful, right? So first step, what we will do it, we will go to the pipeline and we will review the pipeline over here. The status is stating that our pipeline has been successful. Our Docker image has been created, right? Docker image has been created. The steps has been added over here, right? Pulling the layer from this Tomcat base image has been fetched, and if you check down you will to find that all the steps as we specified in Docker image, right? The Docker tag, Docker push to our account latest has been successfully done, right? So if you check over it, the stage is done. Then afterward create a one container out of our Docker image which is running on 9000 port number. Okay, the name of the container, as I mentioned, that it is Java Maven app container. Okay, so this point is done. Then afterwards what happened, then you will to find. Now what we will do, first thing, we'll switch back over here and we will clear the screen, and first we will check out the Docker images. You able to find Docker images, you able to find Docker images has been done successfully, right? So one image, that is one starting image is created. Then afterward Tomcat base image has been fetched from GitHub. Then afterwards it has tagged with the name of this. So if I want to cross check over Docker PS running container, you're able to find one container is up and running, right? With the name of Java Maven app container. Now this as per EC2 instance that had been verified. Now let me go to my Docker Hub account and let me verify you cross check over this as well. You're able to find that one image has been pushed to Docker Hub with the name of Java Maven app. Okay, so this has been pushed to our Docker Hub. So this image, if I check over here, you're able to find that this has been tagged with the latest and everything is successful. Okay. So now how do we access our application now, right? As we mentioned that our application has been deployed with 9000 port number. This port number we already enabled in EC2 instance security group, right? If you check over here, you're able to find 9000 port number is enabled. So what I'm going to do it now, simply I'm going to copy my IP address. Then I'm going to go over here. Then I'm going to paste it. Then I'm going to give it 9000. This is a container. Then I'm going to give it Maven Cloud Asim app. Okay. This, if I check over here, you're able to find that one application is accessible. Okay. This path you can define from your POM XML file. If you check over here, it's stating as Maven Cloud Asim app. Even if you check our Docker image, what we have created, in this we have created in where the target and what was the var file name. Let me show you the var file name as well. So if I LL over here, you're able to find Maven project, workspace, Maven project, right? Maven projects was done, CD back and LL over here, LL, right? CD Java Maven project and LL over here. You're able to find in the target. Let me go to the target. You're able to find now with the name of Maven Cloud Asim app. So I need to copy this path and I need to pass with our URL. Okay, so Maven Cloud Asim app. Okay, if we cross check, you will find Maven Cloud Asim app. Both are same. Okay, so with this I can access my application. If you check over here, you will to find that I have a one link. If I'm going to click on this YouTube channel, I'll be redirecting to my YouTube channel. Okay, that is fetched through my Java application. It's giving some content, that is fine. So as per our architectural drawing, we did everything like integration of Maven to create .var artifacts and deploying to Tomcat, Dockerized containers, pushing to Docker hub and creating Docker image and Docker container. Everything has been done, but we have not added continuous integration part and continuous deployment part. To achieve this, what we need to do that we need to go to our repository, then we need to go for this repository, then we need to go for settings, then we need to go for webhook. So what we will do it, we will add one webhook for this repository. And authentication, I need to give it just a second because I have 2MFA applied on my account. Okay, so here I need to give the URL of my Jenkins. So I'm going to copy over here, copy, and go to GitHub repository, paste it over here. Then afterwards, git GitHub webhook. Just you need to pass your webhooks and the URL of our application, which is running over there. Then the Jenkins URL, it is running on IPN 8080 port. Then afterwards GitHub and webhook. And then I need to, and here I need to go with JSON format, application JSON, right? And secret, I no need to add anything. So everything is over here, right? Then I'm going to add the webhook. So it will send whatever we have done and the payloads will be forwarded to our Jenkins server. Okay, so let me go and cross check the recent delivery. So recent delivery is success, right? It's stating the tick mark. So now what we will do it, we will go back to our Jenkins pipeline, right? I will go to my Jenkins pipeline over here, to Jenkins pipeline. Then I will enable what post s git source code pooling. Okay, github webhook trigger. With this trigger, whenever there is a changes in repository, that will be triggered, and automatically the Jenkins, whenever there is a changes in the code, that automatically will trigger our Jenkins pipeline, and all the stages which are mentioned in the Jenkins pipeline, that will be executed, right? So now the point is that our container is up and running. So what we need to do it, we need to stop this container and delete this container in order to create new container, right? For that use case, we need to add one more stage over here. Okay, so let me copy this and I will add one more stage. This is the last stage which we will be adding. Okay, so here I'm going to say Docker images container remove. Okay, so instead of script, I will remove this part. I no need to define this. Okay, then one more flower bracket I need to remove it because I have deleted this part. Okay, that's fine. So sh, I'm going to say Docker build Docker, just a second. The name of the container which I have created was Docker container, right? The same name. So for that, I'm going to add first state Docker stop, then container name, then afterwards I'm going to add docker rm container name, then docker rmi, right? Rmi, this with the latest build, right? So let me delete this as well. Latest. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, as I mentioned that my container is up and running, right? In this case, what I need to do I need to pass some commands over here in order to, before creation of Docker image. Okay, so after the war file is created, what I'm going to do I'm going to first stop my Docker container, which is up and running over here, right? I can use Docker container, which is up and running. Then afterwards, I'm going to remove the Docker container. Then afterwards, I'm going to remove the image as well, which is available. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to save this one. Okay, I need to pause in the script, right? So I think I have missed out that giving this as well. So steps, after steps, I need to pass this into script. Then I need to give it here one more flower bracket. So what happened? We have fixed this one. Just added one script over here, and able to find this. This has been fixed now. So simply we check over here. I added a new stage with the command that I'm going to stop this running container. Then I'm going to remove this running container. Then I'm going to remove the image as well in order to create new images. Okay. So let me just apply and save it. Now what we will do as I mentioned that, right? So what I'm going to do I'm going to check the functionality of continuous deployment, right? With that flow, what I'm going to do I'm going to go over to my GitHub repository. Then I'm going to go over here. Then for small example, what I'm going to do let me go to source. Okay, let me go to index dot here, and if you check over here, right, in my application is saying cloud awesome YouTube channel, right? Your destination for cloud Devops training. So I'm going to add AI as well. Okay, so for that use case, simply I'm going to go over here, cloud AI. Sorry, I need to click on this edit AI. AI, right? I'm going to commit. As I'm commit this, whatever the changes has been done, that will be transferred to the Jenkins as in the payload. Okay, so if I'm going to go over here, you're able to find that new pipeline has been triggered. See, you're going to find that this has been triggered because I have changes some commit. I have done some commits in my repository. Okay, so whenever the code is pushed, you can add that as in order to apply the changes and deploy continuous. Okay, so we are handling continuous integration part. We are handling continuous integration and continuous deployment onto the server, right, on Tomcat server. So let us check this one. It is stating that the Docker container running is successful, right? So if I'm able to check over the pipeline status, so pipeline fourth is successfully built. If I want to go and refresh, I should be able to see the reflected changes now. So see, you're able to find that AI is done. Okay, so please note that when you're doing this changes, you make sure that you have the access of master branch. Okay, that means ACE is associated with me. If you're forking also, you cannot do some commits. So what you can do you can, instead of this, you can just add one more file and you can test that. Okay, so that also I will show you. So what you can do simply Maven. So here what I'll do I will add one file, create new file. So I will name it as new.txt, new.txt. Here testing. Okay, testing and commit here. Okay, so as I'm going to commit this my pipeline will trigger one more time. You're able to find over here, right? See, it has triggered before 4.8 minutes. So the changes, whatever the changes you are doing in the repository, that will be reflected and will be deployed into Jenkins server, right? So the last step, what we required, we need to add the stage of post build action, right? What I need to do it, I need to go into the settings, right? Where I need to go to manage Jenkins, right? Manage your Google account. Then afterwards, we will be redirected to this security aspect, right? So I'm going to click on this security aspect. So here what you need to do is that if you're setting for the first time, in that case, what you need to do, you need to apply two multi-factor authentication, right? So it will prompt you to set up that. So here you're going to search for app password. Okay, so there'll be drop down over here in the security app password. You need to click on this. If you're failing to come to this point, that means you have not enabled multi-factor authentication or your email address. So what you need to do, you need to add your mobile number to authenticate as a multi-factor, or this is a prerequisite of Gmail. So here what we are going to do it, we are going to give it as one name, just to remember for series. Okay, so I'm going to click on this create. As I'm going to create this token, I'm going to copy because it will not be visible the next time. So I'm going to go for my document, then I'm going to paste then in my working file. Okay, so that's fine. The prerequisite of creating the token for Gmail account is completed. So you're able to find that is disappeared. Okay, if you miss, then you need to delete this and create one more time. Okay, no need to worry. So the prerequisite of Gmail account is done. So now what we will do it, we will go back over here, right? And we will go to manage Jenkins in order to check that does our plugin of email extension is available or not, right? So in the plugins, I will go into the plugins. Then in the available plugins, before that, let's cross check that it is installed or no, because in most of the situation it is pre-installed. Okay, so you're able to find that one email extension plugin is already installed on our Jenkins server. Okay, so we don't need to install not. If any case you don't find this plugin available in your install plugin, then you need to come over here and search the same plugin, and you can install and restart your Jenkins server. Okay, I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to go for my pipeline. For the pipeline, I'm going to go for configured over here. Then in the below stage, I need to go below this. I need to paste it. Okay, so it should be new. It is a separate. It's not coming in the stages. It will be outside of the stages. That means after the pipeline, it will come in the same line of agent any, right? So if you check over here, you will to find that agent any, where I'm going to say that whenever the build is done, so I should receive the update. Okay, so Jenkins project, I will add it. Maven project. Okay, so I'm going to apply and I'm going to save. Okay, so apply this one, what we need to do it, we need to go and add few credentials. Okay, so I'm going to go for manage Jenkins. In the manage Jenkins, I'm going to go for systems. In the system down, I need to search for here, right? I need to search here SMTP. I need to give it as .gmail. Okay, so I will copy over here, right? Copy this and I'm going to paste it over here, right? SMTP power is I'm converting my Gmail account into SMTP server, right? Then afterwards, I need to give it surfx at gmail.com. I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to paste this as well. Okay. Then after in the advanced, it's asking me which authentication I'm going to say my using email address. So I'm going to say Asim Akram 19 at gmail.com, right? The email address is Muhammad Asim Akram, and the password I need to give the passkey which I have generated in the last session. Okay, So for that use case, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. Okay. So that is done, and I'm going to go with TLS. Then afterwards, I'm going to go with 587. Okay. The port number I'm saying 587, and the email address, this port number already I have enabled on this EC2 instance. Okay. So the same I'm going to give it replay, and I want to test my configurations. Okay. That means whatever the credentials I've given, is it valid or not, right? So test these configurations. Oh, sorry, I have given wrong over here, right? So let me just save it, apply, and let me test the configurations now. So email was sent successfully, right? So this is fine. Then I need to go and enable one more setting, that is post email extended. Okay. Here I need to give the same way. I need to give it .smtp .gmail. Then I'll be giving over here in the SMTP server. I need to give it 465, right? So I'll be giving the port number 465. Then in the advanced, I need to give the credentials. So in this case, you need to add the credentials in here, right? So what I need to do, I need to go over here into the Jenkins vault, right? And here I need to give it username, password. So username, you know very well. Sorry, username. Let me just give it. This is a username of my email address. Password, I have created one passkey, right? So you can watch the previous video and you can set up your passkeys. Okay. This is a passkey, and here I'm going to give it SMTP Gmail. Just test out, and I'm going to click on the add. Okay. So in the drop down, it will be listed. I'm going to give it this one as, and then later on, I'm going to go with TLS part, right? 465 for TLS. Okay. So I'm going to go with TLS. Remaining, I will keep it everything. So the credentials I have added. Now I have updated the pipeline as well, where I have defined. Now let me try this using webhook. Okay. So let me create one more file, add file. Then I will write it as test email test, right? .txt, simple dummy test. So what happened? I have added the email notifications, right? So let me this. So this will trigger my pipeline, and the stage last post build action what I've added, that will be triggered. Okay. So this has been triggered. I let me go wait for the email to be sent, right? If you check here, resources spike has been done. Okay. Well, if you check it over here, stating that our finished site email has been sent to Asimakaram 19, right? So this is how we have tested all the flows. If you check over here, it's stating that we have integrated Java, Maven, Jenkins, and deployed into Tomcat server, right? If I'm going to cross check my application over here, you're able to find latest code has been deployed. Okay. So this one you can practice in the terms of continuous integration and continuous deployment. Okay. We often use the project with the multiple branches, right? So one project will have multiple branches, like for example the minimum branches you will be having dev stage, UAT, and the production end, right? So in this episode I'm going to show you that how to set up multi-branch pipeline, right? Pipeline concept achieving with a single repository, right? Where you are going to use a version control system as a GitHub. Okay. So we will proceed further, and before that we will try to understand that what is multi-branch pipeline. Okay, in the multi-branch pipeline, where you will having a single repository which consists of different branches. Each branch consists the code. Like you have the repository, you will be having different branches in the term of main pipeline, development branch, and the PR branch, and you can have stage branch based on the requirement and the setup of your projects, right? So to achieve this, in the concept of Jenkins multi-branch pipelines, that right, so we achieve automation detect branches in the source code, the central repository, for example GitHub. So it can be multiple branches in your one repository. So it will create individual pipeline from each branch using the Jenkins file. So the prerequisite is that each branch should consist of at least one Jenkins file. So it will scan and it will try to scan the Jenkins file from our repository branch. Okay. So from the branch, it will try to scan your Jenkins file. If they found it, it will try to build that based on your Jenkins file stage has been configured, right? So what does you achieve? You support automation of CI/CD for the feature branch, PRs, and the production environment. Okay. So the next concept is why to use Jenkins multi-branch pipelines. So to automate CI/CD for every branch without manual job creation, right? So in order to create different branches, different pipelines, you can set up a single multi-branch pipeline to achieve automation to complete your repository. Okay, so it will detect new branches and build and run build automatically. Okay, as you're going to create new pipeline, new branches in your repository, that's say feature branch or any XYZ branch, so automatically it will uh, try to check the branch in the branch the Jenkins file exists or not. If our pipeline found that there is a Jenkins file, so it will try to trigger the pipeline, and whatever the stages have been set up in that will be started to build and deploy based on your stages. Okay, so the prerequisite that every branch like feature one branch, feature two branch, and the master branch source code, when I'm going to merge this from the master branch to I'm going to create one feature branch, then that automatically the Jenkins file will be copied over here, right? And from here I'm going to create one more branch with the feature 2. With that I'm going to copy Jenkins file where you can change based on your source codes of the Jenkins stages. Okay, so this we can achieve with multi-branch pipeline setup. Okay, so it will enhance you Jenkins file as a code. With the code it will try to deploy your application. Okay, so this part is there, and you can set up your test environment of dev environment, like dev environment, stage environment, using different branching strategies like dev and feature. Okay, so this is a concept what we have discussed about what is Jenkins multi branch pipeline, and the next why we use Jenkins multi-branch pipeline. So now I will going to show you that in the lab way that how we are going to set up this and how we are going to achieve the multi-branch pipeline automation, right? So towards heading to our Jenkins server, and we are going to see that I have already existing one EC2 instance, right? Which I have installed Jenkins on this, and I have one project as well that you're going to find on my channel with the playlist of Jenkins 0 to Hero, where you're going to find the upcoming video over here. This end-to-end Jenkins CI/CD pipeline Java application, where I have complete from the zero scratch. I have completed the Jenkins series. I have tried to cover all the aspects. You can go and cross it, but I'm going to proceed further from this pipeline. Okay, so this is the part. Let me minimize over here. Then this is an existing project. When I'm going to click on this existing project, you're going to find this is a simple pipeline reference to our stages what we have configured, right? So this is the case of that's a simple one. Now the point is that how we are going to set up one Jenkins multi-branch pipeline setup, right? For that use case, I'm going to click on the new item. Then itself, I'm going to give it the example multi-stage pipeline Jenkins, right? Then afterwards, multi-stage pipeline Jenkins, or I can give it hyphen over here. Then if you check over here, then you'll be finding one here multi-branch pipeline. Okay, so let me just give it over here multi branch. Okay, pipeline Jenkins. Okay, so I'm going to set up what multi-branch pipeline. It creates a set of pipeline project according to the according to detecting the branches in one source code repository. Okay, so that's fine. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to proceed further with this option. Okay, so it has started the setup of our Jenkins pipeline. We need to pass multiple details over here in order to configure this. So I'm going to say this is a demo pipeline, right? It will be presented as demo of multi branch strategy. Right? Strategy, right? Then I'll be giving us test. Then if you check over here, there is one option given over here as a branch source. With the branch source, I'm going to check on the Git, right? In the Git now, I need to pass the URL of my repository. So in my case, I'm going to use this repository where I'm going to copy it, okay? Copy, then I'm going to paste it the repository over here, okay? So if you check over here, it's stating that the repository I have given the URL, then it's asking me the credential, but in our case, our repository is public. So if you check over here, it's public. I don't require any credential. In case of your repository in the organization is private, then you need to pass the credentials of this GitHub repository. Okay, that means GitHub token you need to provide for your account. Okay, that's fine. Then afterward, it's saying that what kind of behavior you want to achieve in order to configure this pipeline. In our use case, I'm going to check out over here in the later stage. You're going to find one with the 1 second filter by name. Okay, these are the multiple strategies which you can uh, achieve in order to discover branches in your stages. Okay, so in our case I'm going to use as a star currently, and I'm not going to exclude any branch currently because I have only one existing branch, that is main. Okay, so now the point of this is going to say that is exclude. Okay, so exclude is done. Then afterwards I'm going to say that that's fine. So by the name of Jenkins file. Okay, so it should be the name of Jenkins file. As I mentioned in the whiteboard, I've explained you that there is a prerequisite that if you're going to set up multi-branch pipeline, there should be one Jenkins file in each branch. If there is no Jenkins file, that will be ignored by your pipeline. Okay, so that's fine. So I'm going to say okay, that's fine, everything is fine. I'm not going to give anything because I'm not setting any label or token registry for my use case, but I can use that later on. But current stage I'll keep it, apply and save it. Okay, as you click this, it started to scan my repository. So you've checked out over here, it's saying that the scan is done, and I'm going to click on this and I'm going to find that finished waiting. So the pipeline has been triggered and this pipeline is going to fail. Okay, so I'll give the review as well that why this pipeline caused us the failure. Well, the pipeline has been triggered and it is trying to deploy our application into the environment, right? So in our case, we're going to check that our pipeline has been triggered, like it's trying to build all the stages, and we will see the result of this pipeline. Okay, and it's what has done basically. It's try to scan my repository. The repository I've given wildcard. That means what are the branches available. It will try to scan all the branches. Currently, I have only one main branch, and it is try to find one Jenkins file. So it able to find one Jenkins file. So Jenkins file has the multiple stages like defining Maven tool. I have defined it before in the tools. I'm Maven. Then I'm saying clean workspace. Then afterward git clone. Then Maven stage. Okay, Maven stage, Maven clean, Docker container stage. Right. I'm going to push to the Docker hub, and then container. I'm going to run on a 9000 port number. Okay, and then afterwards I'm adding the post build action. So whatever the stages I have configured, that will be built now. So in our use case, if I'm going to check it over here, I'm going to find that this build has been successfully completed, right? So this part is done, but the point is that did I achieve the multi branch strategy concept? No, I didn't achieve. The reason is that I have only one branch, that is main branch. Okay, so now what I'm going to do it, I'm going to create one more branch out of this. Okay, as I mentioned that I have a Jenkins file over here as you review. that contains some stages over here, and this all has been covered in our project what we have completed end-to-end Jenkins CI/CD pipeline Java deployment. Please make sure to complete this project, then you start work on this. The reason is that this is a post build video of that. Okay, so just to explain you the multi branches strategies how you're going to use in the Jenkins concept CI/CD, that I'm going to use this video. Okay, so here if you check over here, I'm saying that okay, I have a Jenkins file stated with the main branch, everything is fine. So the concept, if I'm going to go over here, the concept is simple. I'm going to create two more branches. Okay, well, let's say the feature 1 branch and feature 2 branch, and I'm going to map that with 9001 and 9000. Okay, and I'm going to give the name of the branch as branches name as feature 1 and feature 2. Okay, but I need to go to my security group over here, and I need to go for security. And the security, I'll be finding one what I'm going to find one security group. In the security group, I need to open these port numbers. So I'm going to open the port numbers, right? And I'm going to give it over here 9001. Then afterwards, I'm going to add it 9002, and I'm going to say 00, and here I'm going to give it 00, right? So that's fine. I'm going to define over here, this is for dev environment, for example, this is for stage environment, right? So I'm going to apply the rules. Okay, so what is the predefined of this? As I mentioned that this every setup what you're seeing over, that has been achieved in the project of end-to-end CI/CD pipeline for Java application deployment. Okay, if you want to practice this, please complete this project, and then you can work on the real-time code of this. Okay, because this is a pre uh, post build video of this, okay, of the project. Okay, so for that use case, I'm going to go it over here, and I'm going to say that create one feature 1 branch. Okay, so I'm going to create from this main branch. As I'm going to clone this and create a new branch has been created with the feature 1 branch, and it contains Jenkins file. Okay, so in this file, in this repository, I have a Jenkins file which I need to changes over here in order to match for my feature environment, right? So let's say staging environment. Here first I need to give it the branch name. The branch name will be feature, right? Feature 1, right? This will the branch name because it's consists of the feature branch. Okay, then afterwards what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove the stage of this because I don't require to stop the container. Okay, this is for the learning purpose. In order later on what I'm going to read, I'm going to tag over here with the name of let's say fee. Just a second, I will copy this and I'm going to paste this in my image. Okay, so I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, let me go to find, then I'm going to find what I'm going to find Java app. Just a second, wherever Java app is used, just find it. Just a second, I replace with Java feature 1. Okay, feature 1 here I need to give in Java. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to update my uh replace all. Okay, that's fine. So what I've done, I have updated the Docker image as well as, okay, Docker image as well as I'm updating it with the latest one. And then later on what I'm going to do it, I'm going to update in the Docker name as well, Docker container feature 1 container. Okay, so this is done, or the same thing goes out. Then I'm going to commit over here. Okay, and the port map, as I mentioned, that feature 1 will be running on 9001 port number. Okay, so I'm going to commit over here. That's fine. I'm going to main branch, then I'm going to try to create one more branch with the name of feature 2 branch, right? So I'm creating 2 and I'm going to clone from the main branch. Okay, so main branch is done. Then later on I'm going to go for the Jenkins file. I need to configure stages over here, right? Here what I'm going to do it, I'm going to define the branch name as feature feature two branch, right? The branch name what? Feature 2. Okay, that's fine. Even here container I don't require. Okay, so just fine. Then afterwards the credentials I will keep it everything. So here I'm going to give it as feature 2 branch. Okay, feature 2. So what I'm going to read, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to update this, the name of my Docker file. Sorry, Docker image. Okay, I'm going to go for here and I'm going to replace with this and I'm going to say that the name should be of Jenkins app. So wherever you find Jenkins app, please update with Jenkins Maven feature app. Okay, so I will replace everything. Then I'll be closing over here. What I've done, I have updated the image. So currently I have three images. One is Java Maven app image that consists of what? That will be consist of only name of Java Maven app for the main branch, and the remaining two will consist with the name tag of feature 2. Okay, so let's do it this way, and then afterwards I'm going to put my with 2. Okay, 9002, and the remaining I will keep it everything. Container name also I have changed and everything I have changed. Okay, so that's fine. So here I'm going to commit now. Okay, as per our commitments, what we have done, if you check over here, I have created three branches, like one existing in the main branch, second feature 1, feature 2, both have the Jenkins file according to their feature branches. Okay, and that has been port map with 9000 and 9002. Okay, so these three pipelines are there now. Okay? You will be finding that there is a three branches now. Okay, main feature 1, feature 2. So now what I'm going to do it, I'm going to trigger this pipeline now one more time, and I'm saying that please scan the multi-branch pipelines. So now what we'll do it, if you check on the down here, it started the scanning my repository. So when you scatter the repository, it able to find that there are three branches available now. Okay, so how many branches are there? There are three branches. So if you check on my repository, I have three branches. One is default main, feature 2 and feature 3. So three pipelines has been triggered. Okay, and it's stating, let us check the results of this. You're able to find three branches has started executing. So let me go to feature 1 branch, and the stages you're going to find that is going for pushing docker image to docker hub. Container app is going to deploy, right? And even I'm going to go over here into the feature 2 branch. I'm going to see that is going for the post build action. That means it has already created docker container. Okay, so this three has been successfully, yeah, two pipelines has been successfully completed. Okay, so at the point of time, if I'm going to go over into my EC2 instance and I'm going to check over here Docker images, I should find three images over here. So what I'm going to have, I have feature Java Maven app 1, Java feature 2 or 1, 1, 2, and Java Maven app. Okay, so three I have images, and if I'm going to go for Docker PS, okay, you're able to find there are the three containers running. Okay, if I'm zooming over here, you're able to find three containers are running. That is feature 1, feature 2, and the latest. Okay, so these three containers are working parallelly. Okay, so on the point of time, as I mentioned, that let's say our developer will build one team is working for feature 1 branch, feature 1 developing of feature 1, and the second team is working for feature 2. Okay, so what they did, what where they have done is they tried to change some code and push that code to feature 1. So the automatically that will be triggered, and that will be automatically that will be triggered, and that pipeline will be built and will be deployed on which port number? 3001, as we have defined over here. 9001, sorry. Okay, so 9001, if I'm going to access that, I should be able to find this. Okay, so let me go over here and I'm going to paste it. Then I'm going to give it a 3000, sorry, 9000 slash. I'm able to find my application is up and running on this. Okay, and one more point is that I'm going to copy this path. Now I'm going to paste for this one with the stating of 9002, right? 9000, I'm going to hit enter over here. So now you're going to find this is environment is consist of what 9002 for which feature 2. Okay, so in the point of time now I'm going to change some of the changes. I'm going to do it. So let us check it over here. I'm going to go for main source web, and then I'm going for index.js. So I'm into the main. Okay, I will not change main branch. Let me go to feature one branch. Okay, in the feature one branch, what I'm going to read, I'm going to edit over here, and in the later I'm going to give it as feature one. Okay, feature one. Then I'm going to commit over here, right? One is done. Now I'm going to give it for feature two. Then I'm going to give it edit over here, and I'm going to give it as feature 2 over here, right? So what happened? Let's assume that some code has been updated from developers who are working for feature 2. Okay, so I'm going to commit over here. Okay, so now successfully this has been changes has been changed. Okay, so now let's go and let us check it over here, our pipelines. Okay, so you're able to find that pipeline not has been triggered. The reason is that auto webhook has been disabled. Okay, so in this point of time what I'm going to do it, I'm going to stop these containers that because I'm not going to add now new stages. I can add the stages as well, but that can be handled later on. So intentionally I'm going to stop, and I'm going to delete this. Docker rm is a command to delete the stop container. Okay, and then afterward docker stop, paste it over here, and I'm going to give it as 1, right, and hit enter. Then afterwards docker rm, and I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to update with docker 1. So now you're able to find that the existing docker containers are only for main branch. Okay, so if you hit enter over here, one container is up and running. So now what we will do it, simply I will try to do it auto webhooks. Okay, as we have updated the code in our branches, right? So how do we scan now? What I can do it, I can go for the configure, and I can pass some criterias in order to scan our repositories. So in this point of time I'm saying the scan multi-branch pipeline trigger, how you're going to achieve this. Okay, so in the use case what I'm going to do it, I'm going to set one time frame, that means triggered, so that I'm saying that please scan my repository every 1 minute. Okay, this will be differ based on the projects. So just for the demo purpose I'm showing you, and I'm going to save it. So now as you mentioned, you know very well that I have changes some codes, right, on my repositories of branches feature 1 and feature 2, right? So as 1 minute gets completed, it will try to check my latest code, which is I have changed updated into the feature branch 1 and feature branch 2, right? So that will be triggered and that will be deployed as well. Okay, so you're able to find that does the build happen. Okay, so you're able to find that it's already the build has been triggered and two builds has been successfully done, right? The what was the last duration is 36 second, 38 seconds. Okay, so what happened, and I will go and check the stages. You're able to find there are the stages in the feature one of two stages has been completed. Okay, in the feature one, I will be able to find two pipelines has been completed. Okay, the last build was like 30 seconds ago. So as you know that I have completed, there I have changes some source code in my two branches, right? So now if I'm going to refresh this, I should able to find some latest. See, I'm able to find that feature one. Okay, so this one I can go it over here and I search it. So I'm able to find that feature two has been added successfully with using Maven Jenkins. Okay, so this is how you can handle your multiple branches. Now the point of time I can go and I can revoke that pipeline as well, so that at no point of time you're going to see this branches will be disappeared. Okay, so in the point what I'm going to do it, I'm going to go and deleted the branches. So I'll be showing you that with one more branch. Okay, so let me clean it as delete branch, for example. I'll be creating from main branch. This is only for testing purpose, right? So if you go for the Jenkins file, and I'm going to say that, okay, set up the branch over here, and the branch name to be what? Delete branch. Okay, delete branch, and everything I'll be clicking. So here I'm not going to add any stage currently. Just I'm saying that, okay, container also I'm not running anything. Just I'm running the simple clone and MVM clean package. Okay, so that's handled, and commit changes. Okay, so now if I'm going to scan from here, you're able to find that new pipeline will be appeared over here. Okay, so let me review. So you're able to find that delete branch is available here, and that pipeline also has been executed based on over here. Okay, so delete branch, you're able to find this one. This one, as I said, I have set up to what? I have set up what I've done that. Okay, so it has deleted already, right? So what happened? Automatically, it has scanned the new pipeline. It has triggered, right? Then what I've done, I have added only three, four stages. The stages is being built. Now two is successful, right? One automatic when you add new branch that will be triggered over here because I've added the post build. Sorry, webhooks as well, right? So in this case, what I can do it if you're going for multi-branch, you're able to find that one branch is available that has been deployed based on your configuration. So now as a point of time, I'm going to go for branches over here, right? And the branches and in the branches, and I'm going to revoke this branch now. Okay. Let's say I don't want this branch. Please delete this branch. Here also delete this branch. Okay, this already done. So if I'm going for again to my repository, I am able to find that there is no such branch of delete available now. So in the point of time, I'm going to go and I'm going to refresh over here. So you're able to find that that pipeline has been automatically scanned because it has taken 1 minute, and this branch has been disappeared. Okay, so that means you can add multiple environments and you can do everything. Okay, so as a point of time, what I've done, I have created the new branch. That branch consists of Jenkins files where it has started triggering the pipeline based on the stages have been configured. So with one repo you can create uh, multiple multiple repository branches. If you require that to be build up CICD automation pipelines, right? So in that case, you need to add the Jenkins file within that. If you don't add any Jenkins file within this repository, any repository branch, that will be ignored by your multi-branch pipeline. Okay. And this will be our last episode of Jenkins series, and that will be covering about disaster recovery strategies, what we are going to cover for Jenkins. Okay, before heading towards, we will try to understand what actually DR strategies stands for. Okay, so it stands for disaster recovery, which is essential in the terms of DevOps prospect and the software prospect to minimize our downtime in the failure, right, and to minimize our data loss as well. Before discussing about details in the disaster recovery concepts and the implementation, we will go and we will review what we have covered until date in the Jenkins series. So now in the part in the disaster recovery, you can achieve it three ways. First, as I mentioned, that you can create one snapshot of your EC2 instance. Okay, so when I speak about EC2 instance, you should know that I have one Jenkins server which I have completed the project. It contains of multiple configurations of Jenkins, like adding your servers, configuring your system, creating user management, right? As I just displayed to you everything, like adding email alerts, everything has been configured. Then I have written the Jenkins pipeline, and it contains multiple stages and the history of our pipelines. Okay, so now this is only the one project which I have in my Jenkins server. Assume that in the organization you will have n numbers of pipeline. Okay, so to set up in this Jenkins pipeline, which I have completed as a project, it took like around 1 to 2 hours, right? With debugging, it may take 3 hours, depending on the use cases and the troubleshooting. So assume that in the organization it will take n numbers of hours for one project, and if you have 10 projects for minimum, I'm saying 10 project, and you have different different environments pipeline, right? Stage, dev, UAT, and production. Four minimum. 4 into 10, it will be 40, right? So 40 pipelines. If you lose the data for any cause, it may be any a failure of instance, failure in the region of AWS, any XYZ reason. So it will take n number of days to recover this, right? To write everything from scratch and setting all your servers, credentials, and making sure everything is secured. And this prospect will take a lot of time, and you'll be losing your time as well as your data. Okay, so these points come up with the solution of disaster recovery, which is an essential part of any organization. Okay, so at that point, you need to make sure that always you should have the backup of your servers. Okay, backup of your whatever essential server you have, you should have their periodical backups. Okay, so how we can achieve that? That one step is that we can take the backup of complete of our volume. Okay, in the sense, let me give the overview. As I mentioned that I have this EC2 instance where I have attached one volume. Let me show you this volume, right? I can take this volume snapshot. Okay, so this is the first case. I can create a one snapshot of Jenkins server, and I can create a volume out of this snapshot and attach to one EC2 instance, new EC2 instance. Okay, with this way I can recover this one of the way. Okay, the second strategy, what you can do it, instead of taking the volume of complete snapshot volume, I can take complete backup of this EC2 instance. Okay, so I can take complete backup of this EC2 instance, complete backup of. Okay, so I can create one AMI out of this. So when I'm going to recover this Jenkins server, at the time I no need to pass the, I'm using Ubuntu operating system and what storage you're using. Okay, this everything will be predefined as a template. Okay, so these two things we can achieve through EC2 instance UI prospect. Okay, now in the point of this, when you are going to backup, in that point, if you have your volume has different directories which are not essential to the Jenkins, that also will be snapshot. That means it will also create a snapshot containing that. Okay, so now in this point in time, as I mentioned that with this snapshot, right, here I'm going to create one EC2 instance of my instance in my Jenkins server. There I'm going to create one AMI. With that AMI, I'm going to recover when I require in the disaster or in the drill, right, in the audits, right, DR audits, I'm going to recover that point. Okay, so in the point of that, as I mentioned that it can add additional data which we don't require, right? So in the point of time, what you can do it, we can go with the third strategy. Okay, third strategy includes that you can backup only the directory of Jenkins. Okay, so the Jenkins directory, you know very well where it is stored. Var, I'll show you that also. Var lib, right, ll over here, you're able to find Jenkins directory available over here. Where is Jenkins directory over here? Okay, instead of creating all the snapshot, just what I'm going to do it, I'm going to snapshot the data of Jenkins. Okay, so after this data, whenever I'm going to install Jenkins, in that Jenkins I'm going to restore this directory. Okay, so whatever the I have pipelines in this, right, whatever data I do have over here, that everything will be backup, like secrets, tools, updates, content, user, workspace, right? Workspace content, what's it contains your pipeline status. Okay, so if you check over here, I have Maven Java, so it contain the project, all code, the files, stages, and everything what you have done it. Okay, simply it will represent my pipeline. So this pipeline, it will be representing everything. Okay, so this all I can backup only with one directory backup. Okay, so these three things we can achieve it. So at least you have the expertise of two, then third can be negotiated, but I will try to explain this three as well. Okay, so now the point of time, as I mentioned, that we'll go for first use case. Okay, so let's go to our EC2 instance I have over here. Then I'm going to go for the volume. Then I will open this volume in new app, right? And the volume ID is there. This volume ID, I'm going to create a snapshot of this. Okay, so simply going over here and the creating the volume, then I'm going to say sorry, this is an So I'm going to set up 1 second. This is a volume. I'm going to check on this. Then in the action, it is giving you create snapshot. Okay. There is a two things you can achieve. You can do it manual snapshot, and you can make it automation with the cron jobs. Okay. So if I'm going to make lifecycle policy, then automatically without manual intervention, it will create one snapshot as per given schedule. Let's say on the Sunday, every Sunday of the week, there will be one snapshot. So it will take that as well. Okay. This clear I have given presentation in my videos. Okay. So that video I will show you now. If you go to this video, I have already covered about the automated policy backup. Okay, where you can go and you can cross check as well. Okay, it will take some time, like 20 minutes something. And then you can go and you can cross check this part where I have mentioned that how you are going to make it automated backup based on the crop job from AWS as a policy. Okay, so now switching back, we will take it manual backups. Okay, so I'm clicking on this create snapshot, and it's asking me the description. I will say Jenkins server backup over here, right? Then afterwards I will say okay, fine, create the snapshot. So if you check over here stating that created snapshots, so where I do find the snapshot, I we are going to find in EC2, right? In the EC2, in the below, you're going to find one EBS. In that the volume will be there, then there is a snapshot. If you click on the snapshot, you're able to find one snapshot has been generated, right? The status in the pending, it will take like 5 to 10 minutes. Within 5 to 10 minutes, you're able to find this is successfully will be completed. Okay, so this part is in progress, we will keep it. Okay, the second part, let me go over here to the EC2 instance, and let me go to details. What we need to do it, we need to check on this, then you need to go for action. In the action you'll be finding instance setting, then the remaining in the below you're going to find image and templates, because I'm going to create the image of my full EC2 instance. Okay, so if you have a Jenkins server which is dedicated only for your virtual EC2 machine for Jenkins, and you have multiple projects handling by Jenkins, at this point of time you're going to create it image. Okay, so this create image, and then I'll give it as Jenkins server image. Okay, you can give it anything, just okay. Now if you check over here, it's stating that it's taking the snapshot of EC2 instance, then it's going to take completely see image and the snapshot with the same tag. I'm going to say it. Okay, so take the image of my EC2 instance as well as a snapshot of hard drive. Okay, two things I have already explained. The two things are in progress. The first thing is volume, so volume snapshot, then images AMI. If I'm going to check on this image AMI, you're able to find one, just I'm given Jenkins server, there is saying that is a pending. So it's the point of time, it will take some time and it will restart again. I mean, it will completely available, and this is available only to my account. Okay, I'm the owner of this. Okay, it's fine. So it will take like 5 to 10 minutes again. At the point we can do this as well. Okay, so these two will be progressively taking backups. Meanwhile, what we will do, it we'll go and we will review this third step. Okay, in the third step what we will do is simply, as I mentioned, that I'm going to check create one shell script using this. Okay, before that I need one S3 bucket, so I'm going to give it S3 bucket like cloud rsim Jenkins backup bucket. So let me go over here in the search, I'm going to find as S3, because I'm going to push this backup into the S3 bucket. Okay, so that I can store this directly progressively. Okay, so here if you check over here, I don't have any bucket, so I'm clicking on this bucket. Then afterward, general purpose, I'm saying general purpose, everything is fine. uh Disable, that's fine. Public access, I say don't keep it because it's much sensitive data of Jenkins, so I don't want public access. Versioning, I can enable. If I want, I can disable. Versioning in the sense, when I'm making for this Sunday first backup, Second, the tomorrow Monday is a second backup. At that point, there will be backup version will be available, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can reinstate any version at the point of time. Okay. So let me just create this bucket. Okay, so this bucket is created, right? So I should have the access of this EC2 instance from the, sorry, I should have the access of that S3 bucket with my EC2 instance, right? For that, we can handle that with the what, with the role based access. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one role, and I'm going to give the top of what, my EC2 instance. Okay, so if you check over here, so of this EC2 instance, I will give you one role attached with the policy of S3 bucket. Then this EC2 instance will have access, and you can access, you can create the backup with the shell script and push from EC2 instance to my bucket this backup. Okay, so in the point what this bucket is there, and here I'm going to search for role, right? So it will be handled by what, IAM manager. Okay, identity and access management. Okay, so this is a feature provided by AWS with role based access, where I can give any user any role, I can give the access over there. Okay, so here let me say I'll creating one role, EC2 role, and EC2 role I'll give it as Jenkins backup. Okay, just let me copy this. Then I'm going to click on this create role. Then it's saying that for which I'm saying for EC2 instance, Lambda functions, AWS Federal. Okay, that's fine. Other performance. Okay, use case, I need to attach this, so I'm going to go with EC2 instance. Okay, then afterwards next, then it's asking that what kind of role I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it S3 full access. Okay, S3 full access. Next, the role name I'm going to give it as Jenkins backup role, right? Role name, and I'm going to create this role now. So the role consists of what? As I mentioned that it has a role, it has attached, it has a permission of S3 bucket full access, right? So I can with this using this role, I can upload anything to my S3 bucket, and I can fetch everything to that S3 bucket. Okay, from the S3 bucket. So in this case, I'm going to go for my EC2 instance. In the EC2 instance, you're going to, just a second, EC2 instance. So So I'm going to apply on this EC2 instance my role which I have created now. So I need to go for the action, then I need to go for security, then it's saying the modified IAM role. So here drop down you're able to find different roles available in your account. So currently what I made it, I created Jenkins backup role. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to say it update roles. Okay, so that means this EC2 instance has been attached with IAM roles. Okay, in case of you want to go with different way, then what you can do it, you can just create a user. With that user you can attach to EC2 instance, right? With that EC2 instance user, giving AWS configure, right? AWS configure, you can pass credentials, secret key, secret access key. With that also you can handle it. Okay, but that is not the best practice. In the organization you will be handling everything to the role strategies. Okay, so the pointer time now, what we'll do in, we will just give sudo su. Then I'm going to create this one file as I have over here, right? So the name of this file will be, let's say, let's give it as Jenkins backup dot sh. Okay, simple. So the prompt, we are using nano editor in order to write new shell script. So in the shell script I have given over here, I'm going to copy. First I'm defining that I'm going to use bash scripting, so bash shell. Okay, bash shell. After that I'm saying that take the timestamp in the backup directory. Which is the backup directory? War lib Jenkins. Just I have given demo to you, right? So I want to copy the Jenkins directory. In the Jenkins directory I will be having everything related to Jenkins, right? So that means I'll be having everything related to this Jenkins server. You got it my point. Then afterward it's saying that please define which bucket you are using, right? So in this point of time I'm saying that okay, I'm going to use this bucket, right? So let me check what bucket I have created. So it's a bucket of Cloud Awesome Jenkins backup bucket, right? So let me review this. Yes, that's the same. This bucket exists, right? Prerequisite that the bucket name which you are giving, that should be exist. So that exists in my AWS account. So I don't have any issue. Okay. So after that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to temporarily, I'm going to create the backup of var lib Jenkins. Okay. Let me give it duplicate and I will show you this as well. Sudo su cd var lib. Okay, so if you ll over here, I'm speaking about this part. Okay, so I'm speaking about this part. So I'm taking the backup of this, but in the form of zip file, that means tar file. Okay, so if you check over here, it's saying that I'm going to keep it tar.gc. That will compress and it will minimize your storage space. Okay, so it will create that here with, and it will, what will do, it will create this one, and the directory name as we are passing in the variable, right? This is a variable I have defined above, two variables, that is backup directory and s3 bucket. Okay, s3 bucket name here. Then afterwards I'm uploading this file which I have done above to my bucket which Cloud Awesome Jenkins backup, okay, space bucket, and that I passed with the variable, okay, s3 bucket. So dollar s3 bucket. Then afterwards, whichever backup I was created before, right, this one temporary one, that I am going to delete it. Okay, so this I'm using control x y exit. Okay, that means I'm saving it. Now if you ll over here, you're going to find one Jenkins underscore backup dot sh file is available, but that is not in green color. That means that does not have executable permission. So this shell script cannot be executed, that does not have any executable permission. So you can find over here also the x is missing over here. So in order to give that, I need to give it shmod x and the file name Jenkins, and I'm going to give it full name .sh. So if you ll over here, now you're able to find that this turned into green color. So if you check over here, it's stating that Jenkins, that is green in color, right? So there is a prerequisite in order to execute, in order to communicate our EC2 instance with our S3 bucket, that AWS CLI should be available. So AWS CLI, if I print, I will be not finding anything. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to install AWS CLI as a prerequisite. For that, I'm going to go for Java Maven app, right? In the Java Maven app, you're going to find one shell script with the name of what, AWS CLI. Okay, I'm going to copy the shell script and I'm going to the terminal, and I'm going to create one more AWS CLI dot sh nano, and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, and I will explain that. Simply what I'm going to do, I'm going to fetch curl the AWS Linux version of AWS CLI, right? Then I'm using, if I don't have, install unzip, because this is in the zip format. Then after I'm installing unzip tool, then I'm unzipping the version of this Linux one, AWS CLI. Then I'm using dot, that means to run this shell script, that is in AWS install directory, okay, folder. Then after I'm printing AWS -f1 version, okay, y hit enter. Now if you check over here one more time, you're able to find I don't have any executable permission. So I'm going to give it this again, x, then I'm going to give it AWS CLI, hit enter. Now if you ll, you're able to find that you receive the shell script in the green color. So now I will install this AWS CLI, I will execute that. So it started fetching, then started unzipping, then unzip started, then I had it installed AWS CLI now. Okay, so it is installing all dependencies of AWS. Then later on it's printing me the version of 2.7.27.23. Okay, that is used for a Python language. Okay, so now that's fine. So the prerequisite of, let me clear the prerequisite of installing AWS CLI, that it has been completed. Now if I ll over here, I have what, the file name with the name of Jenkins-backup.sh. Now I will try to execute this and we will see the output of this one. So AWS. So removing tar, okay, that's fine. From member names, that's fine. See, it has started creating the tar-zip file. Then afterward, this was copied to where it's saying, see, temporary file was created and temporary file stored to where S3 bucket with the name of Cloud Asim Jenkins bucket, and the data is added on this date I have done with the name of this. Now this is CLI part. Now what I need to do it, I need to go and I need to confirm in my AWS S3 bucket that does the data has come over here anywhere. So what I can do it, I can go to this S3 bucket and I'm going to refresh over here. You're able to find one this GZ file is created, right? So you got my point. So this file is available. Now how I am going to backup in case of disaster? So let me say that I'll go over here for any one reason. I'm saying that, okay, let me just give the password, sign in. Let's test the flow of the backup password. So now if you remember that, right, I have one project with the name. By any means that remember that this project has been deleted, okay? So let me delete this project now. You're able to find this project does not exist now in my Jenkins server, but this was done by accidentally one of the use case, okay? Okay, one of the use case. It can be your EC2 instance has been that failure of in the region of AWS is Jenkins server where we have created. This is a second use case. There be any consequences, right, of regional issues. There are the different use case. Then you're going for the multiple Jenkins server setup. Okay, so creating one more setup in a different region, there can be different use case. This also can be handled. Now my point is that I need to back up this. Okay, I need to back up my Jenkins project. Okay, that use case how we are going to handle. I'll go over here, right? Then afterwards what I'm going to do it, I have the backup of my version available in my S3 bucket that contains the project, because before this disaster deletion of my project, before that the backup was created. So I know that I need to do the backup of this date. Okay, so what I need to do it, I need to go over here. Then I'm going to go again for my backup restore point. So as I mentioned, I have given the command over here, right? But I need the UARN of my bucket. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to go for the bucket. Then in the bucket, I'm going to click over here and you're going to find the URL of this bucket. Okay. So URL bucket is what? S3 Cloud Asim Jenkins backup and the backup name TGRZ. Okay. So for that use case, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to update this. Okay. So update over here from this, just I'm going to update. Okay, so updated, then I'm going to copy this command. Okay, then afterwards I'm going to go over cd var lib, right, lib. Then afterwards I'm going to execute this over here. If you check over here, the command itself is printing of dot in the end. Okay, so if you check over here is a dot, that means it's printing that copy that existing S3 bucket file into my current directory. What is your current directory? The current directory is varlib jenkins. So I'm going to print, hit enter. So you're able to find that whatever the data is available in my S3 bucket, that is visible, that has been restored to my Jenkins server. If I LL over here, I am able to find one with the name of Jenkins backup, what this, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So the point of restoration of from this is completed. Okay. Well, the next point, what I need to do it, I need to restore this. Before restoring it, I'm going to make sure that my Jenkins server should be stopped. Okay. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to stop my Jenkins server. So if I'm going to see the status of Jenkins server, it should print me in the stop stage. Okay, so let me status Jenkins, okay, stating that Jenkins stopped. Okay, so my point is done now. Now if you check over here, we have restored our backup file from Jenkins, right? Sorry, from the S3 bucket. So we have everything in the tar format. That means GZ zip format. Okay, so you can call it as zip as well, for example. Okay, so the point is that I have existing Jenkins data, and before that I have the backup data. So the best practice is that what we will do it, we will create this Jenkins data which I have, right? So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to uh, just give it as Jenkins, right? And I'm going to move with the name of Jenkins slash back backup, right? And I will hit enter. So if I ll over here, you're able to find that Jenkins has been gone, Jenkins directory. Okay, the reason for that is that in case of this step failure, I will revert back everything to Jenkins directory and I will restart the Jenkins server. Okay, so this is also the best practice, you can follow it up. Okay, so another point of time, what I'm going to do, I have this directory which I need to unstar or unzip, you can say it. And okay, so what we have done, we have backuped our Jenkins existing directory with the name of Jenkins backups. In the point of restoring this tar.gz file fails, we can just rename with the Jenkins, then we can restore the existing version which I have just showed to you, right? In case of I'm failing to backup it. Okay, this is another backup strategy which I have applied. Now what we will do it, we will try to restore this zip file what we have just fetched from S3 bucket, right? Basically is a tar file. So what I'm going to do it, I'm going to copy the command over here within the same command, right? Sudo tar, right? Let me give the command over here, paste it, and what I'm going to say that please untar this file. Okay, the Jenkins name, that the file name I have passed it, the file name you need to check it out over here, then the same name you need to give it over here. Then afterward I'm using C flag and I'm going to say that, okay, just a second, I need to remove this, and I'm going to say that this need to be copied into the current directory. So then after that, when I'm going to unzip that, that's come with the name of Jenkins, because I have backup with the Jenkins, right? So if you check over above here, you are not finding any only Jenkins directory. Okay, so as I'm going to hit enter, I'm going to find that this started backupping up. Okay, so you have seen that resources has been spiked. So if I'm going to ll over here, you're going to find that now one Jenkins directory is created. So it's created within seconds. So let's go into the Jenkins directory, and if you ll over here, let me go to the workspace and I will try to see that does our Jenkins, see, our pipeline has been restored. This is CLI, right? So now the point is that I don't have my Jenkins server up and running, right? So I have before backup or restoration, what I've done, I've stopped this intentionally. So I'm going to restart this Jenkins server, then I'm going to access the Jenkins server UI, then we will try to find it that this I'm able to see on my the Jenkins dashboard. Okay, so the Jenkins has been restarted. So let me go over restarted. Let me go to my Jenkins server and refresh over here. Now I don't have any existing, right? So if I'm going to refresh over, you're going to find that one project which I have backuped, which I have deleted intentionally, that has been restored. Okay, so you're going to find and you're going to go everything, but the point you need to remember that you need to use the same credentials which I have set before for your Jenkins server. Okay, so when you're going to back up the Jenkins credentials also being copied. Okay, so you cannot rename or you cannot regenerate the new password. So you should make sure that you store your credential in the safe way. Okay, so that you can use it in the disaster or backup up strategy, whichever three strategies we have we have committed to use in the same three use cases. You need to give the existing password which you have set for your Jenkins server. Okay, so you should remember that. Now what we have done, we have cross-checked with the third option. We have already show you how you can backup and restore this point. The first and second option, like creating EBS volume and AMI, that we can just go and cross-check with our AWS account. So if I'm going for AWS account, then if I'm going for which one, then I'm going to go for snapshot. You're able to find that snapshot has been created successfully, right? You're able to find that creation. See, this is snapshot only. This is image snapshot. Okay, so when you take the image of any EC2 instance, image will be taken with the same way. One snapshot of your hard drive, that is your volume, also will be taken. So this was taken with a 10 GB, and if I'm going to check for AMI, you're able to find that AMI also has been created. So in the point of time, I can restore this AMI. Just click on this AMI and launch instance for AMI. Then I can create same EC2 instance, see, with the same volume attached. So all everything will be restored. Okay, just you need to give the Jenkins server existing password which you have used it. Okay, so this, with this AMI, within second you can restore your Jenkins server, as well as from your hard wall snapshots, right? And the snapshot, I can click on this, then I can click on this and I can say that create snapshot from this, create volume from this snapshot. Okay, volume will be created. That volume I can attach to any EC2 instance. Okay, I can revoke existing EC2 instance volume. I can attach this, so that I, whatever the backup is consist in this volume snapshot, that will be restored. And the same procedure you're going to find that existing project will be available. Okay, these 3 points we have cross checked, and the backup is a main part. Disaster recovery is a main part of any organization. So please don't forget that this is a hands-on. You should have the knowledge about that. So please, if you have not subscribed to our channel, and if you have not been updated to our playlist on the channel, please do subscribe and share with your friends, so that they have hands-on knowledge of all about the Jenkins prospect. Okay, the second part, what we will do it, we cannot provide like IP until 3080, right, to access our Jenkins server. So what we will do it, we will create one reverse proxy. Okay, it should be running on the domain, right, any domain. So for that case, what we will do it, we will go back over here and we will install, let me just go Control C, and we will install the things. We install in the sense, we will install Nginx web server, right? The before that we will update the packages, apt update, right, to update the packages. And the command which we installed in Nginx, that is sudo apt nginx, right? So if you copy over here and paste it in the terminal, just it will install Nginx, right? Nginx-v, so it proved me the version of Nginx. This is Nginx, right? So the next step what we required after installing the Nginx, we have to make it start on the boot, right? So Nginx is starting, so I will enable Nginx over here and it will just keep it enabled, right? And the next part, what we have to do it, we have to check the Nginx, right? Nginx status. So it's showing me that it's working and it's running. By default, the path for the Nginx is because we have to do the reverse proxy, right? So what we will do it, we will go and we will create one file, right? The default path for the configuration is cd. It will be in the EC2 etc Nginx site availables. If you check it over here, you'll be finding the default one configuration file, right? So what we will do it, we will create one more file with the nano editor, stating that it should be for the Jenkins reverse proxy, right? Just let me see. Okay, so here what we have to do it, we have to write some of the configuration file just to make Nginx our Jenkins to run on our port, right? We will be attaching subdomain to it. So just I will give it over here and I will give the name as we have a subdomain for that. Okay, so what we will do it, I will give the subdomain name. So let me go over here and I'll go, our hosting is here, so I will be adding one domain, so I'll be giving Jenkins, right? And what is the IP address of that, I will be copying over here and I will be pasting over here, right? Choose an option, it should be a entry, right? And I have given the IP address of my EC2 instance server and I have given Jenkins. Fine, just have the over here, so just we'll wait for the few seconds, it will update the DNS. So it will prove me that okay fine, this is updated. Fine, it's proved me that it's updated. If you check it over here, right? So what is my domain is ASIM, right? ASIM cloud. Let me copy over here and I will go here and I will paste it here. And the subdomain what we have given is a Jenkins, right? Let me validate the spelling so that I should not be any. Here is a one entry, Jenkins, right? So jenkins.asimcloudtech.com. okay fine, this part I'll just explain you that the server name, this is the domain or the subdomain name, which we are saying that whenever the request hit from the browser for jenkins.asimcloud.com, it should redirect it to this instance. That means that is a local IP of this instance. If you're mentioning that is a local IP, that means it will be considered this server IP. Okay, even you can give your IP address of your instance or local, and the port whichever the application is running on 8080, it should divert it should like provide the service content to the jenkins.asimcloud.com. okay, I'll click yes prompt. Okay, after that I will check is there any syntax error in that. If we check with this command, so it's showing that there is no syntax error, right? Then afterwards what you have to do, you have to make a symbolic link in Jenkins, right? In the Nginx. So this is a mandatory things. The reason for that also I will let you know. See, if you go back over here, if we check LL over here, you have two directories: site enables, site available, or site enable. Whenever we are creating the file in the site available, it has to be mapped into site enable. Just I will see it, it should be same configuration. Just I will show you, we have created and we have mapped, right? So if you go over here, if you LL here, so it's showing, see, where you have one file in this enable directory, but that is linked super link from site available. So this part is also done. So we will just check nginx -t. So it's showing me the syntax is fine. So after that what we have to do it, in the sense we have done this, after that we will restart our nginx service. Okay, just restart nginx service. And then now the thing is that if you see over here, we are accessing the Jenkins with IP address of my instance and port number, right? So what we will do it over here, I'll go for the Jenkins dot asim, right, cloud tech.com, right? This is the domain what we have given. So for case now we cannot access is the reason, I'll tell you that reason also. So the thing is I have to mention HTTP, right? We have not installed any SSL certificate. The reason is not accessing. So if you access now, let me review this. Does we have added let me review this. Okay, fine, I have resolved the issue. Can you guess what was the error? The thing is that we have not enabled our security groups, right? We have not enabled 80 port and 443, right? 80 is for the HTTP and HTTPS we have 443, right? This is the default ports. So our ports are closed. That's the reason we are not able to connect to our server. So just go over here and we will add two more rules, one for HTTP, right? This is over here. Okay, this is the ITA port which was not open, and HTTPS, that is 443 by the default, and I will make it available everywhere, right? So as I save it over here, as I refresh over here, so now what happens, I will be seeing that Jenkins I'm able to log in, right? So the password I have given over here, I'll be using again the same password which I have given before. So this is the way in the real-time scenario you have to create one domain, right? We have to assign one domain to your Jenkins server, right? So now the part is that whenever the content is passing from my like this is the dashboard, and to the server that is going in non-encrypted way. That is a not good practice, right? So if you see over here, your connection is to this site is not secured, so we have to make it secure, so that in the transit, if some content is get hacked, that also should be encrypted way, that it should not be accessed, or it should not be in the readable type. It will be something like dot this dot characters, which will not be readable by the hacker. So that practice, we required one SSL certificate. Okay, non-organization profit. Okay, open certificate is provide you the free automated open certificate. As we are working for the dev environment, so we will be using this certificate for our domains. Okay. Video, we are going to do one project, that is deployment of Prime Video, that is Amazon Prime Video. It is a OTT platform, right? We are going to deploy as a Docker container, right, in this video. So if you check on my screen, you're able to see that there is a website of Prime Video, right? So basically this belongs to Amazon. So this is Amazon Prime Video, right? So we have a this source code of this as a clone, so it will be replica of kind of the same UI which you are seeing on my screen, right? So what we will do, we will before heading towards, we will see that what are the architecture of this, right? And where is our source code, and what we are going to configure and do all the step in order to deploy this application as a Docker container. Okay. So let's go to the whiteboard. Okay, if you check it over here, right, there is a simple project flow which we are going to do in this case. So as we know that the tickets will be assigned from Jira, right? And then after the source code resides centralized repository, that is GitHub. Okay, where we have our source code in our GitHub repository. Okay,